Chapter 1. On the night of September 6th, the eve of Paul Goober's wedding, his buddies took him to a strip joint near Fort Lauderdale for a bachelor party. The club was called the Eager Beaver, and it was famous county-wide for its gorgeous nude dancers and watered-down rum drinks. By midnight, Paul Goober was very drunk and hopelessly infatuated with 8 or 9 of the strippers. For $20, they would perch on Paul's lap and let him nuzzle their sweet-smelling cleavage. He was the happiest man on the face of the planet. Paul's friends carried on with rowdy humor, baying witlessly and spritzing champagne at the stage. At first the dancers were annoyed about being sprayed, but eventually they fell into the spirit of the celebration. Slick with Corbell, they formed a laughing chorus line and high-kicked their way through an old Bob Seger tune. Bubbles sparkled innocently in their pubic hair. Paul Goober and his pals cheered themselves hoarse with lust. At 2:30, a fearsome-looking bouncer announced the last call. While Paul's buddies pooled their cash to pay the exorbitant tab, Paul quietly crawled on stage and attached himself to one of the performers. Too drunk to stand, he balanced on his knees and threw a passionate hug around the woman's bare waist. She smiled good-naturedly and kept moving to the music. Paul hung on like a drowning sailor. He pressed his cheek to the woman's tan belly and closed his eyes. The dancer, whose name was Aaron, stroked Paul's hair and told him to go home, sugar, get some rest before the big day. A man yelled for Paul to get off the stage, and Paul's friends assumed it was the bouncer. The club had a strict rule against touching the dancers for free. Paul Goober himself heard no warning. He appeared comatose with bliss. His best friend, Richard, with whom Paul shared a cubicle at the brokerage house, produced a camera and began taking photographs of Paul and the naked woman. "Blackmail," he announced playfully. "Pay up, or I mail these snapshots to your future mother-in-law." Everyone in the club seemed to be enjoying themselves. That's why Paul's friends were so shocked to see a stranger jump on stage and begin beating him with an empty champagne bottle. 3, 4, 5 hard blows to the head, and still Paul Goober would not release the dancer, who was trying her best to avoid being struck. The bottle-wielding man was tall and paunchy, and wore an expensive suit. His hair was silver, although his bushy mustache was black, and crooked. No one in Paul Goober's bachelor party recognized him. Raw, sucking noises came from the man's throat as he pounded on the stockbroker's skull. The bouncer got there just as the champagne bottle shattered. He grabbed the silver-haired man under the arms and prepared to throw him off the stage in a manner that would have fractured large bones. But the bouncer alertly noticed that the silver-haired man had a companion, and the companion had a gun that might or might not be loaded. Having the utmost respect for Colt Industries, the bouncer carefully released the silver-haired man and allowed him to flee the club with his armed friend. Amazingly, Paul Goober never fell down. The paramedics had to pry his fingers off the dancer's buttocks before hauling him to the hospital. In the emergency room, his worried buddies gulped coffee and cooked up a story to tell Paul's fiancée. By the time the police arrived, the Eager Beaver Lounge was empty. The bouncer, who was mopping blood off the stage, insisted he hadn't seen a thing. The cops clearly were disappointed that the nude women had gone home and showed little enthusiasm for investigating a drunken assault with no victim present. All that remained of the alleged weapon was a pile of sparkling green shards. The bouncer asked if it was okay to toss them in the dumpster, and the cops said sure. Paul Goober's wedding was postponed indefinitely. His friends told Paul's bride-to-be that he had been mugged in the parking lot of a synagogue. In the car speeding south on Federal Highway, Congressman David Lane Dilbeck rubbed his temples and said, "Was it a bad one, Herb?" and Herb Crandall, the congressman's loyal executive assistant and longtime bagman, said, "One of the worst. I don't know what came over me." "You assaulted a man." "Democrat or Republican?" Crandall said, "I have no earthly idea." Congressman Dilbeck gasped when he noticed the pistol on his friend's lap. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, don't tell me." Without emotion, Crandall said, "I had no choice. You were about to be maimed." 5 minutes passed before the congressman spoke again. "Herb," he said, "I love naked women. I truly do." Herb Crandall nodded neutrally. He wondered about the congressman's driver. Dilbeck had assured him that the man understood no English, only French and Creole. Still, Crandall studied the back of the driver's black head and wondered if the man was listening. These days, anyone could be a spy. "All men have weaknesses," Dilbeck was saying. "Mine is of the fleshly nature." He peeled off the phony mustache. "Let's have it, Herb. What exactly did I do?" "You jumped on stage and assaulted a young man." Dilbeck winced. "In what manner?" "A bottle over the head," Crandall said. "Repeatedly." "And you didn't stop me? That's your goddamn job, Herb, to get me out of those situations. Keep my name out of the papers." Crandall explained that he was in the John when it happened. "Did I touch the girl?" asked the congressman. "Not this time." In French, Crandall asked the Haitian driver to stop the car and wait. Crandall motioned for Dilbeck to get out. They walked to an empty bus bench and sat down. The congressman said, "What's all this nonsense? You can talk freely in front of Pierre." "We've got a problem." Crandall steepled his hands. "I think we should call Moldy." Dilbeck said, "No way, absolutely not." "Somebody recognized you tonight," said Crandall. "Somebody in that strip joint." "God." Dilbeck shut his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. "It's an election year, Herb." "Some little twerp. I didn't get the name. He was standing by the back door when we ran out. Some skinny jerk-off with Coke bottle glasses." "What did he say?" "Attaboy, Davy. He was looking right at you." "But the mustache." Then he said, "Chivalry ain't dead." Crandall looked very grim. Congressman Dilbeck said, "Did he seem like the type to stir up trouble?" It was all Crandall could do to keep from laughing. "Looks are deceiving, David. I'll be calling Moldy in the morning." Back in the car, heading south again, Dilbeck asked about the condition of the man he'd attacked. "I have no earthly idea," Crandall said. He would phone the hospital later. "Did he seem dead?" "Couldn't tell," replied Crandall. "Too much blood." "Lord," said the congressman. "Lord, I've got to get a grip on this. Herb, let's you and me pray. Give me your hands." He reached across the seat for Crandall, who shook free of the congressman's clammy, fervent paws. "Knock it off," Crandall snapped. "Please, Herb, let's join hands." Dilbeck flexed his fingers beseechingly. "Join together and pray with me now." "No fucking way," said the bagman. "You pray for both of us, David. Pray like hell." The next night, Erin was taking off her clothes, getting ready, when she told Shad that she'd checked with the hospital. "They said he's out of intensive care, the man who got hurt." Shad's eyes never looked up from the card table. "Thank God," he said. "Now I can sleep nights." "The gun frightened me." Erin was changing into her show bra. "He sure didn't look like a bodyguard, did he? The one with the gun?" Shad was deeply absorbed. Using a surgical hemostat, he was trying to peel the aluminum safety seal from a 4-ounce container of low-fat blueberry yogurt. The light was poor in the dressing room, and Shad's eyesight wasn't too sharp. He hunched over the yogurt like a watchmaker.
"I gotta concentrate,"
he said gruffly to Aaron. By now she'd seen the dead cockroach, a hefty one, even by Florida standards. Legs in the air, the roach lay on the table near Shad's left elbow. Aaron said, "Let me guess. You've had another brainstorm." Shad paused, rolling a cigarette from one side of his mouth to the other. He sucked hard, then blew the smoke in twin plumes from his nostrils.
"The hell does it look like?" he said.
"Fraud," said Aaron. She stepped behind a door and slipped out of her skirt. "Fraud is what it looks like to me." Triumphantly, Shad lifted the foil, intact, from the yogurt container. Carefully, he placed it on the table. Then, with the hemostat, he lifted the dead cockroach by one of its brittle brown legs.
"Isn't that your music?" he said to Aaron. "Van Morrison. You better get your ass out there."
"In a minute," Aaron said. She put on her G-string, the red one with seahorses. When Aaron first bought it, she'd thought the design was paisley. One of the other dancers had noticed that the pattern was actually seahorses, laughing seahorses. Aaron came out from behind the door. Shad didn't look up. "Have the police been around?" she asked.
"Nope."
Shad smiled to himself. Cops. They usually got about as far as the front bar, and then forgot why they'd come. They'd wander through the eager beaver, bug-eyed and silly, like little kids at Disney World. Cops were absolute saps when it came to bare titties. Aaron said she'd never seen a man get hit so hard with anything as the bachelor who got clobbered with a champagne bottle. "It's a miracle there wasn't brain damage," she said. Shad took this as criticism of his response time.
"I got up there as quick as I could."
His tone was mildly defensive. "Don't worry about it," Aaron told him.
"He didn't look the type, of all the ones to go batshit."
Aaron agreed. The man wielding the Corbel bottle was not your typical strip show creep. He wore a silk tie and passed out 20s like gumdrops. Aaron checked her stiletto pumps for bloodstains. "This is a lousy business," she remarked.
"No shit. Why'd you think I'm sitting here fucking with a dead roach? This little bugger is my ticket out."
As steady as a surgeon, Shad positioned the cockroach in the low-fat blueberry yogurt. With the beak of the hemostat, he pressed lightly. Slowly the insect sank beneath the creamy surface, leaving no trace. Aaron said, "You big crazy dreamer." Shad absorbed the sarcasm passively.
"Do you get the Wall Street Journal?"
"No." She wondered where he was heading now.
"According to the Journal," Shad said, "the Delicato Dairy Company is worth $182 million on account of Delicato fruity low-fat yogurt being the fastest-selling brand in the country. The stock's at an all-time high."
Aaron said, "Shad, they won't fall for this." She couldn't believe he was trying it again.
"You're late, babe."
Shad jerked a thumb toward the stage.
"Your fans are waiting."
"I've got time. It's a long number." Aaron slipped into her teddy, which would come off after the first number, and her heels, which would stay on all night. Shad said, "That song, how come you like it so much? You don't even got brown eyes." "Nobody looks at my eyes," Aaron said. "It's a good dancing song, don't you think?" Shad was scrutinizing the yogurt. A hairy copper-colored leg had emerged from the creamy bog. Was it moving? Shad said to Aaron, "You ever see Deliverance? The movie, not the book. The last scene where the shriveled dead hand comes out from the water? Well, come here and look at this fucking roach." "No, thanks." Aaron asked if Mr. Peepers was in the audience tonight. That was the nickname for one of her regulars, a bony, bookish man with odd rectangular eyeglasses. He usually sat at table 3. Shad said,
"What, all of a sudden I'm supposed to take roll?"
"He called and left a message," Aaron said. "Said he had a big surprise for me, which is just what I need." She dabbed on some perfume. Why, she had no idea. Nobody got close enough to smell it. Unlike the other strippers, Aaron refused to do table dances. $10 was ridiculous, she thought, to let some drunk breathe on your knees. Shad said,
"You want me to, I'll throw his ass out."
"No, if you could just hang close," said Aaron, "especially after what happened last night."
"No sweat."
"It's probably nothing," Aaron said. Next came the lipstick. The boss preferred candy apple red, but Aaron went with a burgundy rose. She'd hear about it from the other dancers, but what the hell. Shad sat back from the yogurt project and said,
"Hey, come and see. It's just like new."
"They could put you in jail. It's called product tampering."
"It's called genius," Shad said. "And for your information, I already got a lawyer, can't wait to take the case, and a Palm Beach shrink who swears I'm totally fucking traumatized since I opened a yogurt and found this damn cockroach."
Aaron laughed. "Traumatized? You don't even know what that means."
"Grossed out is what it means. And look here."
Shad lifted the foil seal with the hemostat.
"Perfect! Not even a rip. So the bastards can't say someone broke into the grocery and messed with the carton."
"Clever," Aaron said. She checked her hair in the mirror. Most of the dancers wore wigs, but Aaron felt that a wig slowed her down, limited her moves. Losing a wig was one of the worst things to happen on stage. That and getting your period. "How's my bottom?" she asked Shad. "Is my crack showing?"
"Nah, babe, you're covered."
"Thanks," Aaron said. "Catch you later."
"Go on and laugh. I'm going to be rich."
Nothing would surprise me. She couldn't help but envy Shad's optimism.
"The way it goes," he said, "them really big companies don't go to trial on stuff like this on account of the negative publicity. They just pay off the plaintiff, is what the lawyer told me. Major bucks."
Aaron said, "The customer's name is Killian, table 3. Let me know if he comes in." Then she was gone. He could hear the heels clicking on stage, the applause, the gin-fueled hoots. Shad peered into the container. The roach leg had resubmerged. The surface of the yogurt looked smooth and undisturbed. A masterful job of sabotage. Shad placed the foil seal in a Ziploc bag and closed it by sliding his thumb and forefinger along the seam. Evidence. Gingerly, he carried the yogurt container to the dancer's refrigerator. He placed it on the second tray, between a 6-pack of Diet Sprite and a bowl of cottage cheese. Over the Delicato yogurt label, he taped a handwritten warning: "Do not eat, or else." He reread the note 2 or 3 times, decided it wasn't stern enough. He wrote out another and taped it beneath the first. Property of Shad. Then he went out to the lounge to see if any asses needed kicking. Sure enough, at table 8, a pie-eyed Volvo salesman was trying to suck the toes off a cocktail waitress. Effortlessly, Shad heaved him out the back door. He dug a Pepsi out of the cooler and took a stool at the bar. At midnight, the skinny guy with the square glasses came in and staked out his usual chair at table 3. Shad strolled over and sat down beside him. On stage, Aaron was grinding her heart out. She's wrong about one thing, Shad thought. I notice her eyes. Every night I do. And they're definitely green. Chapter 2. Malcolm J. Moldowski did not hesitate to address United States Congressman Dave Dilbeck as a card-carrying shithead. To which Dilbeck, mindful of Moldowski's influence and stature, responded,
"I'm sorry, Malcolm."
Pacing the congressman's office, Moldowski cast a cold, scornful eye on every plaque, every commemorative paperweight, every pitiable tin memento of Dilbeck's long and undistinguished political career. "I see problems," said Malcolm Moldowski. He was a fixer's fixer, although it was not the occupation listed on his income tax forms. "There's no problem," Dilbeck insisted, "none at all."
"We were gone before the police showed up."
Moldowski was a short man, distractingly short, but he made up for it by dressing like royalty and slathering himself with expensive cologne. It was easy to be so impressed by Moldy's fabulous wardrobe and exotic aroma that one might overlook his words, which invariably were important. "Are you listening?" he asked Dave Dilbeck.
"You said there's a problem. I said I don't see any problem."
Moldowski's upper lip curled, exposing the small and pointy dentition of a lesser primate. He stepped closer to Dilbeck and said, "Do de name Gary Hart ring a bell? Fuck-ups 101. You need a refresher course?"
"That was different,"
the congressman said. "Indeed, Mr. Hart did not send anyone to the emergency room." Dilbeck felt the heat of Moldowski pressing closer, smelled the sharp, minty breath, and inhaled the imported Italian musk, which was strong enough to gas termites. Dilbeck quickly stood up. He was more at ease speaking to the crown of the man's head instead of eye to eye. The congressman said,
"It won't happen again, that's for sure."
"Really?" The acid in Moldowski's remark made the congressman nervous.
"I've been doing some soul-searching."
Moldowski stepped back so Dilbeck could see his face. "David, the problem is not in your soul. It's in your goddamn trousers." The congressman shook his head solemnly.
"Weakness is spiritual, Malcolm. Only the manifestation is physical."
"You are so full of shit."
"Hey, I can conquer this," Dilbeck said. "I can control these animal urges. You just watch."
Moldowski raised his hands impatiently. "You and your damn urges. It's an election year, Davy. That's number one. Only a card-carrying shithead would show his face at a nudie joint in an election year. Number two, your man pulls a gun, which happens to be a felony."
"Malcolm, don't blame Herb."
"And number three," Moldowski went on, "during the commission of the act, you are recognized by a patron of this fine establishment, which raises all sorts of possibilities, none of them good."
"Whoa, whoa, whoa!"
Dilbeck wedged his hands to signal time out, like a football coach.
"Let's not jump to conclusions."
Malcolm Moldowski laughed harshly. "That's my job, Congressman." Once again he started to pace. "Why did you hit that man with the bottle? Don't tell me. You've got something going with the stripper, right? She's carrying your love child, perhaps?" Dilbeck said,
"I don't even know her name."
"But still, you felt this uncontrollable impulse to defend her honor, such as it is. I understand, David. I understand perfectly."
"It's a sickness, that's all. I should never be around naked women."
All the fight had gone out of the congressman. Moldowski circled the desk and approached him. In a softer voice, "You don't need this shit right now. You got the campaign. You got the sugar vote coming up. You got a committee to run." Moldowski tried to chuck the congressman on the shoulder, but wasn't quite tall enough. He wound up patting him on the elbow. "I'll take care of this," he said.
"Thanks, Malcolm."
Dilbeck almost slipped and called him Moldy, which is what everyone called Moldowski behind his back. Fanatically hygienic, Moldowski hated the nickname. "One more request," he said. "Keep David Jr. in your pants until November, as a personal favor to me." Dilbeck's cheeks flushed. "Because," Moldowski went on, "I'd hate to think how your constituents would look upon such behavior. All those senior citizens in those condos, those conservative Cubans down on 8th Street, those idealistic young yupsters on the beach, what would they think if Congressman Davy got busted with a bunch of go-go dancers? How do you suppose that would play?"
"Poorly," admitted the congressman. He needed a drink.
"You still an elder in the church?"
"A deacon,"
Dilbeck said. "Is that a fact?" Malcolm Moldowski wore a savage grin. "You get the urge to chase pussy, call me. I'll set something up." He dropped his voice. "It's an election year, deacon. You gotta be careful. If it's a party you need, we'll bring it to you. That sound like a deal?"
"Deal,"
the congressman said. When Moldy had gone, he cranked open a window and gulped for fresh air. Every few years, the Congress of the United States of America voted generous price supports for a handful of agricultural millionaires in the great state of Florida. The crop that made them millionaires was sugar, the price of which was grossly inflated and guaranteed by the U.S. government. This brazen act of plunder accomplished two things. It kept American growers very wealthy, and it undercut the struggling economies of poor Caribbean nations, which couldn't sell their own bounties of cane to the United States at even half the bogus rate. For political reasons, the government's payout to the sugar industry was patriotically promoted as aid to the struggling family farmer. True, some of the big sugar companies were family-owned, but the family members themselves seldom touched the soil. The closest most of them got to the actual crop were the cubes that they dropped in their coffee at the Bankers Club. The scions of sugar growers wouldn't be caught dead in a broiling cane field where the muck crawled with snakes and insects. Instead, the brutal harvest was left to Jamaican and Dominican migrant workers who were paid shameful wages to swing machetes all day in the sweltering sun. It had been this way for an eternity, and men like Malcolm Moldowski lost no sleep over it. His task, one of many, was making sure that Big Sugar's price supports passed Congress with no snags. To make that happen, Moldowski needed senators and representatives who were sympathetic to the growers. Fortunately, sympathy was still easy to buy in Washington. All it took was campaign contributions. So Moldowski could always round up the votes. That was no problem. But the votes didn't do any good unless the sugar bill made it out of committee. And this year, the committee of the House was in bitter turmoil over issues having nothing to do with agriculture. No fewer than 3 formerly pliant congressmen had been stricken with mysterious attacks of conscience and announced they would vote against the sugar price supports. Ostensibly, they were protesting the plight of the migrants and the disastrous pollution of the Everglades, into which the growers regularly dumped billions of gallons of wastewater. Malcolm Moldowski knew the dissenting congressmen couldn't care less about the wretched cane workers, nor would they mind if the Everglades caught fire and burned to cinders. In truth, the opposition to the sugar bill was retaliation against the chairman of the committee, one David Dilbeck, who had cast the deciding vote that killed a hefty 22% pay raise for himself and his distinguished colleagues in the House. Dilbeck had committed this unforgivable sin by pure accident. He had been drunk and had simply pushed the wrong lever when the matter of the pay raise was called to the floor. In his pickled condition, it was miraculous that Dilbeck had found the way back to his own desk, let alone connected with the tote machine. The following noon, the bleary congressman turned on the television to see George Will praising him for his courage. Dilbeck had no idea why. He remembered nothing of the night before. When staff members explained what he'd done, He crawled to a wastebasket and spit up. Rather than admit the truth, that full credit for the deed belonged to the distillers of Barbancourt rum, David Dilbeck went on Nightline and said he was proud of voting the way he did, said it was no time for Congress to go picking the public's pocket. Privately, Dilbeck was furious at himself. He'd needed the extra dough worse than anybody. And now his fellow politicians were striking back. They knew Dilbeck depended on Big Sugar for his campaign contributions, and they knew Big Sugar relied upon Dave Dilbeck for the price supports. So the House members decided to screw with him in a major way. They aimed to teach him a lesson. Malcolm J. Moldowski saw the ugliness unfolding. It would require all his subterranean talents to save the sugar bill, and he couldn't do it if Dilbeck got caught in a sex scandal. After years of slithering through political gutters, Moldowski was still amazed at how primevally stupid most politicians could be on any given night. He hadn't a shred of pity for Congressman Dilbeck, but he would help him anyway. Millions upon millions of dollars were at stake. Moldy would do whatever had to be done, at whatever the cost. The other dancers knew something was bothering Erin. It showed in her performance. "Darrell again," said Urbana Sproul, by far the largest and most gorgeous of the dancers. Urbana was Erin's best friend at the Eager Beaver Lounge. "No, it's not Darrell," Erin said. "Well, it is and it isn't." Darrell Grant was Erin's former husband. They were divorced after 5 rotten years of marriage and one wonderful child, a daughter. The court battle was protracted and very expensive, so Erin decided to try out as an exotic dancer, which paid better than clerical work. There was nothing exotic about the new job, but it wasn't as sleazy as she had feared. The money just about covered her legal fees. Then Darrell got cute. He filed a petition charging that Erin was an unfit mother and invited the divorce judge to come see for himself what the future ex-Mrs. Grant did for a living. The judge sat through 7 dance numbers and, being a born-again Christian, concluded that Erin's impressionable young daughter was better off in the custody of her father. That Darrell Grant was a pillhead, a convict, and a dealer in stolen wheelchairs didn't bother the judge as much as the fact that Erin took her undies off in public. The judge gave her a stern lecture on decency and morality and told her she could see the child every 3rd weekend and on Christmas Eve. Her lawyer was appealing the custody ruling, and Erin needed dancing money now more than ever. In the meantime, the divorce judge had become a regular at the Eager Beaver Lounge, sitting in a dim booth near the foosball machines. Erin never said a word to the man, but Shad always made a point of secretly pissing in the Jack Daniels he served him. Urbana Sproul said to Erin, "Come on, don't make me beat it out of you." They were taking off their makeup, sharing the chipped mirror in the dressing room. "A customer," Erin admitted. "Mr. Peepers, I call him. His real name is Killian." "Table 3, said another dancer, who was known as Monique Jr. There were 2 Moniques dancing at the club, and neither would change her name. "I know the guy," Monique Jr. said. "Funny glasses, bad necktie, shitty tipper." Urbana Sproul said to Erin, "He giving you a problem?" "He's missed a couple of nights is all." "Wow," said Monique Jr. "Call the fucking FBI." "You don't understand. It's about my case." Erin opened her purse and took out a cocktail napkin, which was folded into a tiny square. She handed it to Monique Jr. "He gave me this the other night. He wanted to talk, but Shad was sitting right there, so he wrote it down instead." Monique Jr. read the note silently. Then she passed it to Urbana Sproul. Mr. Killian had printed carefully, in small block letters, with an obvious effort to be neat. I can help get your daughter back. I ask nothing in return but a kind smile. Also, could you add ZZ Top to your routine? Any song from the first album would be fine. Thank you." "Men will try anything," Monique Jr. said skeptically. "Anything for pussy." Aaron thought it was worth listening to Killian's pitch. What if he's for real? Urbana Sproul folded the note and gave it back. "Aaron, how does he know about Angela?" "He knows everything." It was her first experience with a customer who'd gone off the deep end. For 3 weeks straight, Killian had been swooning at table 3. "He says he loves me," Aaron said. "I haven't encouraged him. I haven't told him anything personal." "This happens," Urbana said. "Nothing to do but stay cool." Aaron said he seemed fairly harmless. "It can't hurt to listen. I'm at the point where I'll try anything." Monique Jr. said, "Tell you one thing, the little prick needs to learn how to tip." Shad poked his head in the doorway. "Staff meeting," he announced, coughing. 5 minutes in the office." "Beat it," snapped Urbana Sproul, who was largely nude. Shad truly didn't notice. 11 years of strip joints had made him numb to the sight of bare breasts. An occupational hazard, Shad figured. One more reason to get the hell out before it was too late. Aaron said, "Tell Mr. Orley we're on the way." Shad withdrew, shutting the door. To Aaron he resembled a snapping turtle. His vast, knobby head was moist and hairless, and his nose beaked sharply to meet the thin, severe line of his lips, forming a lethal-looking overbite. From what Aaron could see, Shad had no eyebrows and no eyelashes. "Creep," Monique Jr. said. "He's not so bad." Aaron slipped into a blue terry-cloth robe and a pair of sandals. She told the other dancers about Shad's plan for the dead roach. "Yogurt?" Monique Jr. cried. "God, that's disgusting." Urbana Sproul said, "I hope it works. I hope he gets $1 million and goes off to live in Tahiti." Dream on, thought Aaron. Shad wasn't going anywhere unless Mr. Orley told him to go. Orley's office was done in imitation red velvet. He hated it as much as anyone. The vivid decor had been the choice of the club's previous owner, before he was shot and dumped in the diamond lane of Interstate 95. Orley said the crime had nothing to do with the man's taste for imitation velvet, but rather his inability to account for gross profits in a timely fashion, meaning he'd skimmed. The imitation velvet remained on Orley's walls to remind employees that unless one is very good at it, one does not skim from professional skimmers. As the dancers assembled before Orley's desk, he became overwhelmed by the commingling of fruity perfumes and began to sneeze and cough spasmodically. Shad brought a box of tissues and a can of Dr. Pepper. Orley made quite a spectacle of blowing his nose and then examining the tissue to see what had been expelled. Aaron looked at Urbana Sproul and rolled her eyes. The man was a pig. "All right," Orley began. "Tonight let's talk about the dancing. I've been hearing complaints." None of the strippers said a word. Orley shrugged and went on. "Basically, here's the problem. You girls gotta move more. By that I mean your asses and also your boobs. I was watching tonight, and some of you, I swear it's like watching a corpse rot. Not even a twitch." Orley paused and popped open the Dr. Pepper, which foamed out of the can. When he licked the rim with his tongue, several of the dancers groaned. Orley glanced up and said, "Has somebody got a problem? Because if they do, let's hear it." Aaron raised a hand. "Mr. Orley, the style of our dancing depends on the music." Orley motioned with the can. "Go on," Aaron said. "If the songs are fast, we dance fast. If the songs are slow, we dance slow.
"We've been through this before," he cut in. "You wanted to pick your own songs. I says, fine, on the condition that they're good, hot dance songs. But some of this shit, I swear, it's elevator music." Urbana Sproul said, "Janet Jackson, Madonna, I don't call that elevator music. Paula Abdul, come on." This was the wrong approach with Orley, who didn't know Janet Jackson from Bo Jackson. He put down the soft drink and rubbed the moisture into his palms. "All I know is, tonight I see a guy sleeping like a baby at table 4. Sleeping! His face is maybe 12 inches from Sabrina's fur pie, and the guy is fucking snoring. With my own eyes I gotta see this." Orley sat forward and raised his voice. "Tell me what kind of a stripper puts a customer to sleep?" Sabrina, who was combing a chestnut wig on her lap, said nothing. The dancers preferred not to argue with Mr. Orley, who was boastful about his connections to organized crime. Besides, some of the women weren't very good on stage, and they knew it. Listless was a charitable way to describe their dancing. Aaron tried to help with the routines, but generally the other dancers were not keen on rehearsals. Orley said, "Fast, slow, or in between, it doesn't matter. The point is to take what God gave you and move it around." He sneezed suddenly, reached for a tissue, and plugged it into both nostrils. He continued speaking, the tissue fluttering with each word. "Think of it as hubbing the music. What counts is not the goddamn speed, it's the motion, for Christ's sake. It's the attitude. I don't pay you girls to bore my customers, understand? A man who's sleeping isn't buying any of my booze, and he sure as hell ain't stuffing any cash in your garters." It was Aaron who spoke up again. "Mr. Orley, you mentioned attitude. I agree we've got a morale problem here at the club, but I think I know why." This got everybody's attention. Even Shad perked up. "It's the name," Aaron said. "Eager Beaver. It's a very crude name." Orley yanked the tissue out of his nose. Normally he would have fired a woman for such a remark, but Aaron brought in lots of business for the club. She was one of the few dancers who could actually dance. "I like Eager Beaver," Orley said. "It's catchy, and it's clever, and it damn near rhymes." Aaron said it was crude and demeaning. "And it's bad for morale. It gives the impression we're a bunch of whores, which we're not." Orley told her to lighten up. "It's a tease, darling. We're a strip joint, for Christ's sakes. Who's going to pay a $7 cover to watch nice girls?" The man had a point, yet Aaron persisted. "I'm aware of the nature of our business, but it doesn't mean we can't have some pride. When friends and relatives ask where we work, some of us lie about it. Some of us are embarrassed to say the name." Orley seemed more amused than offended. He looked at the other dancers and asked, "This true?" A few nodded. Orley turned to Shad. "How about you? You embarrassed to work here?" "Oh, no," Shad said. "It's my life's ambition." He winked at Aaron, who tried not to laugh. Orley rocked back in the chair and folded his hands behind his head. His white shirt was stained the color of varnish at both armpits. "The name stays," he announced. "What about a contest?" Aaron suggested, "to come up with a better one?" "No." Urbana Sproul said, "I remember when it was the Pleasure Palace, and before that, the Booby Hatch." Monique Jr. said, "And I remember when it was Gentleman's Choice, until the state shut it down for prostitution." Orley cringed at the word. "Well, now it's the Eager Beaver, and it will stay the Eager Beaver as long as I say so." He still owed $2,000 on the new marquee. "Fine," said Aaron. "Eager Beaver it stays. Very classy." He ignored her. The bottom line is, work on your goddamn dancing."
He opened a drawer and pulled out a stack of videotapes.
"This is from a joint in Dallas. Take it home. Study how good these girls move. 300-400 a night in tips is what they make, and I'm not surprised."
Shad handed a cassette to each of the dancers. Urbana Sprawl said,
"Mr. Orley, I don't have a VCR." "I got one you can rent."
Aaron said,
$400 a night, huh? Maybe it's worth a trip to Dallas. Maybe they've got some openings."
Again, Orley ignored her.
"One more item," he said. "Then you can all go home. It's about what happened the other night, the fight on stage."
Monique Jr. said it wasn't much of a fight, just some guy swinging a bottle.
"Whatever," said Orley. "You didn't see a damn thing, okay? Anybody asks about it, you go tell Shad."
Aaron was surprised by these instructions. Fights broke out frequently at the Eager Beaver, but Mr. Orley seldom took an interest.
"What's going on?" she asked. "Is it the police?" "The bottom line is, you don't get paid to answer questions. You get paid to take off your clothes."
He drained the Dr. Pepper, burped, and tossed the can at Shad, who caught it effortlessly. Orley said, "Now, we all clear on this?" The strippers muttered apathetically.
"Good,"
said Orley. He started to sneeze, but caught himself. The dancer named Sabrina shyly raised a hand. Orley told her to make it quick. She said,
"The guy who was sleeping at table 4, that wasn't really my fault, Mr. Orley. He was on pills." "Darling, I don't care if he was on a fucking respirator. In my club, I want their eyes open. Understand?"
The dancers rose and, in an arresting gust of perfume, bustled out of the office. Orley told Aaron to hang around for a minute. When they were alone, he said,
"That guy didn't hurt you the other night, did he?"
"Which guy? The one who grabbed me or the one with the champagne bottle?"
"Either," Orley said. "I mean, if you got hurt, let me know. Cuts, bruises, whatever, we'll get you to a doctor. It's on the house."
"On the house?" Aaron was stunned. She told Orley she was fine.
"Good," he said. "But just so you know, it won't happen again. Shad's been spoken to."
"It wasn't his fault." He cut her off with the wave of a hand.
"A bouncer's job is to bounce. I paid that asshole good money."
Aaron stood up to leave. Orley said,
"One more thing. I wasn't talking about you in here tonight. When it comes to the dancing and all, you're the last girl needs to look at some frigging video. You're one of the best we ever had."
"Thank you, Mr. Orley."
"The music I don't get. It's awful damn soft, but hey, you make it work. They can't take their eyes off you."
"Thank you," she said again.
"Keep it up," Orley said. "You need anything, I mean anything, let me know."
Aaron walked out of the office absolutely certain that she was in the middle of trouble. When she got to the car, the man she called Mr. Peepers was waiting. Chapter 3. When Paul Goober regained consciousness, the first thing he saw at the foot of the hospital bed was a lawyer. He knew without being told it was a man who could have had no other purpose in a three-piece suit.
"My name is Mordecai," the lawyer said.
Over a vast belly he clutched a thin burgundy valise, brushed leather.
"I'm here to help in any way I can."
Paul Goober's brain pan sloshed with morphine. He tried to speak, but it felt as if he were spitting ash. His field of vision was narrow and electrical around the edges, like a cheap television. A woman came into the picture, her lips moving.
"Darling, how do you feel?"
It was Joyce, his fiancée. Paul Goober saw her reach out and touch a lump in the blanket, his left foot. Paul Goober was pleased to discover that he wasn't paralyzed.
Mordecai said, "Your friends told me what happened. I was sickened, to be very honest. Such a world we live in."
Paul Goober blinked rapidly to improve his focus.
"You are lucky to be alive," confided Mordecai.
Paul wasn't so sure. He wondered what Richard and the others had said to Joyce about the bachelor party. The appearance of a lawyer in his hospital room caused him to suspect the worst. He opened his mouth to launch a provisional defense, but Mordecai halted him with a flabby pink palm.
"It would be better if you didn't," the lawyer said,
smiling like a wolf. By way of introduction, Joyce said,
"Mordecai is my cousin, Uncle Dan's oldest son. You met Uncle Dan. I called him the minute I heard what happened."
She didn't seem the least bit homicidal. Paul Goober was relieved, but wary. Mordecai said,
"You probably don't remember much. That's to be expected."
But Paul remembered everything. Joyce patted his shins under the bedcovers.
"Oh, Paul," she said, "I can't believe such a thing could happen."
"In my game," said Mordecai, "it's known as gross negligence."
Paul coughed. It felt like someone had taken a cheese grater to his throat.
"Don't try to speak," the lawyer advised again. "You've been beaten severely, resulting in physical and emotional damage, permanent damage as a result of gross negligence."
The words came out of a tunnel, but Paul got the general idea. The lawyer was itching to sue somebody. Paul wanted to nip that scheme in the bud. Prolonged litigation against a strip joint would please neither his employer nor his future in-laws.
"We're not interested in who did this," Mordecai was saying. "We are interested in how it was allowed to happen. Accountability, in other words. We're interested in compensation of a magnitude that no simple street thug could afford."
Joyce moved to the front of the bed and began stroking Paul's forehead.
"Someone's got to pay for this," she said quietly.
Mordecai was quick with the follow-through.
"You are not the only aggrieved party, Mr. Goober. The cancellation of a wedding is a heart-wrenching event for all concerned. I'm thinking of the bride-to-be."
"All those engraved invitations," Joyce elaborated. "The musicians, the florists, the deposit on the reception hall, the Hyatts not exactly cheap."
Paul shut his eyes. Maybe it was all a dream. Maybe there was no naked lady dancing to Van Morrison. The lawyer said,
"I could scarcely believe it when your friend Richard described the circumstances, getting mugged on the grounds of a synagogue."
Paul groaned involuntarily.
"Don't worry. We intend to pursue an action," Mordecai said. "You can depend on it."
He raised the briefcase as if it held some secret power.
Said Paul, but Joyce pressed 2 fingers to his lips.
"Rest now," she whispered. "We'll come back later."
"And not a word to anyone," said Mordecai, the lawyer. "In my game, the best client is a helpless client."
Paul Goober felt a stab in his arm, and he opened his eyes to see a beautiful nurse injecting him with drugs. He was so grateful he could have kissed her on the lips. Aaron's mother lived in California with her 5th husband. She wrote bi-weekly letters to Aaron, richly detailed accounts of shopping sprees. Always the letters ended with a plea. "Quit that awful job, leave that awful place, come live with us." Aaron's mother didn't approve of nude dancing as an occupation. Aaron didn't approve of marrying men for their money. The 2 women seldom conversed without argument. Each of Aaron's successive stepfathers had offered financial assistance, but Aaron wouldn't take a dime. It infuriated her mother. "Money was the name of the game," she would say. "We girls ought to stick together." Aaron's real father, who was also rich, had died in an automobile accident when she was young. One night he got drunk and drove his Eldorado into a drainage canal. the 3 young women in the back seat managed to climb out and swim to shore, it was just as well for Erin's father that he did not. On the way to the funeral, her mother said it was a shame the son of a bitch hadn't lived, so she could have divorced him in a manner consistent with his sins. Over the years, Erin's mother came to be an expert at divorce and also at widowhood. It was no coincidence that each of Erin's stepfathers was wealthier and more elderly than his predecessor. As Erin grew older, she accepted the fact that her mother was a restless gold digger who would never be happy, never be satisfied. On the other hand, her husbands knew exactly what they were getting and didn't seem to care. It taught Erin one of life's great lessons. An attractive woman could get whatever she wanted because men were so laughably weak. They would do anything for even the distant promise of sex. Erin had almost forgotten this precept until her marriage broke up, and she was left broke and fighting for her daughter. It hit her on the day her divorce lawyer explained what it might cost to gain permanent custody of Angela. Erin was dumbstruck at the figure, which was more money than an office secretary would earn in 2 or 3 years. It all depended, said the lawyer, on how big of a prick her ex-husband Darrell intended to be. The biggest, Erin replied. She knew then that a regular 9-to-5 job wouldn't do, that she'd have to find another way. That night she'd gone home and stood at the bedroom mirror and slowly removed her clothes, starting with the blouse. It looked ridiculous. She put on some music, Mitch Ryder and the Detroit Wheels, and tried again. Erin had always been a good dancer, but she'd never seen herself dancing in a full-length mirror, stark naked. Even though she had a good figure, she felt silly. She thought, who in the world would pay to see this? The next night, Erin went to the Eager Beaver to get a sense of the atmosphere. The place was crowded, and the music was very loud. It took about an hour before she relaxed enough to take inventory of both the talent and the clientele. Erin noticed that many of the women were extremely poor dancers who tried to compensate with stage gimmicks. A common move was to wheel around, bend over, and show off one's buttocks. Another trick, when hopelessly out of rhythm, was to halt mid-step and lick one's own index finger in a salacious way. It spurred the male audience from boredom to wild cheers. Erin watched in amusement as customers lurched toward the stage, whistling and waving beer-soaked currency. How easily amused they are, she thought. There was little difference between this and what her mother did. It was the same game of tease, the same basic equation. Use what you've got to get what you want. The following morning, Erin drank 2 cups of black coffee and phoned her mother in San Diego. "Guess what?" Erin said, and delivered the news in a chirpy tone. Erin's mother disapproved. She said it was a tawdry way to make a living, even for a few months. She said it was no place to meet high-class guys. "The money's good," Erin said, "and I think I can do it." "Not with those tits," said her mother. The modest dimensions of Erin's breasts had been an issue for a long time. Erin's mother, who was on her 3rd set of saline implants, believed that surgical enhancement would increase Erin's chances of attracting a good man. She pointed to Darrell Grant as an example of the low-life trash that was drawn to small-bosomed women. She insisted there was a mathematical corollary between the size of one's boobs and the financial viability of one's suitors. Erin said she was satisfied with the God-given size of her breasts and confident that customers would find her sexy. "Ha!" Erin's mother said. "You'll see, young lady. You'll see who gets the biggest tips. The girls with the knockers, that's who." Erin's mother was wrong. Her daughter was quite a dancer. Erin was startled to meet Jerry Killian in the parking lot of the Eager Beaver Lounge. He handed her a bouquet of yellow roses and a small box containing a diamond lavalier. Then he told her that he loved her more than life itself. "Try to get a grip," Erin said.
"I am lost."
"Obviously."
"Lost in love."
Erin said, "You don't know me. If you're in love with anything, it's my dancing, and possibly the fact that I was naked at the time." Killian's face twisted in pain.
"I would love you as much," he said, "if you were a bank teller."
"Fully clothed?"
"In a potato sack," he declared.
Erin accepted the roses, but gave back the diamond necklace. She unlocked the car and laid the bouquet on the front seat. She felt around on the floorboard for the .32, just in case.
"Erin, I know all about you. Did you read my note?"
"Anybody can go down to the courthouse, Mr. Killian. It's all in the files." Abruptly, Killian dropped to one knee on the pavement.
"I'm a serious man."
"Don't do this," Erin said wearily.
"I love you. I can fix the custody case."
His voice was burning.
"I can get your child back."
Stay cool, thought Erin. She was dying to ask him how it would work, how he would do it. "Mr. Killian, get up. You're ruining a perfectly good pair of pants." Killian maintained his genuflection. He folded his hands at his breast as if praying.
"The judge has aspirations for higher office. He has an eye on the federal bench."
"And I suppose you've got connections?"
Killian glowed. "One phone call, and he will see your case in a different light."
"I'll tell you about this judge," Erin said. "He comes to the club, sits in the back and doodles with himself while I'm dancing." Killian said,
"That's good information. We can use that."
"Forget it."
"Please," he cut in. "Don't underestimate me."
Erin was thinking, what if he can do this thing? What if he's really got some pull? "Tell me about your connections. Why should a call from you make a difference?" Killian said,
"Not from me. From a certain United States congressman."
Erin took the keys from her purse and jangled them impatiently. Killian merrily went on.
"Think about it, Erin. A U.S. congressman asks a favor. Would you dare say no? Not if you had hopes of getting a federal judgeship. Not if you needed some pull in Washington."
He touched her arm lightly, and she noticed that his fingers were shaking. He said,
"Your little girl, her name is Angela. She belongs with you."
Erin felt a hitch in her breath. The sound of her daughter's name, coming from this stranger, filled her with sorrow.
"I'm single myself,"
Killian said. "Don't get carried away."
"You're right, Erin. I'm very sorry."
He stood up, brushed the dirt from his trousers.
"I've been working on this plan, making progress. Give me another week, and you'll have a new court date, and I think you'll find the judge to be much more open-minded about the case."
He was bowing to kiss her hand when Shad tackled him from the side. It hardly qualified as a scuffle, as there was no resistance from Killian. He seemed to go limp. When his eyeglasses flew off, a dreamy look came to his face. Erin told Shad not to hurt him.
"Why not?"
Killian was stretched out on the damp asphalt. When he raised his head, pebbles stuck comically to one cheek.
"I'm a man of my word,"
he said in a marbly voice. Shad pointed at him.
"Don't come back, you little dork." "Do you speak for the management?"
Killian inquired. Shad placed a size 13 shoe on his windpipe. "Be careful," Erin said again.
"It's so tempting."
"But I love her,"
Killian croaked.
"I am lost in love."
Shad shook his head.
"You're pathetic," he told Killian. "But you got good taste."
"Don't underestimate me. I am not without influence."
Shad looked at Erin, who shrugged.
"Be my wife,"
Killian cried. Shad leaned over and seized him by the collar.
"That's enough of that," he said.
Aaron started the car. Shad didn't let Jerry Killian off the ground until she was gone. The next night in the dressing room, Monique Sr. announced that Carl Perkins was sitting at table 7. Aaron, who was repairing a heel, glanced up and said, "Carl Perkins, the guitarist?" Monique Sr. beamed. "Is there any other?" She regularly spotted celebrities in the audience. Last Tuesday it was William Kunstler, the renowned attorney. A week before, Martin Balsam, the actor. The sightings were imaginary, but none of the other dancers made an issue of it. Each had a private trick for self-motivation, some inner force that pushed her toward the stage when the music came on. For Monique Sr., the inspiration came from believing that someone famous was in the club, someone who might be impressed by her moves, someone who could whisk her away and change her life forever. Aaron thought it clever of Monique Sr. to choose personalities whose names were well known, but whose faces were not exactly national emblems. Carl Perkins, for instance, was a stroke of genius. In the smoky blue shadows of the Eager Beaver, a dozen customers might resemble the legendary musician. It was a bulletproof fantasy, and Aaron admired it. "Old Carl tipped me $40, Monique Sr. was saying. "Not that he can't afford it. He only wrote Blue Suede Shoes." "Great song," said Aaron, tapping the new heel in place. Monique Sr. was an encyclopedia when it came to rock and roll. Shad entered the dressing room without knocking. He handed Aaron a wrinkled envelope, marked up with red postal ink. Her most recent letter to Angela returned as undeliverable. Urbana Sprawl said, "Oh, no." Aaron bitterly crumpled the letter in the palm of her hand. The bastard Darrell had done it again, moved away without telling her, and taken Angie. "No forwarding address?" Monique Sr. asked. Aaron cursed acidly. The man was such a despicable asshole. How had she ever fallen for him? Shad said, "Take the night off, babe." "I can't." Aaron whipped out her lipstick and hairbrush and got busy in front of the mirror. "Dance, dance, dance," she said softly to herself. Monique Sr. had fictitious celebrities to motivate her. Aaron had Darrell Grant. The divorce judge had ordered him not to go anywhere, but it was like talking to a tomcat. Every time her ex-husband went mobile, Aaron saw her legal fees go up another $5,000. Finding the bastard, then serving him with new papers, cost a fortune. "Your lucky night," Shad told her. He held another envelope. It was crisp and lavender, with familiar block lettering. "I took the liberty," he said. "You opened it?" "After what happened, yeah, you're damn right." Aaron said, "I told you he's harmless." "If he's not," said Shad, "he will be." Aaron read the message twice. "The plan is in motion. Soon my devotion to you will be proven. Still awaiting the smile and the ZZ Top." The other dancers clamored to see the note, but Aaron tucked it in her purse. "No, this one's private." "One thing, he doesn't listen so good," Shad said. He'd warned Mr. Peepers that his attentions were unwelcome. Aaron was determined not to get her hopes up. Monique Jr. was probably right. Killian was probably trying to get in her pants, nothing more. Maybe the business with the congressman and the judge was hot air. Maybe it wasn't. The question was, how far would Killian go to impress her? She began brushing her hair with long, even strokes and listened for her song on the speakers. She was due up next on stage. Malcolm J. Moldowski had no qualms about dealing with the owner of a mob strip joint. It was better than dealing with congressmen and senators. At first, Orley was cagey and snide. He asked why a big-shot congressman's office should give a rat's ass about who hangs out at a nudie joint. But as soon as Moldowski raised the subject of liquor licenses and the renewal thereof, Orley became a model of friendliness and cooperation. He identified the customer at table 3 from credit card receipts, and then when the customer returned to the club, Orley phoned promptly with the news. By that time, of course, Moldowski knew the man's identity. By that time, the man had made contact with Congressman David Lane Dilbeck. Still, Moldowski was grateful for Orley's information. It was good to know Jerry Killian's movements.
"Nothing happened," Orley said. "My help got there first."
"The young lady wasn't hurt?"
"Not at all. But the bottom line is I can't have some horny creepoid chasing my best dancer."
"I understand, Mr. Orley."
"See, I got prettier girls, longer legs, bigger tits. This one, she ain't even a blonde, but she can dance like I don't know what, and she's built up a good clientele, which is what pays the freight of my business."
"It won't happen again," Moldowski assured him.
"This girl, pass her on the street and you wouldn't look twice. But the moves she's got, I swear to Christ."
"Natural talent is rare," Moldowski said. "In my line of work as well."
"You understand, I can't have guys hanging in the parking lot waiting for the girls. Some hard-ass cop shows up and it's loitering for the purpose of solicitation. I've been through that before. Like you say, I got a license to think about."
"Mr. Killian's been having some personal problems."
"Who doesn't?" Orley said. "It's a fucked-up world, no?"
"Yes, it is." Again, Moldowski praised Orley for his assistance and discretion. "If there's anything we can do to repay the favor, please let us know."
"Just put in a good word," Orley said.
"A good word? For who? The Gambino family?" Moldowski smiled to himself. "Done," he said to Orley.
"Also, my brother's got a little trouble with the IRS. Maybe you know somebody over there."
Nothing's ever simple, Moldowski thought. "I can't promise any miracles," he said, "but I'll make a few calls." Orley thanked him and added,
"I'm not looking to give this Killian guy any trouble. I'm trying to save him some. My man Shad, he's in a mood to break the fucker in two."
Moldowski said, "Mr. Killian won't be back."
"Whatever."
Orley didn't ask for details, and Moldowski had no intention of telling him. Chapter 4. Darrell Grant had been living in a suburb called Lauderhill, which offered an exceptionally wide selection of run-down apartments. He'd rented a furnished duplex on a dead-end street where every front lawn, without exception, had an automobile on blocks. Aaron wondered if it was a zoning requirement. In front of Darrell Grant's apartment was a rusted Buick Riviera with a holly tree sprouting from its dashboard. The license plate revealed that the car had been there since 1982, long before Darrell Grant's arrival. Why he hadn't moved it was no great riddle. Tow trucks cost money. The other half of Darrell's grim duplex was occupied by two young Mormon missionaries who greeted Aaron politely as she came up the sidewalk. The missionaries were oiling their bicycles in preparation for another journey among South Florida's sinners. Aaron admired their high spirits and fortitude. It was a tough neighborhood for proselytizing. "Have you seen Mr. Grant today?" she asked. The missionaries said no. Mr. Grant hadn't been around in a week or so. Aaron went through the motion of knocking on the door. Darrell had taped aluminum foil over the inside windows, so nothing was visible from the front. As Aaron headed toward the rear of the duplex, One of the young Mormons warned her to be careful because the yard was full of wheelchair parts. Erin carefully stepped through an obstacle course of rusting rims, loose spokes, brakes, frames, and footrests. She surmised that the wheelchair-stealing business must be doing pretty well for Darrell Grant to abandon so much valuable inventory. That, or the cops were on his back again, forcing a hasty departure. Typically, Darrell had left the back door of the apartment unlocked. When Erin opened it, she saw that her ex-husband truly was gone. As was his custom, he had stolen everything that wasn't nailed down, plus several items that were. Furniture, carpets, appliances, lamps, plumbing fixtures, ceiling fans, water heater, phone jacks, even the toilet tank was missing. Darrell Grant was nothing if not a master scavenger. He had painstakingly pried the tiles off the kitchen floor. Erin couldn't believe there was a big market for second-hand linoleum, but it was possible that Darrell was ahead of the curve. The commerce of stolen property wasn't immune to recessionary trends. Darrell had cleaned out every room except one, Angie's bedroom. Erin gasped when she walked in. The walls were bare except for a dozen old nails and a heart-shaped mirror. The floor was strewn with broken dolls, beheaded Barbies, dismembered Muppets, eviscerated Cabbage Patch Kids. The dolls had something in common. Each had been a gift to Angela from Erin. That was Darrell Grant's way. Weak in the verbal skills, he was inclined to express himself with displays of idiotic violence. Erin's heart pounded in anger. She envisioned Darrell in their daughter's room, methodically separating the dolls from Angela's other toys, then attacking with a steak knife or pruning shears or God knows what, and leaving the mirror up so he could watch his own performance. No, Erin thought, that wasn't the reason for the mirror. He'd left it for Erin, so she could see herself at the moment of discovery, could see the shock on her own face when she found what he'd done in Angie's bedroom, could see herself crying. But she didn't cry. Touching nothing, she backed out of the room. Then she hurried outside and asked the friendly Mormons if she could borrow a camera. Darrell Grant's sister lived in a trailer park 30 miles south of Miami. She shared a double-wide with a man who worked nights as a security guard at the Turkey Point nuclear power plant. The guard's name was Alberto Alonso. He greeted Erin warmly at the front door. The fact she was a professional stripper made him absolutely giddy. "Come in," Alberto sang out. He opened his arms and attempted a hug, more of a lunge, actually. Erin deftly skirted his grasp. "Where is Rita?" she asked. "Out with the cubs," Alberto said. "Lupa's new litter. You want to come look? We got an albino." "Maybe later," Erin said. Lupa was the family pet, a 50-50 cross between a German Shepherd and a wild Mount McKinley timber wolf. At regular intervals, Rita bred Lupa with other wolves. She was able to sell the cubs for $300 each, sometimes more. It was the newest rage in macho dogs, since pit bulls had gone out of fashion. "6 babies," Alberto reported. "And the only male is albino. You should see the size of his balls." Erin said, "You must be very proud." "I'm trying to get the power company interested." "In what?" "Wolf dogs. What else?" Alberto's grin revealed many crooked gaps. Erin didn't know how anyone could invest full confidence in a security guard with so many teeth missing. "Think about it," Alberto was saying. "Packs of wolves patrolling the perimeter. There goes your terrorist threat. There goes your sabotage." The screen door opened and Rita charged in.
Al, how many times I told you they ain't no guard dogs. They don't got the disposition for it.
She wore a house dress, thong slippers, a catcher's mask, and canvas logging gloves that went up to the elbows. The sight of her reminded Aaron that none of Daryl's siblings had grown up to be remotely normal or well-adjusted. In the Grant family, procreation had become a game of genetic roulette. "Hello, Rita," said Aaron.
Oh, hi there.
Rita took off the catcher's mask, revealing a nasty track of fresh stitches from the midpoint of her forehead to the bridge of her nose.
Lupa, she explained. She damn jumpy around those cubs.
Alberto said,
Aaron, honey, how about a drink?
"Water would be fine."
No, I mean a drink.
Rita said,
Make that two.
"Just water," Aaron said. "I can't stay long." Alberto was plainly disappointed. He shuffled to the refrigerator and began grappling with an ice tray. Rita tugged off the logging gloves and said,
Well, this is quite a surprise.
Aaron said, "It's about Daryl. He's gone again."
Now, don't get all worked up.
"You know where he is?"
No, ma'am, I do not.
Rita lowered herself onto a black naugahyde sofa, which hissed beneath her weight. She said,
You still working at that titty place?
Rita wasn't going to be easy. Playing dumb was her life's work. Alberto was the weaker link.
I hear the money is good, Rita remarked. But it damn well ought to be.
Aaron said, "When's the last time you talked to your brother?"
Lord, I'm sure I don't remember.
Alberto reappeared with water for Aaron and a bourbon for Rita, both served in Fred Flintstone jelly jars. Out of the blue, Alberto said,
What about private parties? Some of the boys at the plant were asking. They were talking about getting a banquet room at the Ramada.
"I don't do private parties," Aaron told him. "I dance at the club, that's it."
What about the other girls?
"You'd have to ask them, Alberto." Rita said,
He's been up to your place. What's the name again?
"The Eager Beaver," said Alberto helpfully. Rita furrowed her brow.
I thought it was the Flesh Farm.
Alberto said,
No, that's another one. Well, anywho, he's seen you dance.
"Really?" Aaron didn't like the idea of Alberto tiptoeing into the club, sneaking a peek. She could picture him giving a full report to the guys down at Turkey Point. It was pathetic, really. Aaron was the closest thing to a celebrity that Alberto would ever know. "I hope it was a good show," she said sweetly. "I hope you got your money's worth."
God.
Rita lit a cigarette.
It's all he talked about for weeks after. You'd think he ain't never seen pubic hairs before.
Alberto Alonso reddened, finally. Aaron said, "You should have told me you were coming. I would have sent some champagne to the table."
Are you kidding? Pink champagne?
A howling commotion erupted in the backyard. Rita grabbed the catcher's mask and hurried out the screen door.
Careful now,
Alberto shouted after her. Aaron motioned him to sit down. "We don't get to visit much anymore," she said.
Well, the divorce and all.
"Doesn't mean we can't still be friends," Aaron said.
I'd like that,
said Alberto. He scooted the chair closer.
Friends it is, you and me.
His breathing had become audibly heavy, and his eyebrows looked moist. Aaron didn't often see men sweating from their eyebrows. "There's two sides to every story," she went on. "Daryl had his faults."
Nah, that's a fact. He is no saint.
From outside, they heard Rita shouting curses at the wolf dog. Then came a chilling, feral scream.
Damn,
Alberto said.
Another cat, I'll bet.
Aaron lightly touched his knee. "I need to find Daryl,"
It's very important.
He moved away, Aaron.
I know that.
Don't worry, honey.
Alberto flopped a fat, moist hand upon hers. Clumsily, he tried to intertwine fingers, but Aaron pulled away. Where is he, Alberto?
Rita would kill me.
It's my daughter we're talking about. Alberto nervously glanced toward the screen door.
Look, he calls here a couple, 3 times a week, needing money per the usual, but I'm not sure where he's at.
Alberto attempted another hand-holding, but Aaron shook him off. Anything would be a help, she said. State, county, whatever. I'll settle for an area code.
Alberto said, Rita's the one he talks to, not me. Darryl never told me anything about anything. He don't trust law enforcement, period.
It was a reach for Alberto Alonso to classify himself as law enforcement, but Aaron let it slide. Alberto's job applications had been rejected by every municipal police department in the southeastern United States. Though he had the heart of a lawman, he did not have the acceptable psychological profile. Squirrely was the term most commonly heard when Alberto's file came up for consideration. He told Aaron,
Don't worry, I'm sure Angie's fine.
She's not fine, Alberto. She's with that fuckhead ex-husband of mine. Alberto was shocked into silence. Outside, the chaos in the backyard abated suddenly. Rita poked her head in the screen door.
Where's the damn shovel?
Alberto said,
I thought I was with the rakes. Well, it ain't.
The door slammed. Aaron asked Alberto for some aspirin.
You got a headache?
A killer, she said.
Poor thing.
He stood up and cupped her face in his hands.
You feel hot, honey.
Alberto, it's not a fever, it's a headache.
I'll get you some Bayers. Be right back.
He went to the bathroom and began searching the cabinet.
I got Advil, he called out. Tylenols, Anisons, Excedrin PMs. You prefer tablets or them new gel caps?
Alberto returned to the living room with an armful of pills, powders, and capsules. Rita was there, settling into the Naugahyde, sucking fiercely on a cigarette. Aaron was gone.
Well, well,
Rita's voice cut like a blade.
If it ain't Marcus Welby.
Aaron was fully aware that the theft of U.S. mail was a federal offense, punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both. She was also aware in the Southern District of Florida, the United States Attorney spent exactly 0 man-hours in pursuit of mail thieves, as the government's time was consumed by the prosecution of drug dealers, gun runners, deposed foreign dictators, savings and loan executives, corrupt local politicians, and crooked cops of all ranks. The workings of the federal justice system were well known to Aaron because her previous job, before becoming a nude dancer, was typing and filing intelligence reports for the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Aaron was efficient, precise, and perceptive. In some ways, she was sharper than the FBI agent to whom she reported. Although his filing system was flawless, his street instincts were shaky. Aaron liked him and tried to help, but the agent was young, inexperienced, and hopelessly Midwestern in his approach. South Florida ate him alive. When Aaron was dismissed from her job, the agent, whose name was Cleary, was more distraught than she was. He tried everything within bounds of the Bureau's turgid hierarchy to reverse the decision, but it was no use. Aaron had been reclassified as a security risk after her husband had been charged with the 4th felony of his life, the grand theft of 11 wheelchairs from the Sunshine Groves retirement village. It didn't matter that Aaron was separated from Darryl Grant at the time. He'd phoned her from jail, and that was that. Phoned her at work, the moron.
told her to hurry and ditch the Camaro, and for God's sake, don't let the cops look in the trunk. Darrell Grant, yelling these instructions, forgetting that most phone calls out of the Broward County Jail and all phone calls into the FBI building were automatically recorded. Erin herself was never suspected of complicity, for on both audio tapes her words to Darrell Grant were clear. "You asshole, where's my daughter?" Although she didn't want to leave the job, Erin wasn't bitter. She understood the problem. Nobody should be married to a career criminal, but it was especially important for employees of the FBI. Agent Cleary was crestfallen and wrote a glowing letter of reference, "To whom it may concern," on official FBI stationery. For him, that was quite a daring gesture. As it turned out, the letter was not needed when Erin applied for work at the Eager Beaver Lounge. "Show me your boobs," Mr. Orley had said. "Fine. When can you start?" Erin didn't have the heart to tell Agent Cleary of her new occupation. Ironically, the felony charge against Darrell Grant was dropped, as he'd agreed to become a secret informant for the sheriff's department. His first task was ratting out 3 of his scum-dog thief friends. For this, Darrell was rewarded with a pristine new past, courtesy of the delete button on the sheriff's crime computer. The vaporizing of Darrell's prior record was egregiously illegal, but not without precedent. If questioned, Darrell's handlers could always claim it was an accident. Crime computers were famous for spontaneous erasures. In the subsequent battle for custody of Angela, Erin found herself fighting not just Darrell Grant, model citizen, but the detectives who so foolishly believed that he was working on their behalf. Whenever a new court date was set, the detectives conveniently arranged for Darrell Grant to be out of town on an undercover assignment. Affidavits attesting to the urgency of the mission were available by the handful. On the rare occasions when Darrell actually showed his face in court, not a soul came forward who would swear to his felonious exploits. The file room had been purged as neatly as the computer's memory. On the issue of Darrell Grant's criminal character, the judge was left only with Erin's word, which he coolly rejected. Broke and discouraged, Erin refused to give up. She planned to pursue Darrell Grant through the legal system for as long and as far as necessary. Angela was in peril, not because Darrell was abusive, but because he was unfailingly careless. It was only a matter of time before something bad happened to him, and then the real nightmare would begin. Then Erin's daughter would be delivered into the custody of the great state of Florida, which was not known for its attentiveness toward children. Angie would never be a foster child. Erin wouldn't let it happen. To save the girl, she would do anything, including stealing Rita Grant's mail off the kitchen counter. Erin put on a Jimmy Buffett tape, lay down on the bed, and went through Rita's letters. She wore cut-off jeans and a baggy Hawaiian shirt and wrap-around shades, electric blue. Her hair was in a ponytail, tucked under a pink cotton baseball cap. Her bare feet bounced to the music, and she was feeling better about her prospects. Most of the stolen mail was worthless to Erin's private investigation. The electric bill, a penthouse subscription reminder, a homesick letter from yet another wayward sibling, Darrell's youngest brother feigning insanity at the state hospital in Chattahoochee, and a membership notice from the National Rifle Association, to which both Rita and Alberto had hopefully applied. Only one item was of interest to Erin: the telephone bill. FBI training wasn't necessary to scan the long-distance entries and pinpoint Darrell Grant's location. He hadn't run far. Erin counted 7 collect phone calls from a number in Deerfield Beach. It made perfect sense. Deerfield Beach was overwhelmingly populated by retirees. Where you had retirees, you had wheelchairs. Erin turned down the stereo and picked up the phone. Her hand trembled as she dialed, not from nerves, but from anger. It rang 6 times before he answered. Erin used her old lady voice. She said she was calling from the St. Vitus Society, collecting donations for the homeless. Darrell Grant said, "Donations of what?" "Anything you can spare. Food, clothing, medical equipment." "Like wheelchairs?" Darrell Grant asked. Erin listened for the sound of a child in the background. She heard only a television, tuned to a talk show. Darrell Grant said, "Hello? You mean like wheelchairs?" "Actually, we've got plenty of wheelchairs and gurneys, but any other medical equipment would be most appreciated." "That's too bad," said Darrell Grant. "I got some used wheelchairs in pretty good shape." Erin resisted the urge to scream something terrible into the phone. Still, using the old lady voice, she said, "Well, we've just received a shipment of brand new ones donated by the hospital district, but thank you anyway." "Yeah? What kind?" "I really couldn't say. Can I put you down for some canned goods or bedding?" "Sure," Darrell Grant said. "Better yet, I'll haul the stuff over there myself. Give me your address, and spell the name of that saint again, would you?" Erin smiled. What a champ. Chapter 5. Moldowski didn't know that Jerry Killian was crazy, drooling, mad with love. Not that it mattered. Blackmail was blackmail. "Where's Delbeck?" Killian demanded. "I'm here as the congressman's personal representative." Malcolm Moldowski took out a monogrammed notebook. From an inside pocket came a gold fountain pen. "All right, let's have the terms." "Not so quick." They were seated on the top deck of the Jungle Queen, a gaudy ersatz paddle-wheeler that motored up and down the intracoastal waterway in Fort Lauderdale. It was Killian's idea to meet there, safely surrounded by yammering tourists and conventioneers. He said, "I specifically asked to meet the congressman." Moldowski sighed a patient sigh. "Mr. Delbeck is very busy. This morning he's touring Little Haiti. This afternoon he will dedicate a domino park in Little Havana. This evening he'll be speaking to the Democratic sons and daughters of Nicaragua in exile." Killian whistled derisively. Malcolm Moldowski said, "It's an election year, my friend." "He has nothing to fear from me." "He's a busy man, is all I'm saying." Killian folded his arms. "So he sends a guy who smells like a Bangkok bidet?" "You're referring to my cologne?" "No offense, but I'm a brute man myself." Moldowski doodled placidly on the notepad. "No offense taken." "He's an excitable boy, your congressman. Beat the living Jesus out of that schmo in the dance club." Killian awaited an explanation, but Moldowski continued to draw, saying nothing. "He's got a problem around the ladies," Killian went on. "I think he needs help before word gets out." Moldowski said, "May we get down to business?" "The only reason I mentioned it is I'm concerned. He could hurt somebody or get hurt. They're tough places, those dance bars." "I'll pass that along. Can we begin now?" Point by point, Killian explained his demands. There were only 2. Moldowski listened impassively and took notes. When the blackmailer finished, Moldowski looked up and said, "This is completely outrageous." The Jungle Queen blew 4 long whistles. The captain was trying to get the attention of a bridge tender. Killian said, "Which part is outrageous?" "The money, of course. $1 million?" "Forget the money. What about the other part?" Moldowski eyed him. "Forget the money?"
Sure, I was just busting your balls.
Killian gave a hearty laugh. He signaled a waiter for 2 more beers. Moldowski said, "Just so I've got this clear, you don't want any money, not a dime?" Killian removed his thick eyeglasses and held them to the sunlight, inspecting for smudges. He said, "For a guy who dresses so sharp, you're thick as a brick. No, Mr. Personal Representative, I don't want money. All I want him to do is fix a simple court case."
Keep your voice down.
Grant versus Grant.
Yes, I got it the first time, Moldowski said. A custody matter. What's your interest in the case?
None of your business, Killian replied. And if you pursue that line of inquiry, I will go instantly to the police and report what I saw at the Eager Beaver. Headlines are certain to follow.
Finally, the drawbridge opened to let the Jungle Queen pass, and the tourists broke into silly tourist applause. A waiter appeared with beers. Moldowski and Killian drank in silence until the merriment subsided on deck.
"This is a great boat ride," Killian said brightly. "They've got one like this down in Miami, right?"
"In Biscayne Bay, a tour of celebrity homes."
Moldowski remained polite, even though he'd decided that Jerry Killian was a flake. Flakes could still cause trouble.
"Like who? Which celebrities?" Killian asked.
"The Bee Gees."
"Which Bee Gees?"
"The whole damn bunch. They've all got mansions on the water."
"Is Madonna's house on the tour?"
"Undoubtedly,"
Moldowski said with a sigh. He steered the conversation back to blackmail.
"What makes you think Congressman Dilbeck can influence a local divorce judge? I mean, even if he wanted to."
"Easy. The divorce judge is sick of being a divorce judge. He wants to move up in the world, namely a seat on the federal bench. For that he needs political connections."
Moldowski frowned.
"But it's the Senate that confirms."
"I know that."
Killian angrily gripped the edge of the table.
"I know, you pompous fuck. I know it's the Senate that confirms. But a letter from a congressman would be helpful, would it not? It might carry weight with certain senators on the Judiciary Committee, correct?"
"Sure," Moldowski said.
"You're right." His eyes were on Killian's ratty necktie, which was soaking in his beer mug. Killian noticed and removed it quickly. If he was embarrassed, he didn't let it show.
"The judge would be impressed to hear from a United States congressperson. That's the point. That's what we're talking about, Mr. Personal Representative. Not influence so much as the appearance thereof. Who cares if this hayseed ever makes it to the federal bench? We want him to think he can. We want him to think Dilbeck has the clout to make or break. And I've got a feeling you're just the sneaky little maggot to deliver that message."
Sometimes Malcolm Moldowski regretted his own coolness. After so many years as a political fixer, he'd lost the capacity to be personally insulted. Virtually nothing provoked him. In his line of work, emotions were risky. They distorted the senses, led to grave miscalculations and foolhardy impulses. Naturally, it would have been fun to punch Jerry Killian so hard that he puked up blood, but it also would have been counterproductive. The man was motivated by forces deeper and more urgent than greed, and that made him dangerous indeed. So Moldowski said, "I'll see what I can do."
"I thought you would."
"In the meantime, you can't go back to that strip club." Moldowski closed his notebook and capped his pen. "If you show your face in the place, the deal's off. Got it?"
"Fair enough," Killian said. "I can handle that."
But his heart ached at the thought. Suing a synagogue was challenging under the best of circumstances. Mordecai was having difficulty finding guidance.
His law books were barren of precedents. Enthusiasm was equally hard to come by. When he told his mother of the case, she slapped him across the face with an oven mitt. It was her way of reminding him that two of his uncles were Orthodox rabbis. Mordecai's plan for the Paul Goober case was further hindered by the victim's own friends, who couldn't recall the name or location of the synagogue at which the savage attack had occurred. The young men blamed their confusion on darkness, the late hour, and alcohol. But Mordecai knew better. Collective amnesia was a sure sign of conspiracy. He considered asking Paul Goober for the true details of the incident, but that would have required Paul to open his mouth and speak, thus ruining a key plank of Mordecai's legal strategy. He wanted the jury to behold a stockbroker rendered mute and helpless by violent trauma. A stockbroker who could still work the phones wasn't nearly so pitiable a plaintiff. Mordecai's plan called for poor Mr. Goober to remain silent. The lawyer decided to try visual aids. He got a map of Broward County and attached it to a tall easel. With colored pins, he marked the location of every synagogue from Tamarack to Hallandale. Mordecai's idea was to assemble Paul Goober and his buddies in front of the map. Either it would jog their memories or help them agree on a plausible story. Synagogues in the most affluent neighborhoods were denoted by shiny green pins, Mordecai's subtle way of suggesting a suitably prosperous defendant. The map was brought to Paul Goober's hospital room, and his friends gathered on each side of the bed. Mordecai stood back and waited. The men squinted at the map, they mumbled, they pointed, they rubbed their chins in feigned concentration. It was a dreadful scene. After an hour, Mordecai ordered them all to go home and think about it. Outside the hospital room, Paul's fiancée said, "What does it mean?" "It means I'm losing interest," the lawyer replied. Back at the office, Mordecai's secretary seemed relieved to see him, which was unusual. She took him to the conference room where a new client was waiting. It took all of Mordecai's courage to shake the man's hand. "I'm Shad," the man said. "We talked on the phone." The man was broad, bumpy, and hairless. He wore a tank top, parachute pants, and black Western boots. He had the grip of a wrestler. Mordecai's secretary vanished. The lawyer took a seat at the table and motioned for Shad to do the same. "You got a fridge?" Shad said. "Pardon?" Shad opened a brown grocery sack and took out the Ziploc pouch containing the undamaged foil seal. This he held up dramatically for Mordecai to see. Then Shad reached in the sack and removed the container of delicado, fruity, low-fat yogurt. "Blueberry," he announced, removing the Glad wrap. "Ah, yes," said Mordecai. "You're the one with the insect." "Roach," Shad said firmly. He pushed the yogurt across the table. Mordecai examined it tentatively, finding nothing. "It's in here?" He peered at the flawless creaminess. "You bet," Shad said. "We're talking jumbo." Mordecai lifted the wax carton up to the light. "I wish I could see it." Shad offered him a spoon and said, "Happy hunting." The lawyer hesitated. "First, we should get some pictures." He buzzed the secretary and told her to bring the camera. Moments later, she buzzed back to report it was out of film. Shad said, "Hope you got a fridge." "Well, of course. And I'd like a receipt." Mordecai was offended. "You don't trust me?" "Not yet," said Shad. "Don't worry, we'll have a contract." "Still, I'd like a receipt. That's my future there." He pointed at the yogurt carton. "That's my retirement." Mordecai explained the customary arrangement in such cases. When he got to the part about the contingency fee, he saw Shad stiffen. 40%? That's what you get?" "It's standard, Mr. Shad. You can check around." 40 motherfucking %?
Most attorneys quote similar rates. Is that so? Shad lowered his head and leaned across the table. I had a guy took a rat case for 33 plus expenses. Well, said Mordecai, unsettled, my 40 includes all costs. He didn't want to hear about the other case, but he needed to know. When you say rat, baby Norway. With his hands, Shad indicated the size. About yay long. It was up at the Beef and Reef in Wilton Manors. I opened the steak sauce, and there she comes. Bingo, a rat, lying there on my ribeye special. Talk about traumatized. The image made Mordecai pause. And you filed suit? Yeah, but something happened. The other side. I really don't know. They sued me back, believe it or not, and my lawyer said I was better off to forget the whole thing. Shad spoke of the experience bitterly. I never paid the bastard a nickel, he added pointedly. That was the deal. It's the usual contingency contract. Mordecai felt better now, back in familiar territory. Suing a big corporation isn't easy. It's hard work, expensive too. On the phone, you said they'd settle. They probably will, Mr. Shad, but not without a fight. That's why I'll earn my 40% if we win. Mordecai wasn't displaying the fiery optimism that Shad would have liked. He wondered if he'd made the right choice in attorneys. How long does yogurt stay good? He asked. The lawyer said he didn't know. You better find out. Shad held up the carton. When this shit starts to turn, watch out, Mother. The stink is so bad it peels wallpaper. Mordecai said, We'll freeze it if necessary. It ain't lunch, said Shad. It's evidence, so don't go fucking up the chain of custody. Certainly not. Mordecai thought, chain of custody? What's the story on this guy? Shad said, Tell me about your ace shrink. A good man. I've used him on other cases. You should start seeing him as soon as possible, and as often as possible. And who pays for that? Mordecai smiled paternally. Don't you worry. Eventually the Delicato Company will take care of all expenses. In the meantime, we need to build up a detailed medical record. Shad said, I never been to a shrink. I got a feeling I won't like it. It's important to document your pain and suffering. It will help determine the final damages. The money, you mean? Exactly. The court needs to know the ordeal you've been through. You might even consider quitting your job. Can't do that, Shad said flatly. Lost income would greatly enhance a jury award. How about taking a leave of absence? Shad said no, he couldn't quit work. Mordecai backed off. They could discuss it another time. What kind of job do you have? He asked. I'm in the entertainment business, Shad said. Really? Mordecai couldn't imagine it. Are you a performer? He was thinking circus. Shad shook his head. Security. I provide security. May I ask where? At a bottomless joint. Mordecai took a deep breath. He imagined jurors would do the same. He imagined how it would be in court, watching helplessly as the sympathy drained from their eyes. Mordecai felt very sorry for himself. It had been such a crummy day. First the Paul Goober debacle, and now this. Why didn't he ever snare the choice plaintiffs, the adorable little kids, the winsome young widows, the sad but plucky pensioners? Not me, thought Mordecai. I get a bouncer from a titty bar. Not a normal-looking bouncer either. Some hairless, pop-eyed Star Trek reject. The man named Shad said, The hell's the matter? If your heart's not in it, just say so. He probed the yogurt with the spoon. I want you to see this. Not necessary, the lawyer protested. I believe you. Mordecai kicked with both feet, rolling the chair back from the conference table. He got up just as Shad struck pay dirt. Ha! My God, said Mordecai. Did I tell you? Is that a fucking roach or what? The prehistoric pest filled the spoon.
Shad raised it to the level of Mordecai's eyes. The lawyer gaped in revulsion. Wings askew, the dead cockroach knelt in a creamy blue puddle. Its yogurt-flecked antennae drooped lifelessly. Shad was very proud.
"Well, put it back," the lawyer rasped. "Just think," Shad said. "Sitting down to breakfast and—" "No! Makes you want to gag, don't it?"
"Yes," Mordecai whispered. For balance, he clutched the corner of the table.
"Put it away now, please."
Shad carefully dropped the insect into the yogurt and stirred gently. Soon the crispy corpse disappeared from view.
"There," he said. "Now, where's that fridge?" "I'll get Beverly to show you."
The lawyer mopped his jowls with a handkerchief.
"Does this mean we got a deal?"
"It does," said Mordecai. Times were tough, and a roach was a roach. Chapter 6. Monique Sr. announced that Alan Greenspan was drinking a beer at table 14. Orley clapped his fat hands together.
"See? Another reason you gotta work."
He didn't want Aaron to take the night off.
"Famous comedian in the audience. You shouldn't miss the chance."
Alan Greenspan, Aaron said pleasantly, is an economist.
"That's the one."
Monique Sr. stuck by her claim.
"Check 'em out yourself. Corona from the bottle, no lime."
"Not to mention it's Tuesday,"
Orley carped.
"Tuesday being oil wrestling, only one of our busiest nights."
"I don't wrestle," Aaron reminded him. "Not in oil, not in custard, not in mud. No wrestling for me." Nude oil wrestling was a tradition at the Eager Beaver, but Aaron declined to participate. In her view, professional dancers shouldn't roll around in a wet tub with shirtless, semi-tumescent drunks. As a secondary issue, Aaron didn't like the looks of the oil. Orley was vague about the brand. One day he'd say it was Wesson, another day he'd swear it was Mazzola. Aaron had a hunch it was neither. Once a health inspector showed up for an on-site bacterial census. Amazingly, not a single living microbe was found in the wrestling vat. The mystery was explained later the same evening, when the health inspector returned with 4 of his civil service buddies. They shared a front-row table and all the amaretto they could drink, courtesy of Mr. Orley.
"Tuesday is a big night,"
Orley was saying.
"Bottom line is, we need all our best dancers."
"Please, Mr. Orley, it's personal."
"Tell me."
"I'm meeting my ex-husband," Aaron said, "to discuss future custody arrangements for our daughter." Here Urbana Sprawl interjected her opinion of Darrell Grant, describing him so vividly that Mr. Orley immediately offered to have him killed. Aaron said, "That's not necessary."
"Beat up, crippled, you give the word."
Orley pantomimed dialing a telephone.
"That's how easy it is when you know the right people."
"Thanks, but I can handle it myself." Aaron played along with Mr. Orley's mafia routine as a matter of politeness. He looked about as Sicilian as David Letterman. Urbana Sprawl urged Orley to give Aaron the night off for the sake of her lost little daughter. Orley wasn't the least bit moved. He said,
"Promise me this is really a domestic-type deal. Promise you're not sneaking down the street for an audition."
"Oh, right," said Aaron. "My lifelong dream is to work for those freaks." Mr. Orley was paranoid about losing his best strippers to the flesh farm, which recruited aggressively with signing bonuses. The owners recently introduced friction dancing night to compete with nude oil wrestling night at the Eager Beaver. Friction dancing was not so much dancing as it was rubbing, vigorously, against the frontal surfaces of fully clothed customers. It was demonstrably more erotic than oil wrestling, and not nearly as messy. Orley was definitely feeling the pressure.
"Tell me the truth," he said to Aaron.
"I told you the truth. I'm meeting my ex-husband."
She picked up her purse to indicate the conversation was over.
"If you don't believe me, ask Shad. He's coming along."
"My Shad?" Orley's eyebrows twitched with concern.
"As a favor to me," Aaron explained. "There could be trouble."
"Then be damn careful."
"I will."
"Because good bouncers are hard to find," Orley said. "Harder than dancers, believe it or not." Aaron first met Darrell Grant at Broward General Hospital, where her mother was recuperating from an operation in which her navel had been cosmetically inverted. Aaron's mother had paid a plastic surgeon $1,500 to transform her outie belly button to an innie. Aaron was unaware that such a procedure was available, but her mother assured her that all the big-name fashion models had it done. Aaron was standing at her mother's bed, admiring the surgeon's work, when Darrell Grant appeared with fresh linens and a clean bedpan. He worked as an orderly at the hospital, and, as Aaron later learned, it was there he acquired his taste for narcotics and his aptitude for boosting wheelchairs. In appearance, though, Darrell seemed anything but a criminal. Aaron was still naive enough to believe that all crooks had bad teeth, greasy hair, and jailhouse tattoos. She assumed that clean-cut, good-looking men possessed the same natural advantage as clean-cut, good-looking women. The world treated you better, and consequently there was no reason for unwholesome behavior. And Darrell Grant was uncommonly handsome, with a lean face and bright, mischievous eyes. He took her to the hospital cafeteria and charmed her with a hastily fabricated story of his life. The centerpiece of the yarn was an authentic bronze star, which Darrell kept in the breast pocket of his hospital garb. He told Aaron he'd won it for killing a Cuban sniper during the invasion of Grenada. Aaron chose not to question Darrell's tale, knowing the Pentagon had given out about 100,000 medals in appreciation for making the tiny Spice Island safe once again for Holiday Inns. Much later in their relationship, Aaron would learn that Darrell had actually acquired the Bronze Star, along with 2 cases of Michelob, in the burglary of an American Legion post. They dated for 6 months, to the horror of Aaron's mother. She had steered a long line of doctors, lawyers, and accountants in her daughter's direction, and Aaron had found them all too serious and self-absorbed. Some of them were old enough to be her father. Darrell Grant was impulsive, full of tricks, and he made her laugh. At the time, that seemed important. Aaron's decision to marry him was sudden and cataclysmic, and it had the desired effect of freeing her from the clutches of her mother. The sociopathic side of Darrell Grant didn't surface for about 18 months, until he abandoned all pretense of honest labor and devoted himself full-time to larceny. To explain the odd hours and fluctuating income, he told Aaron he was selling medical equipment. Darrell's boyish wit and warmth evaporated dramatically under the icy twin spells of amphetamines and methaqualone. He was either a dervish or a zombie, depending on the chemical cycle. Newly pregnant, Aaron didn't want to bail out of the marriage without giving Darrell Grant a chance to reform. The thought of divorce was almost as daunting as the thought of her mother's shrill, "I told you so." When he learned that Aaron was expecting a child, Darrell vowed to change his ways. He got off the pills, removed all stolen property from the garage, and took a job selling rust-proofing at a Chrysler dealership. He was a new man for about a month. One Thursday, Aaron returned home from work and found Darrell in the living room, chiseling the serial numbers off a pediatric wheelchair. Confronted, he broke into a rage and slapped Aaron twice across the face. The amusement ended abruptly when Aaron punched him in the larynx, pushed him to the floor, and whacked him in the testicles with a mop handle. It was Darrell's first glimpse of his wife's temper, and it made an impression. From then on, he never laid a finger on her. Instead, he vented his feelings by destroying things that she valued: artworks, furniture, photo albums, her favorite clothes. By the time Angela was born, the marriage was irretrievably pulverized. Erin didn't torment herself with remorse. She'd gotten conned and learned a lesson. Now it was time to concentrate on getting Angela back. Waiting in the car with Shad, Erin outlined the latest plan.
"So it's a trap," he said.
"Exactly."
"He won't be bringing no wheelchairs for the poor."
"No," said Erin. "He'll be looking to steal some." Shad spit something out the window.
"And you were married to this asswipe?"
"We all make mistakes."
"Don't you hate it?" Shad said. "When love turns around and bites you like a damn rattlesnake? It happens, by God, happens every day."
Erin showed him the photographs of the mangled dolls in Angie's bedroom.
"Christ almighty," he said.
"My daughter is the one I'm concerned about. That's what this is all about." Shad said nothing for several minutes. Then he asked Erin if she was satisfied with her lawyer.
"I'm not so sure about mine," he added. "He needs some firing up."
Erin said, "My lawyer's all right. It's the system that's so frustrating."
"Tell me about it."
Shad was glad to chat with Erin about these matters. He felt there were warriors on the same battlefield.
"If there's such a thing as true justice," he said, "you'll get your little girl, and I'll get rich off my dead roach."
"That would be nice," Erin said quietly. The car was in the farthest, darkest corner of a parking lot attached to a strip shopping mall in Oakland Park. The address Erin had given Darrell Grant belonged to a bankrupt video store located at the other end of the plaza. A few movie posters remained in the window. From the car, Erin could make out the blown-up likeness of Arnold Schwarzenegger in sunglasses. Shad said,
"How do you know he's coming tonight?"
"Because I told him they ship the wheelchairs every Wednesday morning. He'll be looking to load up on inventory."
"Any particular model?"
"He favors Everest and Jennings," Erin said. "Rolls and Theradynes are good, too." Shad was intrigued. He'd assumed all wheelchairs were pretty much the same.
"Rolls, as in Royce?"
Erin said no, it was a different company. Shad asked why her ex-husband didn't steal cars like everybody else. "Because he couldn't hotwire a goddamn toaster," said Erin. "Cars are too complicated for Darrell Grant." Shad spit out the window again. He seemed to be aiming at a particular curbstone.
"You want me to do what, exactly? When he gets here, I mean."
Erin said, "Let's play it by ear."
"I could break something. Maybe start with a finger."
Shad wiggled one of his pinkies.
"Depends on how serious you are."
"I just want to talk with the man." Erin leaned against the headrest and closed her eyes. She thought about the young bachelor beaten senseless on the stage at the Eager Beaver. Was he still in the hospital? She remembered the rabid expression on the face of his attacker, the wheezy primal grunts as he swung the champagne bottle. Erin thought, "Is it me? Do I bring that out in men?" Then, here's Orley, now Shad, offering to maim her ex-husband. A casual favor, like jumping the car battery or hooking up the stereo.
"The ulna is a good one,"
Shad was saying. He tapped Erin's forearm to show her the spot.
"A crowbar right about there. We'll have his attention."
Erin sat up. "Can I ask you something? Do I seem the type of woman to be impressed by violence?" He grunted noncommittally. "I'm serious, Shad. Is that your opinion of me?" He cocked his huge head and stared at her curiously. In the darkness, he resembled a shaved bear.
"It's what I know best, that's all. kicking ass. On account of my job.
Then it's not me?
Ha! No, it ain't you.
Because I am not impressed by that sort of thing.
Is that why there's a gun under the seat?
Aaron couldn't think of a sharp retort. Shad grinned.
It's all right, babe. You're entitled.
I've never used it, she told him.
But you might.
Shad folded his arms.
All I'm saying is violence can be helpful. Sometimes it's the best way to make your point.
Not with Darrell. Aaron's ex-husband would cherish an injury. What better proof that she was hanging out with a rotten crowd and was unfit to care for Angela? Darrell, the conniving bastard, would milk a broken limb for all it was worth. He'd wear the cast until the plaster rotted off his arm.
Your call,
Shad said.
I just want to talk with the man.
Fine.
But deep inside, Aaron briefly savored a vision of Shad pounding Darrell Grant into dog meat. She probably should have been ashamed by the feeling, but she wasn't, especially when she thought of what he'd done to Angie's dolls. At midnight, Shad went looking for a Coke machine. Aaron put on a Buffett tape and turned the volume low. She liked the Caribbean songs the best. Her imagination set sail, and before long she was dreaming of pearly beaches and secluded harbors. She was barefoot in the surf, wiggling her toes into the sand. When she opened her eyes, her shoes were gone. Both doors on the old Fairlane had been opened. When she got out of the car, she stepped on something plastic, which cracked into sharp pieces. The Buffett cassette on the pavement. Aaron froze. Shad? A hand grabbed her by the hair, twisting hard, jerked her head back so that all she saw was sky. She felt something sharp against her throat.
You still snore like a pig.
It was Darrell Grant. Aaron shook uncontrollably. It was embarrassing to let him see her so afraid. He said,
I can't believe you tried to set me up. I can't fucking believe it.
What? Aaron didn't recognize the pitch of her own voice. Darrell Grant slapped a hand across her mouth, told her to shut the hell up. They both heard the footsteps.
Your boyfriend, Darrell whispered. This'll be choice.
Shad came out of the shadows with a Diet Coke in one hand and an unopened can of Canada Dry in the other. He put both cans down as soon as he saw the long knife at Aaron's neck. Darrell Grant told him not to try anything stupid. Shad's expression remained invisible in the darkness.
I got an idea,
Darrell said. He told Shad to lie on his belly or else get a bucket to catch Aaron's blood. Shad nodded and got down on the ground. Darrell Grant released Aaron and immediately pounced on the bouncer, digging his knees into the other man's enormous shoulder blades. Laughing, Darrell managed to cinch Shad's thick wrists with a pair of flexible plastic handcuffs.
Knock it off,
Aaron said, still shaky. With both hands, Darrell Grant poised the dagger at the crest of Shad's bare skull. The smooth flesh dimpled under the pressure of the blade. Again, Aaron told him to stop, and again her ex-husband cackled. He rolled the knife handle back and forth in his palms, so that the point twirled against Shad's skin. Aaron saw the first drop of blood, blackish in the dim light.
That hurt?
Darrell Grant asked.
Nope,
Shad replied truthfully. He felt little in the way of physical pain. The doctors didn't seem to know why. Aaron said,
Since when do you carry a knife?
Since when do you hang out with ugly, bald-headed Amazons?
Darrell Grant got up and whipped the dagger like a sword through the air. He was batty on speed.
I suppose it's just a coincidence that you're here in this very parking lot tonight? On guard!
He slashed a Z in the air.
What, you think I'm blind? I saw your car from 3 blocks away, Aaron. Jesus, you'd make a great spy. Maybe next time you can set off fireworks.
She said, "You're such an asshole." Darrell Grant grinned crookedly.
Is that how they speak at the St. Vitus Society? That was you on the phone, right? Talking about all those brand-new wheelchairs?
You've lost your mind.
Then explain this.
Accusingly, he pointed the dagger at the Fairlane.
And this?
He poked Shad with the toe of a tan cowboy boot.
You fucking set me up.
Aaron said, "Darrell, I'm keeping a list. Assault with a deadly weapon, false imprisonment, burglary, possession of narcotics."
Shut up,
he snapped.
What am I supposed to believe? That you and Igor here stopped to make out? I know you're lonely, Aaron, but this is ridiculous. I seen handsomer iguanas.
She thought of the gun in the car, gauged the steps back to the driver's side. Then she pushed the idea from her mind. Shooting Darrell would mean she'd never see Angie again. The judge would make sure of it.
"Junior?"
It was Shad, speaking from the side of his mouth. He had no choice, being face down on the asphalt.
"Junior, listen up. The lady and I worked together. She was giving me a lift home when this piece of shit excuse for a Ford overheated. We pulled in to let the radiator cool, and that's it. That's the whole story."
Darrell Grant dropped to his haunches and tweaked Shad's nose.
Well, I'll be damned. It talks.
Wonder drugs, thought Aaron. "What's with your hair?" she asked. Darrell flared at her caustic tone. For a man whose profession was stealing from invalids, he was surprisingly vain about his appearance. He said, "I lightened it a touch. So?" "And the stubble?" Aaron said. "Come here, let's see."
No way.
He stood up sullenly. "Is this your Don Johnson period?"
"Shut up, Aaron."
She was trying to take his mind off Shad and further mischief with the knife. "I'll bet you got yourself a white linen Armani to go with the hair." Darrell Grant said, "Fuck you." When he put the dagger in his belt, Aaron felt slightly better about the situation. She hoped he was down-gearing for a simple argument. Then he stood on Shad's head with the heels of his cowboy boots. "Get off!" Aaron cried.
Make me.
"Darrell, stop!" Shad made no sounds. Aaron wasn't sure if he was still conscious.
I like it up here,
Darrell Grant chirped. He balanced on Shad's skull as if it were a cypress stump.
Don't,
Aaron pleaded.
What's it worth to you? How about a 20?
Aaron looked at Shad's face under the boots. His eyes were closed, but his jaw was set.
$20, Darrell Grant repeated. Hurry, hurry.
He had tossed Aaron's purse under the car. She had to crawl for it. Darrell Grant leered as he watched her down on all fours.
I like that, he said. Brings back memories.
Mechanically, Aaron fumbled in the purse for her cash. She found a $20 bill and handed it to her ex-husband. He sniffed it as if it were cognac.
Amazing, he said. All you gotta do is flash your twat and men throw money. Isn't it a great country, Aaron? Aren't you proud to be an American?
At that moment, the only person she hated more than Darrell Grant was herself for marrying him. Get off the man, she said coldly. Darrell hopped from Shad's head. Where's Angie?
Safe and sound, said Darrell Grant. If you're a good mummy, I'll let her call on Christmas Day.
We're going back to court. Aaron's voice trembled. You've already violated the judge's order.
Back to court?
Darrell Grant's hooting filled the night.
Back to court! I love it!
What's happened to you, Darrell? She really wanted to know. He was worse than she'd ever seen him. He yanked the knife from his belt and bent over Shad. For a moment, Aaron feared that he would slit Shad's throat. She had an image of herself hanging on Darrell's back, digging her fingernails into his eye sockets. "Don't do it," she said.
Do what?
Using the dagger as a pen, Darrell playfully etched the letter G into the crown of Shad's naked scalp. Blood trickled down his head and puddled in the folds of muscle at the base of his neck. Aaron felt woozy and chilled. Shad remained silent, although his eyes had opened.
There.
Darrell Grant stood back and admired his work. Aaron said, "What does that prove?"
"We're not going back to court."
"You're wrong, Darrell."
"I won, sweetheart. All the marbles, remember?"
"What did you do with my shoes?" Again came the hooting laughter.
"Wake up, little Dorothy," he said. "You're not in Kansas anymore."
Darrell Grant circled Aaron's car, puncturing each tire with a thrust of the knife. Then he kicked each of the soda cans and sauntered off across the parking lot. As he disappeared in the darkness, Aaron could hear him singing "Somewhere Over the Rainbow." At her feet, Shad rolled over and blinked up at the stars.
"Nice guy," he said. "Too bad it didn't work out for you two."
Chapter 7. The next night, Aaron danced to ZZ Top. Her record store didn't stock the band's first album, so she bought one of the newer releases. Kevin, the club's disc jockey, was pleased with the hard guitar and fast bass beat. Her regular customers didn't seem to mind the change of pace. The one she called Mr. Peepers was not in the audience. Aaron feared that Shad had scared him away from the eager beaver forever. Either that or he'd given up the hustle. So much for love. Against her better judgment, Jerry Killian had become a reed of hope for Aaron in her battle for Angela. Dealing with Darrell Grant was impossible, but maybe Killian could get to the judge. Maybe political pressure was the way to go. Aaron needed to know more about Killian's connection, the congressman. His name, for starters. She danced out of the spotlights long enough to shield her eyes and scout the back rows. The judge was in his customary booth near the foosball machines. Monique Sr. was on the tabletop, bouncing up a storm. The judge watched droopy-eyed and inert. Aaron figured his hands were busy under the table. After the set, Mr. Orley came to the dressing room and announced that he approved of the new music.
"Faster the better," he said.
Urbana Sproul said ZZ Top was hazardous to her health.
"My tits are killing me."
"Hey," Orley said.
"We put up with your rap crap, Ice Puke or whatever."
Ice Cube. "Bottom line is, you can tolerate 8 minutes of hard rock."
"Instant stretch marks,"
Urbana complained. Aaron said, "I'll find some slower cuts."
"Don't,"
Orley protested.
"Fast is good. Everybody sweats, everybody drinks."
"And everybody tips,"
said Monique Sr., waving a 50. The other dancers whistled.
"Case closed,"
said Orley, and he was gone. When the shift was over, Aaron scrubbed off her makeup and dressed quickly. Urbana asked what was the hurry. "I've got an errand."
3 a.m?
"Meeting somebody."
"Tell me it's not Darrell."
Urbana and the other dancers knew about the harrowing incident at Aaron's car. They'd seen the dagger cuts on Shad's bald head. "Don't worry," Aaron said. "It's only Jerry Killian." She zipped her jeans and stepped into a pair of sandals.
"Mr. Peepers?"
Monique Jr. said.
"Why?"
"To talk."
"Bad idea,"
said Monique Sr. "Not many good ones at 3 a.m. Aaron checked herself in the mirror. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
Be patient, Urbana Sproul advised. He'll be back, especially you keep playing his songs.
I can't wait, Aaron said.
How you going to find him?
He's found.
Urbana Sproul smiled.
The phone book.
Nope, said Aaron. Unlisted, unpublished.
Then how'd you find him?
Research, Aaron explained enigmatically. Aaron couldn't tell them the truth. One phone call had sent Agent Cleary to the computer keyboard. He was glad to help and asked few questions. He still felt bad about her dismissal. Monique Jr. told Aaron that it was crazy to call on Mr. Peepers in the middle of the night.
He could be a psycho slasher for all you know.
Oh, I believe he's harmless.
That's what they said about Ted Bundy.
Thank you, said Aaron, gathering her purse and dancing clothes. For the peace of mind. Without much effort, Urbana Sproul blocked the door.
Give him till the weekend,
she said. Aaron felt a wave of fatigue. She was losing the energy to argue. Her friends were right. It was craziness.
Patience,
Urbana said. Until the weekend, Aaron promised. If you can stand the new music that long. Monique Jr. said the ZZ Top was dynamite. She said she'd never danced a rap again. She wanted a white top hat and tails as a costume for sharp-dressed man. Frowning, Urbana hoisted a titanic breast in each hand.
Try jumping around with these suckers and you'd be in traction. So screw your ZZ and give me that slow cube.
Aaron was sympathetic. She couldn't imagine going through life with a bosom so large. None of the dancers doubted the rumor that Urbana had once smothered a man on a convertible sofa. It was completely plausible. See you tomorrow, Aaron told her friends.
You headed home?
Monique Sr. asked.
Be honest.
Home, Aaron said. Shad followed in his car, just to make sure. Moldowski found the congressman in a state of massage. A red-headed woman in a gold tank suit straddled his back, chopping at his pale shoulder blades. The woman had very long fingernails for a masseuse.
Say hi to Eve.
Dilbeck's words thrummed comically with each chop. Hello, Eve, Moldowski said. We need a moment of privacy. Do you mind? Eve said that was perfectly fine. She spoke with a light British accent.
Go hop in the shower,
Dilbeck told her.
I'll be there in a flash.
When she was out of the room, Moldowski said, David, where is your wife?
Shopping, I think.
You think?
Yes. Shopping. I told Pierre to drive slow.
Moldowski said, You are a hopeless shithead. Dilbeck sat up and covered himself with a towel.
What did I do now, Malcolm? Hell, you're acting like my mother.
They heard the faucets turn in the shower down the hall. Moldowski motioned with his chin. Is she a hooker?
I don't know yet,
said the congressman.
And even if she is, so what? She's got no earthly idea who I am, Malcolm. She just moved here from London.
Beautiful. Hands across the water.
What's the matter with you?
The sugar bill, Davy. Your colleagues are playing it tough, and my clients are deeply concerned. They want to know if they've got their money on the wrong horse.
Relax. I'm entertaining young Christopher tonight.
Relax, Moldowski thought. The moron has a prostitute in the tub, an assault victim in the hospital, and a blackmailer who's ready to call the newspapers. Did you speak with the judge? He asked. Dilbeck nodded.
Yes, we had lunch.
Well?
He was grateful for my interest in his career. He does, as you say, have his heart on the federal bench.
Dilbeck stood up and adjusted the towel. He looked longingly down the hall, toward the gentle sounds of the shower. Moldowski said, And what about Grant versus Grant?
Oh, we talked it over.
Dilbeck began to move around the room, trying to get upwind of Moldy's cologne.
The judge is deeply religious, Dilbeck said. Or at least he pretends to be.
Born again, I suppose.
Several times. He feels strongly that he made the correct decision in the custody case. He seems to have a personal interest in the situation.
True enough, Moldowski said.
He said the mother is a harlot. Is that right, Malcolm?
I haven't the faintest idea.
There's something you're not telling me.
There's lots I don't tell you, David.
I've got a soft spot when it comes to harlots.
Don't even think about it. Moldowski wasn't giving Dilbeck anything. The less he knew, the better. So, what's the punchline? What did the judge say?
He doesn't need me, Malcolm. He plays golf with a fucking senator.
Moldowski cursed dispiritedly.
A senator on the Judiciary Committee. The next time there's an opening in our district, the judge has got it locked. He doesn't need us, is what I'm saying.
So he won't fix the case, Moldowski said. Even as a favor?
The woman is a tramp and a sinner. She is unfit to raise a child. Those are his words, Malcolm. Plus he quotes the Bible.
This is bad news.
Yes, Dilbeck said. It was not a productive lunch.
Moldowski ground his knuckles together in agitation. Would he go for a bribe, straight cash?
It's against his principles, David Dilbeck said. But he's amenable to a free blowjob.
A pulse became visible in Moldowski's neck. Let's see if I understand. Only if the lady goes down on the judge does she get custody of her child?
He says he'll consider it, that's all. Brownie points is the way he put it.
David, I'll say this. You're one terrific negotiator. They needed you at the fucking SALT talks. Moldowski began to pace and rant. Who is this jizbag judge? Bible quotes from what, the Book of Dick?
Hey, the congressman said. We're talking one lousy blowjob.
Moldowski cornered David Dilbeck and seized him by the arms. Killian won't go for it. The mother won't go for it. Hell, Davy, I've got no morals whatsoever, and I wouldn't go for it. It's the worst goddamn thing I ever heard. The vapors from Moldy's cologne made the congressman's eyes water.
The judge won't take cash, Malcolm. I tried.
That's a disgrace.
Not even for his campaign, Dilbeck said. I offered to funnel it through a PAC, but he said no. See, that's the main reason he's angling for a federal gig, so he won't have to run for office anymore. He has a very shitty opinion of politicians.
The plumbing emitted a metallic screech as the shower stopped. Dilbeck turned sharply at the noise. His expression was a familiar glaze of sexual distraction. You're hopeless, Moldowski grumbled.
What?
Dilbeck licked his lower lip. I said you're hopeless. Go check on your friend. I'll let myself out.
Thanks, Malcolm.
And stay out of trouble tonight.
Of course, said the congressman. Herb will be there.
Fine, said Moldowski. Herb Crandall was good, but he was only one man. On some nights, Dilbeck needed double teaming. As Moldowski stalked down the hall, the bathroom door flung open, and he was enveloped in a cloud of sweet-smelling steam. Eve stood there, sleek and wet and flushed in the cheeks. If Moldowski was the least bit dazzled, it didn't show. He courteously stepped to the side and motioned for her to pass. "You've got soap in your ears," he said. Less than 2 hours later, Congressman David Lane Dilbeck was a portrait of male contentment and relaxation. He smiled, he blew smoke rings, he tapped his shoes, he hummed to the music. A fresh rum and coke appeared inches from his fingers, further improving his mood. Sitting to his right was Herb Crandall, who was huddled anxiously over an orange juice. Every so often he glanced toward the door in anticipation of a raid. Sitting to the congressman's left, a man named Christopher Rojo folded a $50 bill into an airplane and sailed it toward the stage, where a woman danced cautiously with a 9-foot Burmese python. The reptile's jaws were secured with Scotch tape, and someone had painted a bottle brush mustache on its snout. Herb Crandall figured it was some kind of Hitler joke.
"This is so wonderful," said Dilbeck. "Isn't she something, Herb? How about that damn snake?"
"Yeah," Crandall said. "What a life." The woman, whose stage name was Lorelei, had arranged the python in an intriguing way. The tail followed the crease of her bare buttocks downward through her legs, curling out to the crotch.
"That's a well-trained animal," the congressman observed.
Christopher Rojo was similarly impressed. He was making a new paper airplane with a $100 bill. Rojo was a wealthy young man with few ambitions and plenty of spare time. His family owned a large sugarcane operation on the southern shore of Lake Okeechobee. Christopher had never been to the farm, but he'd seen photographs. The cane fields looked like a stinking hellhole. He was astounded at the fortune they produced. There was so much money that one couldn't possibly spend it all. Heaven knows he was trying.
"Here, Davy," he said. "Your turn."
Dilbeck took the paper airplane and tossed it toward the python dancer. It landed between her feet. She gave the men a slow wink and scissored elegantly into a split. Picking up the money, she pretended to show it to the snake. Dilbeck laughed and laughed. Lorelei sprung to her feet, waved once, and disappeared off stage. The set was over. Herb Crandall sagged with relief. Maybe they'd get through the evening without incident. Rojo said to Dilbeck, "What's your bet?" The congressman sipped his rum thoughtfully.
38B, he said. "Nature's own."
"And I," said Rojo, waving more cash, "say she's 36 inches of plastic fantastic."
He smoothed a 50 on the table. David Dilbeck did the same. They turned toward Crandall, who signaled himself out of the wager. They'd been at it all night, every time a new dancer came on stage. There were 2 parts to the bet: the size of the breasts and whether or not they were surgically enhanced. Rojo was getting creamed, and Crandall wasn't surprised. The congressman had an unfailing eye for the female form. It was his life's passion, graft being a close second. Rojo rose drunkenly and called for a man named Ling. Soon a small Oriental in a black tuxedo and a Yankees cap appeared at the table. He didn't look like the co-owner of a strip joint, but he was.
"Mr. Ling,"
Rojo said, opening his arms,
"give us the scoop on Python Lady."
"Her name is Lorelei," said Dilbeck. "Have some respect."
Rojo sat down. Dilbeck pointed at the cash.
"Mr. Ling, you see what's at stake."
Ling nodded tolerantly.
"You want the NACO report?" "Indeed we do." "Miss Lorelei is a 38B.
"Ha!" Dilbeck crowed. He grabbed for the money, but Christopher Rojo caught his arm.
"Implants," the young man hissed.
Tell him, Mr. Ling, tell him it's implants and we have the bet.
No, sir, Ling said. Lorelei is all Lorelei.
Mierda,
said Rojo. The congressman gloated as he scooped up the cash. Ling said, Only the best at Flesh Farm, only the finest.
Top of the line,
agreed Dilbeck.
Where else you see a snake so big? Ling bragged. Snake like that could eat a pony.
So could Lorelei, I'll bet.
Dilbeck chuckled at his own incredible wit. It wasn't a light, breezy chuckle, though. It was deep and ominous. Herb Crandall went on full alert. He said, "Davy, it's getting late."
"Nonsense." The congressman lit a cigarette. "Mr. Ling, I would like to meet the Python Princess."
"Me too," said Christopher Rojo. Ling shrugged. "With or without the snake?"
"Without," Dilbeck said. "Tell her I've got one of my own."
Rojo busted a gut. Herb Crandall shifted uneasily. This wasn't a smart idea, not at all. He said, "Come on, Davy, you've got a speech in the morning." The congressman postured idiotically.
407 years ago, our foreskins brought forth a new nation.
Crandall didn't smile. Dilbeck said,
"All right, Herb, who the hell is it?"
"Chamber of Commerce."
"Shit."
Dilbeck slapped Rojo's shoulder.
"Chris, you've never seen such stiffs. The Chamber of Cadavers is more like it."
"Still," said Crandall, "it's for 7:30 sharp." "We'll get him there," Rojo promised. "So," said Ling, mildly impatient, "you want a friction dance or what?" The congressman spread his arms.
"Sounds enchanting, Brother Ling. Go fetch what's-her-face."
"Miss Lorelei."
"Absolutely."
Crandall edged closer to Dilbeck and spoke sternly into his right ear. Dilbeck shook his head back and forth, keeping the drink to his lips the whole time.
"One little frictionating lambada," he said with a slurp. "What harm could it do?"
"Yeah," said Rojo. "Let the poor man have some fun." It was useless to object. Crandall removed all loose bottles and other potential weapons from the table. Then he made a slow pass through the club to see if he recognized anyone. He wasn't worried about the press, because reporters didn't make enough money to hang out in places like the Flesh Farm. Republicans were what Herb Crandall feared. All it took was one, spying from the shadows, and the Honorable David Lane Dilbeck was cooked. The crummy wig and dark glasses only made him more conspicuous. The chauffeur's cap, borrowed from the taciturn Pierre, was at least 3 sizes too small. To keep it from falling off, Dilbeck had pinned it to his wig. Every time the cap moved, the hair moved with it. Not even Christopher Rojo seemed to notice. That was one good thing about Dilbeck's little problem. Customers in nudie joints didn't spend much time scrutinizing each other. The dancers got all the attention. Tonight, the club was scarcely half full, and Crandall spotted no one from the wonderful world of politics. When he returned to the table, the congressman's chair was empty. Rojo pointed to the rear of the club, where a row of gilded booths lined one wall. The booths were reserved for friction dancing and other private interludes. "I slipped him 200, Rojo said. "He wanted 3, but I made it 2. 2's plenty." Crandall sat down and checked his wristwatch. He'd give it 10 minutes. Rojo said, "I'm tired, man." He reached into his coat and took out a tiny foil packet. "You want some blow?" Herb Crandall felt exhausted. "That's brilliant, Chris. What a nifty idea. May I?" He unfolded the foil and examined the powder. Rojo smiled encouragingly. Crandall smiled back. Then he hawked up a gob and spit it all over Christopher Rojo's dope. "Jesus!" Rojo cried. Crandall pushed the foil across the table. "Get rid of it," he said. "On your way out the door." "You crazy mother!" "Chris, listen. You're not gone in 30 seconds. I'll tell your old man about this. First thing, mañana." Rojo saw the family trust fund evaporating before his eyes. He hastily wrapped the spit-soaked cocaine in a monogrammed handkerchief. "There," he said to Crandall. "You happy now?" "I said, get lost." "But what about my turn?" Crandall didn't understand the whining. "With the snake lady, Herb. I'm next after Davy." "Take a rain check," Crandall told him. He got up to search for the congressman. Nothing took David Dilbeck's mind off his troubles like friction dancing. The sugar vote, the re-election campaign, the wife, the blackmail. Who cared? He was alone with the Python Princess. They were swaying to imaginary Johnny Mathis tunes. The congressman had his hands on Lorelei's bottom. She was rubbing her delightfully natural protuberances against his middle-aged flab. Her voice sounded sweet and sincere. Her hair smelled like orchids. Dilbeck was getting hard. Life was good. When he tried to unsnap Lorelei's top, she blocked the move.
"That's a no-no," she whispered.
"What?"
"It's the law, baby."
"Don't worry about it," he said.
"Look, if you want to slow dance, I can't be naked. That's the law. I'm naked. You can't touch me anywhere."
Dilbeck had a passing knowledge of the county obscenity ordinances. Lorelei said,
"I'm sorry, baby."
She moved her hips against him in sinuous rhythm.
"That's not so bad, is it?"
She had him pinned against the door to the booth.
"I've got an idea,"
Dilbeck said.
"Yeah?"
"What if you get half naked? Then I can touch the part that's not."
"Nice try,"
Lorelei said.
"but it's all or nothing."
So they continued dancing until Dilbeck felt himself poking her through his pants. In a low voice he said,
"And what are we going to do about him?"
"Admire it,"
Lorelei said.
"but that's all."
Dilbeck gazed at his groin forlornly.
"Look,"
she told him.
"you could be a cop for all I know."
He whipped off the cap and the hairpiece and presented his true self to the Python lady.
"I'm not a policeman. I'm a United States congressman."
"Yeah, and I'm Gloria Steinem."
Dilbeck sensed from Lorelei's demeanor that the friction dance would soon be finished.
"How much time do we have?" he asked.
"About 45 seconds, baby."
David Dilbeck hurriedly unbuttoned his shirt, dropped to the floor, and lay on his back. Lorelei studied him guardedly.
"Dance on me," he said.
"How much?"
$200.
"Heels or bare feet?"
"One of each,"
said the congressman, shutting his eyes. Carefully, Lorelei stepped on his chest.
"What's that scar?"
"Double bypass," Dilbeck replied with a grunt. "Don't worry, I'm good as new. Now dance, please."
"Jesus,"
mumbled the Python woman.
"Oh, yeah, good girl."
"Let me know if it hurts."
"I'll let you know if it doesn't," said the congressman.
Lorelei had difficulty keeping her balance, as Dilbeck's topography was spongy and uneven.
"You're a wonderful talent,"
Dilbeck said, groaning pleasurably under the weight. His hands crept spider-like toward his crotch.
"Oh, no, you don't."
Lorelei stepped hard on his wrists.
"That's not allowed."
"Stop, Mommy."
"You want to play with yourself, go home and do it."
David Dilbeck cried out once. Next came a series of wet, suckling noises. Then he began to thrash epileptically beneath the astonished dancer, legs kicking stiffly, mad dog eyes rolling back and forth. Lorelei was afraid to take her feet off the man's arms. Inwardly, she berated herself for not demanding payment up front. If the jerk croaked, she'd have to go through his pockets. Dilbeck began to buck as if jolted by a hot wire. To keep from falling, Lorelei braced both arms against the walls of the booth. The door flew open, and a stranger took her under the arms. He carried her out and asked if she was hurt. She said she'd left a shoe inside. The man said she probably wouldn't want it back, all things considered. He handed her $300.
"Thanks,"
Lorelei said.
"Will he be okay?"
"Don't you worry." The dancer's hands were shaking as she folded the money.
"You know what he told me? He told me he was a congressman."
Herb Crandall laughed.
"Some guys," he said. "We'll try anything."
He dug into his pocket for another $100 bill. Chapter 8. The next day, Malcolm Moldowski made the call. The meeting was set at a bowling alley on Sunrise Boulevard. "Grab any lane you can," the man said. "It's league night." Moldowski's feet were so small he had to rent women's shoes. He got a 9-pound ball and tried to clean the germy holes with his monogrammed handkerchief. He willed himself not to think about those who had fingered the ball before him. He bowled alone for an hour until the man showed up. He was as big as a wine keg and wore a brown UPS shirt. He scanned Moldowski's scores and said, "Not bad." "I cheated," Moldy said, tossing a gutter ball. He had knocked down maybe 40 pins in all. On the score pad he had given himself a 164. The man put on his bowling shoes and bowled strike. Spare, strike. "You picked a good lane," he said to Moldowski. A waitress came by and the man waved her away. Moldowski handed him a thick brown envelope. "It's all there," he told him. "The tickets, too. Check for yourself." "Nuh-uh," said the bowler. "I don't care what's inside. I'm just the delivery boy." He rolled a snapping curve that left the 7-10 combination. "Are you a gambling man?" he asked Moldowski. "Wait, that's a dumb question. Of course you're a gambling man. Otherwise you wouldn't be involved." "Good thinking." $5 as I make this split." "Sure," said Moldy. "5 it is." His lack of interest would have been obvious to a 3-year-old. The big man made it look easy, nicking the 7-pin just enough to kick across and take out the 10. "That's the toughest split in bowling," he said. "Did you know that?" "Amazing," said Moldowski with a yawn. He gave the man 5 ones. "Ask your people to move as quickly as possible. We're up against a deadline." "I don't know what the hell you're talking about," the man said. "But I'll be happy to pass it along. Your turn, sport." Unhappily, Moldowski positioned himself at the head of the lane. He made 3 tiny, stiff steps and heaved the ball down the alley. Somehow he got a strike. "Pure luck," Moldy admitted. "The best kind," said the man in the UPS shirt. "You go on home now, okay? Everything's under control." A single piece of rotten news affirmed the leaden sense of futility that had burdened Mordecai every day since his graduation from law school, 207th in a class of 212. The setback was especially cruel, coming at a rare moment of optimism. A lawyer from the Delicato Dairy Company had arrived at Mordecai's office to discuss a possible settlement in the case of the roach-tainted blueberry yogurt. For Mordecai, the company's willingness to negotiate, without the customary exchange of nasty correspondence, was a glorious surprise. An out-of-court agreement would have spared him long hours of excruciating preparation for a trial. It would also have saved him from exposing a jury to the sight of his client, Shad the bouncer. The informality of the meeting had sent Mordecai's hopes soaring. The attorney from the Delicato Dairy Company had been civil, sensible, and not given to bluster. He was keenly aware of the public relations consequences of a high-profile insect trial. The central concern was television. In Florida, TV cameras are allowed in court. The two men agreed that color videotape of a cockroach being plucked from a Delicato container could have a negative impact on consumer confidence. The extent of damage, sales-wise, would depend on how many major markets picked up the satellite feed from the courtroom. The attorney's eagerness to avoid such a risk was obvious by the size of his initial offer, a settlement in the mid-6 figures. Mordecai struggled to mask his elation. Of course, The Delicato attorney requested to see Shad's roach. Just a formality, he assured Mordecai. The attorney had brought a 35mm camera to document the contamination. Photographs would be important, he explained, should his clients challenge the wisdom of settling. A brief slideshow in the boardroom would turn them around. Mordecai was impressed by the attorney's thoroughness. He could see how product liability might be an attractive field of practice, if one could avoid the courthouse. He wished Beverly were there to share the triumph, but she was out with one of her 3-day migraines. Mordecai was using a temp named Rachel, whose unflagging bubbliness compensated for her lack of shorthand skills and slothful pace at the typewriter. Mordecai called Rachel into his office and told her to fetch the blueberry yogurt from the refrigerator. The smile left her face instantly, and Mordecai knew.
"I'll get some more," she said quickly, "on my lunch hour."
Mordecai found no words to express his dismay. The Delicato attorney politely excused himself to use the telephone in the other room.
"Oh, Rachel," said Mordecai abjectly.
"I'll buy the variety pack, 8 kinds of tropical fruit."
"Rachel."
"Yes, sir?"
"What possessed you?"
"I was hungry."
"Did you not notice that the carton was open?"
"I thought it was Bev's. I didn't want it to sit there and go sour."
"Rachel," said Mordecai, "you don't understand."
"I'm very, very sorry."
She began to weep.
"Shut up," Mordecai said. "Shut up this instant."
When he thought of Shad, the flesh on his neck got damp. How would he tell him? What bloody havoc would ensue? Mordecai also mourned his own financial loss. 40% of 0 was 0. His vast stomach pitched.
"I didn't know it was yours,"
Rachel slobbered.
"I didn't know you liked yogurt."
"I hate yogurt. It gives me the runs."
The secretary's remorse clouded with confusion.
"Then why are you so upset?"
"Because you swallowed my evidence."
Mordecai spoke in an odd sing-song voice.
"So, how was it, Rachel?"
"The yogurt?"
"Yes, the yogurt. A little chunky, perhaps?"
"Now that you mention it."
She sounded worried.
"Are you going to fire me?"
"Oh, worse than that," said Mordecai. "Please, sit down."
"What are you going to do?"
"Something that will give me great pleasure. I'm going to tell you exactly what you ate."
Visitation Day. Erin waited under cloudy skies at Holiday Park. She chose a bench near the public tennis courts where Chris Evert had learned to play. Today it was a doubles match among French-Canadian tourists. They had the whitest skin and the bluest veins that Erin had ever seen. Darrell Grant always kept Erin waiting because it gave him a feeling of power, knowing how she lived for these afternoons. Today he arrived 45 minutes late, pushing Angela in a wheelchair.
"Mama, look what we got at the hospital."
Erin lifted her daughter to the sidewalk and told Darrell Grant to get lost.
"How's your butt-ugly boyfriend?" he said.
"Mama's got a boyfriend?"
asked Angela.
"No, baby, I don't."
Erin was furious that Darrell was using Angie in his wheelchair heists. If he were caught, the consequences would be terrible. The state authorities would take the little girl for good. Erin felt perfectly entitled to scream at Darrell and tell him what a reckless idiot he was, but she didn't want to spoil her brief time with Angela. Darrell Grant said,
"I see you got new tires."
Erin ignored him. She checked her daughter's dress and socks and underpants to make sure they were clean. For a sociopath, Darrell was good about doing the laundry.
"Take care of my pretty little partner,"
he said, and pushed the empty wheelchair back to his van, where he waited. On visitation days, he never let Aaron and Angela out of his sight. Given an opportunity, Aaron surely would try to run away with the girl. Darrell knew it for a fact. Aaron held her daughter's hand, and they began to walk.
"How are you, baby?"
"Just okay."
"Are you making new friends?"
"I spent Friday at Aunt Rita's. She's got a real wolf."
Terrific, thought Aaron. Crazy Rita and her cuddly carnivores.
"Stay away from the wolf, Angela. They can be mean sometimes."
"She said I can have one of the babies, Mama."
"No, we'll get you a real puppy."
"But Daddy said no. He said maybe a bird."
"A bird?"
Aaron said. Just what every 4-year-old wants.
"A talking one,"
Angie said.
"like Big Bird, only littler."
"Would you like that?"
"He said we can call it Humpy. Is that a good name?"
"No," said Aaron. "Not really." They walked the perimeter of the park. Darrell Grant followed slowly in his van. Aaron fixed a picnic under the trees. She and Angela ate peanut butter sandwiches and sang songs from the electric company. A gray squirrel appeared, and they fed it cheese doodles. At 10 minutes to 3, Darrell began honking the horn. When Aaron didn't react, he leaned on it annoyingly. The blare drowned the gentle sounds of the park. The Canadian stopped playing tennis and began cursing at Darrell Grant in French.
"For God's sake," said Aaron.
"Is Daddy making that noise?"
"I'm afraid so." Aaron gave her daughter a hug and a kiss. She smelled Darrell's goddamn cigarettes in the girl's hair.
"Mama, I forgot to tell you."
"What, honey?"
"I lost all my dolls."
"I'm so sorry."
"When we moved, Daddy said he couldn't find them."
"I'll get you some new ones,"
Aaron promised. She would never reveal to Angela what her father had done. Such a thing could not be explained.
"I love you, Angie."
"Love you too, Mama. Can I tell Daddy about the new dolls?"
"Let's keep it a surprise."
From Agent Cleary, Aaron had learned the following basic information about Jerry Killian. He was 5'9", 140 pounds, 48 years old, and divorced. He worked as a videotape editor at the local CBS affiliate. He was a registered Democrat. He drove a 1988 Chevrolet Caprice. He purchased his eyeglasses from a discount optician. He subscribed to Newsweek, Harper's, The New Yorker, Rolling Stone, Consumer Reports, and Hustler. His ex-wife recently opened a macrame shop in a suburb of Atlanta, and he co-signed the loan. They had 2 daughters at Georgia State University. He owned season tickets to the Miami Dolphins. He rented every movie that Deborah Winger ever made. He carried a $3,000 credit limit on his Visa card. In the fall, he went trout fishing in western Montana and always rented a compact car. In his entire life, he had never been arrested for anything. And he lived in apartment 317 at 4566 Green Duck Parkway, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Aaron phoned ahead. Killian was flabbergasted to hear her voice. He put on a coat and tie to meet her at the door.
"In my purse," said Aaron, "is a loaded gun."
"So be it."
"I'm here on business only."
"Understood," Killian said. She had expected his apartment to be tidy, and it was. The place smelled of lemon pledge. They sat in opposing chairs at an oval-shaped dining table.
"I just wanted to thank you," she said. "That music you suggested is great for stage dancing."
Killian glowed. "You tried it? I'm so pleased."
"You should come by the club to see. I told Shad it's fine if you do."
"Really?"
He looked wistful.
"Maybe later down the road."
"Why later? Why not now?"
"The deal is cooking. Part of the agreement is for me to steer clear of the eager beaver."
Killian paused.
"It's the hardest thing I've ever done.
I miss you so much."
Here we go, Aaron thought. Get the hose. She said, "May I call you Jerry?"
"I'd be in heaven if you did."
"Jerry, look, I need to know more about this so-called deal. It's my life we're talking about, my little girl."
"Naturally, you don't trust me."
"I don't know you."
"Aaron," he said, "I would do nothing to put you or your daughter in jeopardy. My devotion is complete and enduring and pure. I am consumed by it, day and night. I am lost in love."
Aaron's heart didn't flutter even slightly. She said, "Jerry, who is this congressman?"
"His district is elsewhere. You wouldn't know his name."
"Try me. I read the newspapers."
"The name is unimportant,"
Killian said.
"The key fact is he's got a serious problem with the ladies. I'd feel uncomfortable going into details."
"Oh, please."
"I'm a gentleman. That's how I was raised."
"And I'm a stripper, Jerry. Once I had a customer eat the G-string off the crack of my ass, chew it up, swallow it, wash it down with Southern Comfort. Then he burped the elastic." Killian's ears turned red. "The point is," Aaron said, "nothing a man does can shock me. I have an ex-husband who carves his initials into other people's scalps. Is your congressman that much fun?"
"I'm not protecting him," Jerry Killian said. "I'm protecting you."
"In case there's trouble?"
Killian got up and said, "Come with me."
Aaron followed him through the apartment. The purse was tucked tightly under her left arm, so she could feel the gun through the fabric. Killian opened the door to a small guest bedroom, which he had converted to a private hall of fame. The walls were decorated with publicity pictures of local nude dancers. Interestingly, the photographs were all standard head and shoulder shots. One could have shown them to a kindergarten without fear of corruption. Aaron's publicity photo was framed in wood and centered prominently in the Pantheon. It was illuminated by its own brass lamp. Scanning his collection, Killian said,
"Nothing is more beautiful than a woman's smile."
"Oh, really?" said Aaron. "That's why you come to the Eager Beaver? For our smiles?"
"It's the portal to true love and serenity. Without a smile, what's the rest of it? Just boobs and a patch of hair."
"Jerry?"
"Yes?"
"You're giving me the creeps."
"Well, Aaron, I'm lost, I admit it."
"You know all these girls?"
"I knew them, befriended them, and whenever I could, I helped them."
He pointed to a platinum blonde with a sharp nose and spiky, greased eyelashes.
"Allison had a substance problem. I got her into a very fine program, and today she's clean."
Aaron asked if she was still dancing.
"No, she's not."
Killian stepped close to the photograph, contemplating each detail as if it were a Monet.
"A week after she got out of treatment, she married a tree surgeon and moved to Tallahassee. I never even got a postcard."
He turned to Aaron and brightened.
"But that's all right. I ask for nothing."
"Except a smile."
"When it's from the heart."
Aaron turned off the light and directed Killian back to the living room. She sat beside him on a deacon's bench and spoke to him as if he were a small boy.
"This is not a game," she said. "I heard they call me Mr. Peepers."
"We all like you, Jerry. It's an affectionate nickname."
"I do have a frail, bookish appearance."
"Scholarly is the way I'd describe it."
"Don't be fooled, Aaron. I can play hardball."
She took both his hands, a standard move to keep them from wandering. "Exactly what have you got on the congressman?" Killian said he couldn't tell her. He pulled one hand free and made a zipping motion across his lips. "It must be good," Aaron coaxed, "to make him lean on a judge."
I can't discuss it, Killian repeated. It's man's work.
Erin sighed and relaxed her grip.
Here's my problem, Jerry. Do I believe your story? Do I get my hopes up for nothing? The whole thing with Angie and Darrell has been a nightmare.
I understand, he said. I read through the files at the courthouse. That's how I got the judge's name.
If I knew more, maybe I could help set this up.
It's set up just fine, said Killian.
He wouldn't budge. Usually a soft hand-holding would do the trick, but not this time. Erin rose and said,
All right, Jerry. How long will it take?
I'm expecting a phone call this afternoon.
Congressmen work on Sundays?
They do when their careers are at stake.
Erin stood at the door, searching for a humane way to say what had to be said.
If this works out, if I get Angela back, well, I can't give you anything, Jerry. You should know that.
By anything you mean?
You know what I mean,
Erin said.
I'll be eternally grateful for your kindness. That's the most I can promise.
Do I look crushed?
Slightly.
Well, who wouldn't be?
He chuckled softly.
I bet you'll quit the club, too.
Absolutely. Once I get Angie back, I'm gone.
Then there's one thing you can do for me.
He went to the stereo and picked through a stack of CDs.
Just a second,
he called to Erin.
Please?
Soon the apartment filled with heavy rock. She's Got Legs by ZZ Top. Erin gave Killian a look of mock disapproval.
Let me guess.
Do you mind?
Just one dance, Erin said. Urbana would have wrung her neck. The first time she went on stage at the club, Erin vomited before and after the performance. Urbana Sprawl took her aside.
It's like wing walking, okay? You're fine long as you don't look down.
Monique Jr. hugged her and whispered,
It's a slumber party, hon. That's how come we're in our 90s.
And Monique Sr. said,
Quit crying, for God's sake. Bobby Knight is at table 9.
It had taken Erin a week to find a method that worked. Whenever she froze and found herself asking why am I doing this, she thought of Angie. Once on stage, the trick was to dream herself away with the music. That's why she was so picky about the selections. The songs had to mean something. If things felt right, the awful anxiety would melt away, and Erin would become wondrously detached from the surroundings. She'd forget she was jumping around in her birthday suit before a room full of drunks. In Erin's fantasy, the men in the audience were cheering the high kicks and fluid turns, and not the shape of her ass. Smiling was a struggle at first because Erin wasn't particularly ecstatic about the work. Moreover, she'd noticed that many of the customers didn't smile either. Instead, they watched with studious and impassive expressions, like judges at a cattle auction. Again, Urbana had offered valuable counsel.
A nice smile beats 40-inch jugs any day.
So Erin made herself smile, and the money got better. The men came forward and folded $10 bills into her garters or the elastic of her G-string. Many customers were nervous about standing so close and plainly terrified of touching a foreign thigh. Erin was constantly reminded of the ridiculous power of sex. Routine female nakedness reduced some men to stammering, clammy-fingered fools. For the bolder clientele, Shad's spooky presence discouraged groping and crude solicitation. Erin had conquered her shyness in about a month. Unlike some of the dancers, she would never be totally comfortable on stage. There was a small thrill to the tease, but no hot rush from the cheers and whistles of strangers. By contrast, the two Moniques loved the boisterous attention because it made them feel like glamorous stars. The wilder the audience, the wilder their performance. Erin didn't play to the crowd. The music was her master, and also her escape. When Van Morrison sang, Erin was dancing in the moonlight. But that was in the club, not in a customer's apartment. Still, she wasn't afraid. Mr. Peepers obviously was helpless in her presence. He would have inserted his tongue in a light socket if she'd told him to. Erin further neutralized the man by asking about the sepia portrait of a curly-haired woman gazing up at them from the credenza. It was, as Erin had surmised, Jerry's dear departed mother. Erin felt safer under the late Mrs. Killian's watchful eye. Killian cleared the oval table and helped Erin climb up. She handed him her sandals and her purse. By then, Killian had already forgotten about the gun, the congressman, the blackmail, what day it was. The wood was slick and cool under Erin's feet. She danced for 4 minutes and never even removed her sweater. Killian was dazzled. "Splendid," he said over and over to himself. As the song ended, he tucked something into the back pocket of Erin's jeans. It wasn't a tip. At the door, she gave him a sisterly peck on the cheek. Killian jumped at the moment of contact. He said, "If I have good news, you'll see me outside the club." "Be careful," said Erin. Although she wasn't seriously concerned, the worst that could happen was that the congressman would tell Killian to blow off. He waved fondly from the doorstep as Erin walked to her car. She waved back and gave him one of her best smiles. She had decided that he was basically a good person. When Erin got home, she took the note from her pocket and unfolded it on the kitchen counter. It said, "Thank you for saving my soul." That night, Erin worked a double shift at the Eager Beaver in the hopes that Jerry Killian would show up. He didn't. The following morning, she phoned his apartment and got no answer. When she tried the TV station, the news director told her that Mr. Killian had gone on vacation. He was expected back in 2 weeks. At the club, Erin switched back to her familiar dancing routines. Clapton, Creedence Clearwater, the Allman Brothers. Soon she got lost in the blues guitar, and the world seemed like a better place, even though it wasn't. She never saw Jerry Killian again. Chapter 9. On the evening of September 16th, at a tavern called the Lozeau Lounge in western Montana, the Schuyler brothers drank 6 beers apiece, threw darts at a stuffed elk, and argued over the cosmic meaning of a Randy Travis song. Then they headed for home, which was a valley in the Bitterroot Mountains. Johnny Schuyler drove because Brother Farron's license had been suspended 4 times and revoked twice permanently. That was no small achievement in the great and free state of Montana, where driving and drinking are regarded as inalienable rights. Johnny Schuyler followed the dirt road toward the Clark Fork River and the 1-lane steel bridge that would carry them to their respective wives and children, waiting in identical double-wide trailers that had been purchased for 20% off at a spring trade show in Spokane. The money that the Schuyler brothers saved on the mobile homes had been put to good use. A large satellite dish was wired to the earth on a flat clearing between the 2 double-wides. A parabolic eyesore among the regal vectors of Douglas firs and ponderosa pines, the TV dish was still the finest investment that Johnny and Farron had ever made. WrestleMania, Japanese game shows. One night, flipping channels, they'd stumbled onto a guy talking with real Playboy bunnies. The interviewer was so tan that the Schuylers speculated he might be an Indian, except he talked too fast and laughed too loud. Around the man's neck hung a gold medallion as thick as a goose turd. Johnny and Farron couldn't get over it. No doubt about it, satellite TV preserved the Schuyler family units. In the long black stretch of winter, it was all that kept the men from going mad with boredom. In the summer, it entertained the wives and kids so that Farron and Johnny could stay out extra late, crack open another Rolling Rock, kick back, watch the sun drop down over the mountaintops. On this night, though, a storm was rolling in hard from Idaho. There would be no sunset, just an ominous and sudden darkening. Bruised clouds stacked up over the Bitterroots, and a cool wind chased down the river. It rattled the tin price sign that hung over the gas pump outside the Lazo Lounge. Inside, Johnny Schuyler reared back and heaved one more dart at the taxidermied elk, yanked his brother off the bar stool, and said they'd better get on home while they could still see the way. The dirt road fed straight downhill to the old steel span across the river. Fat raindrops began to slap against the Bronco, dimpling the chalky brown dust on the tinted windshield. Mindful of the strong wind, Johnny Schuyler took it slowly. First gear, high beams, both hands on the wheel. Approaching the bridge, he was careful to line up the truck's wheels on the twin wooden planks, already slickened by the drizzle. Halfway across, Farron Schuyler said, "Hold up." His brother braked the truck to a stop, idling. "Out there," Farron said. "On the river?" "Yeah, I seen a raft." "No way," said Johnny Schuyler. He lowered the window. It was too dark to see anything on the Clark Fork. His brother said, "Wait, for the lightning." Up the valley it came, an ultraviolet burst that illuminated the river for a fraction of a second. In that blink of a moment, Johnny Schuyler spotted the raft 20 yards downstream from the bridge. "There, against the gravel bar," Farron said. "Yeah, I saw it." "Did you see the guy?" "No." Johnny dimmed the headlights and squinted into the thickening night. The rain was coming down pretty good, soaking the sleeve of his left arm. Johnny spit hard, and the wind hurled it back in his face. Another rip of lightning, high and far away. A purple strobe brightened the valley. Then it was dark again. But the scene was stamped in Johnny's eyes. A red raft, oars askew, gliding sideways along a narrow gravel spit that briefly split the river in two. The man in the raft had his back to the bridge. He wore an olive vest and an up-downer-style cap, either of which marked him definitely as an out-of-towner. His arms were straight at his sides. A fishing rod lay across his lap. "Crazy bastard," said Farron Schuyler. "Think he needs help?" "Hell, yes, he needs help. He needs his damn head examined. Crazy bastard trout fiend." Johnny wasn't sure what to do next, wasn't sure what could be done. As the sizzling, electrified maw of the storm boiled down on them, a steel bridge seemed not such a smart place to be. Thunder had begun to shake the struts. "He better get off the water," Johnny Schuyler remarked, staring at the place where the rafter had last appeared in a blast of light. Johnny briefly considered the logistics of a rescue, then pushed the notion out of his head. Here the banks of the Clark Fork were rocky and steep, and of course the Schuyler brothers were full of beer. Disaster was the word that came to Johnny's mind. He cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted against the wind. "Hey, out there!" Farron said, "Forget it, man, he can't hear you." Johnny tried again. "Hey, you!" Another flash, another glimpse of the raft, slipping farther downstream. The fisherman appeared not to have heard the shouts. The rod still lay across the man's lap, the oar handles remained unattended, one pointing upriver and the other pointing the opposite way. "There's one crazy bastard," Farron reiterated. "Something ain't right." Lightning exploded nearby, and the brothers covered their heads. They heard the crash of a lodgepole pine breaking in 3 pieces.
"Time to go," Farron said. "Would you agree?"
Johnny Schuyler had a bad feeling in his gut. He gazed down the Clark Fork, waiting for more lightning, for one more look at the lunatic trout fiend.
"He'll be all right, Johnny. The river slicks out for the next mile. A blind dog could make it to shore."
"I suppose."
Johnny had never seen a raft on this leg of the Clark Fork so late in the evening. The next takeout was 12 miles downriver, and who the hell goes fishing at night in a thunderstorm?
"Would you please fucking step on it?"
Farron Schuyler was saying.
"I don't feel like getting barbecued up here on this damn bridge. Besides, we're missing the ball game."
Ever since Denver had gotten a major league franchise, Farron had become a baseball fanatic. His brother could take it or leave it. Football was something else. With the dish, they could even pull in the Argonauts.
"It's 9:30,
Johnny Schuyler noted.
"Game's almost over."
"Well, shit."
"Farron, I can't see him no more."
"Maybe he turned the Big Bend."
"Not without rowing he didn't. Not unless he's got an Evinrude on that raft."
Farron said,
"All he's got to do is hang on. He'll be okay. Now let's go."
"Just a minute."
The rain came down in sheets, thrumming on the roof of the Bronco. Johnny finally rolled up the window, but he didn't take his eyes off the water. Sky crackled, and the river became a pink mirror. This time the brothers had no difficulty spotting the small red raft turning in the slow current as it floated downstream.
"Oh, my Lord,"
Johnny Schuyler said. Farron grabbed the dashboard with both hands.
"Crazy goddamn bastard," he said.
The raft was empty. The man was gone. The Schuylers hopped from the truck and ran for the river. The rain stopped 2 hours later. By then, the Mineral County Sheriff's Office had arrived with a motorboat and a bona fide scuba diver. The U.S. Forestry Service had promised to send 4 rangers and a helicopter, providing the weather didn't act up again. A few residents turned out with rafts, rowboats, and waterproof flashlights. The small riverside campground at Forest Grove served as headquarters for the search, which by local standards was heroic and exhaustive. By dawn, the raft had been found, wedged sideways under a piling of the I-90 bridge, due west of Lazo. The oars had been lost, and the raft contained no clues to the identity of the missing angler. An empty can of Colt 45 and a crumpled Snickers wrapper were the only evidence of a human passenger. The search for the body lasted 18 hours and proved fruitless. A reporter from the Missoulian arrived at Forest Grove and interviewed the Schuyler brothers, who gave a richly embroidered account of what they'd seen on the river during the thunderstorm. Then they posed for pictures next to the Forestry Service helicopter. For the next several days, the brothers faithfully watched C-SPAN on the satellite dish, but saw no mention of the Clark Fork rescue effort or their role in it. Fame embraced the Schuylers in more modest ways. It was years before they had to pay for their own beers at the Lazo Lounge. The children of Al Garcia's second wife called him Al, and that was fine. Dad was out of the question. The kids already had a dad, who was in prison because of Al Garcia. That was how Garcia had met his second wife, while arresting her husband for a drug murder. There were no hard feelings. 6 months after the trial, she filed for divorce and married Al. From hash dealer to homicide detective, Garcia had told her, "You're moving up in the world." Not by much, Donna had said. Quick on the draw, that was Donna. The children were all right, too. A boy and a girl, ages 8 and 9, or 9 and 10. Garcia had trouble remembering. Overall, he was very fond of the kids, and didn't feel the least bit guilty about the circumstances. The first time the boy asked when his real dad was getting out of jail, Al Garcia took the small hand and said, "Never, Andy." When the boy asked why, Garcia said, "Because your daddy shot a man between the eyes." Andy appreciated the seriousness of the situation. His sister Lynn, who was either a year older or a year younger, said maybe her dad had a good reason for shooting the other guy. 100,000 reasons, Al Garcia had said, but none good enough. Just then Donna had come storming in from the kitchen and ordered them all to hush up or else. When it came time for their first family vacation, Donna chose western Montana because she and the kids had never seen mountains. It sounded fine to Al Garcia. He made a few calls and found out that Montana, for all its Wild West lore, was a safe and tranquil place. There were traffic intersections in Dade County with higher murder rates. Donna arranged to rent a small log house on the Clark Fork River, about 60 miles outside of Missoula. Garcia was no outdoorsman, but a cabin on the water seemed like a splendid idea. He promised Andy and Lynn he would help them catch a big rainbow trout, and they could fry it up for supper. He promised Donna he wouldn't talk about his job and wouldn't call Miami, not even once, to check on his open cases. In 14 years as a homicide detective, Sergeant Al Garcia had personally investigated 1,092 murders. It was his curse to remember every one. The oddest details, too. Rescue 911 playing on the television while they chalked the body. The counterfeit Rolex worn by the victim. The smell of burned biscuits in the kitchen. A photograph in the hall. The dead man whooping it up at Disney World. Al Garcia hated the unfailing thoroughness of his memory. It made him an excellent detective, but a deeply troubled person. Montana turned out to be better than he had expected, wide open and friendly, with a few exceptions. The desk clerk at the motel in Missoula shot him a hard look when she saw the name on the credit card. Being a Garcia from Miami wasn't easy these days. Some people automatically assumed you had 6 kilos in the trunk and a loaded Uzi under the front seat. The next day, when they got to the log house on the river, Al Garcia nearly forgot where he'd come from and what he did for a living. Standing on the wooden deck, he thought the river valley was the most peaceful place he'd ever seen. He drank the piney air, closed his eyes, and easily lost himself in the silence of the surrounding woods. The first day, Andy spotted 2 deer. The second night, Lynn found a small bleached skull from a dead skunk. She wanted to take it home to Florida, but Donna said no, give it a decent burial in the garden. On the third day, Andy came running up the bank so fast that Garcia thought a bear was chasing him. The boy was shouting, "Al, you better come! You better come fast!" Garcia told him to slow down, take a breather. Andy grabbed his arm and tugged hard. "Come on, down to the river." "What is it, son?" "A floater," Andy exclaimed. Garcia felt a sour knotting in his gut. Living with a homicide cop had given Donna's youngsters a gruesome vocabulary. They knew all about trunk jobs, John Does, Juan Does, gunshots, accidentals, and naturals, and floaters, of course. Garcia followed the boy down the hill to the river's edge. The detective waded into the water, skating his tennis shoes across the gravel bottom. The body floated face up, tangled in a shallow brush pile. The face was violet and bloated, the eyes springing out in a cartoonish way. "Is he dead, Al?" Andy stood on the bank. He folded his small arms across his chest, looking very serious. "He's dead, isn't he?" "Extremely," Garcia said. "I told you." The dead man wore heavy rubber trousers and an olive vest with many small pockets. Garcia unzipped the one over the left breast and removed a wallet. The wallet held 3 $100 bills, a half-dozen traveler's checks, and a laminated driver's license with familiar colors. Garcia said, "God damn it to hell." The boy shouted, "Who is he, Al?" "Go tell your mother to call the police." The boy ran off. The dead man's face stared up googly-eyed from the hissing river. "You're a prick," Al Garcia said to the corpse. "You're a prick for spoiling my vacation." He looked again at the dead man's license and cursed acidly. The son of a bitch was from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Why, Garcia wondered, why won't they let me be? Chapter 10. Shad was intrigued by the psychiatrist's eyebrows, lush and multi-hued.
"Those real?"
he asked. "Please," said the doctor, recoiling. "No touching." It was Shad's first visit to a shrink, Mordecai's man. His name was Vibbs, Palm Beach Sharpie and plaintiff's best friend. A laminated diploma from Yale University hung on one wall. Shad was more interested in a jar of hard candy on the doctor's desk. He filled his cheeks and began to chew. "Tell me about the roach," Dr. Vibbs said.
"Big fucker."
The words crackled out of Shad's mouth. "Did it upset you?" Shad's laugh exposed a wet maw of peppermints and butterscotch.
"Upset? Hell, I'm traumatized. Write that down."
Dr. Vibbs was rattled by Shad's hairless, hulking presence. Most of Mordecai's referrals had nothing wrong with them. This one was different. When the hairless man bent to pick up a candy wrapper, the psychiatrist noticed a G carved into his scalp. He assumed that Shad had done it to himself. Vibbs probed with caution. "I need to ask some personal questions. It's standard for these evaluations."
"Evaluate away,"
said Shad.
"I told you I was fucking traumatized. What more do you want?"
"Are you having bad dreams?"
"Nope."
"Not even about the roach? Try to remember." Shad said. He was catching on.
"Now that you mention it, I've been having fearsome nightmares."
"That's understandable," said the psychiatrist, scribbling up a storm. "Tell me about them."
"I get chased down Sunrise Boulevard by a giant cockroach with yogurt dripping from its eyeball sockets."
"I see," the psychiatrist said. He scarcely glanced up from his notes. Shad took this as a signal to try harder.
"Yeah, so this monster roach is chasing me back and forth, drooling and growling like 1,000 tigers. The fucker's as big as a tanker truck. Plus it's got a dead baby in its teeth."
"I see."
"And when it gets real close, it turns into my mom."
"Good," said Dr. Vibbs without emotion. "So tell me more about your mother."
"Huh?"
"Please, I'm interested in your relationship with your mother."
"You are?"
An odd light flickered in Shad's eyes. He dragged Dr. Vibbs out of the chair and put him face down on the floor. Then he took a handsome pair of wood-handled scissors and sliced the psychiatrist's clothing from neck to buttocks. On the desk, Shad found a rotating tray of rubber stamps. He selected a red one that said "No Insurance" and stamped it all over Dr. Vibbs's naked torso. It was quite some time before Shad ran out of ink. Meanwhile, sad puppy noises rose from the doctor's throat.
"What a phony,"
Shad complained. He tossed the stamp on the desk and grabbed a handful of hard candies for the road. "You're disturbed," Vibbs cried.
"I ain't disturbed. The word is fucking traumatized." You should have wrote it down.
Go away, said Vibbs.
Shad stood over him.
Not until you spell it.
What?
Come on, wig picker. Traumatized. I'll even spot you the goddamn T.
In a shaky but defiant voice, the psychiatrist spelled the word perfectly.
Proud of you,
Shad said, stepping across him.
And forget that business about my mom. I don't know what got into me.
To quell employee unrest at the Eager Beaver, it was Orley's custom to pound on the desk and invoke the Mafia. He would brag of lifelong bonds with Angelo Bruno, Nicky Scarfo, Fat Tony Salerno, and other famous gangsters whose names he'd clipped from crime magazines. He would talk of blood oaths and the certain death awaiting those who violated them. Orley's performance usually had the desired effect of staunching demands for pay raises, health benefits, or the slightest improvement in work conditions at the club. In truth, he had no connections whatsoever to organized crime. The mob wasn't interested in the Eager Beaver because strip joints got too much heat from police. Orley heard this firsthand from the only genuine mafioso he'd ever met, a loan shark on trial for breaking the thumbs of a delinquent Chrysler salesman. Orley had gone to court as personal research to learn how the mob actually operated. During a recess, he approached the loan shark and struck up a friendly conversation. When Orley asked if the loan shark knew anyone in the market for a new dance club, the man frowned and said, "No fucking way. There's too much heat." Now, video arcades, the mob guy said, that's a whole other deal. A video arcade would be very attractive, investment-wise. Orley was disappointed, but out of politeness he hung around to hear the verdict. Not guilty, it turned out. The jurors, among them several recent purchasers of Chrysler products, were visibly unmoved by the victim's tale of woe. Orley noticed a few of them smiling as the salesman described his hands being placed in the door jamb of a steel blue New Yorker sedan. All that muscle over a $600 debt. Orley was impressed. He clung to his dream that someday the Mafia would make him a partner. For now, though, the illusion would have to suffice. Orley faced a room full of disgruntled dancers. As usual, Erin spoke for the group.
Item number 1, she began. The air conditioning.
Orley scowled. So, what about it?
It's way too cold, said Erin.
Urbana Sproul spoke up.
Thermostat's on 68 degrees. That's awful cool.
Orley turned to Shad, who stood expressionless in a corner.
You chilly?
No, said Shad.
But I don't feel much in the way of hot and cold.
Well, Orley said, I'm quite comfy at 68. Because you're a reptile, Erin thought. She said, You're wearing a cardigan, Mr. Orley. We, on the other hand, are freezing our bare butts. Orley rubbed his palms together.
The cold makes you look sexier, makes those nipples good and hard. Customers go for that, am I right?
The room got tense. Erin said to Orley, Congratulations, you've hit a new low.
Watch it,
he warned.
You just watch how you talk.
Monique Jr., normally timid, said,
I don't believe it. That's why you made it so cold? So we'd get hard?
Nipples, Orley declared, are a mighty important part of this enterprise.
In the corner, Shad muffled a laugh. Erin said, Turn up the thermostat or we don't dance.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, said Orley.
Erin picked up a ballpoint pen and wrote on the blotter, 72 degrees or no dancing. Orley said,
I'll pretend I didn't see that.
He was waiting for Erin to back down. So were the other dancers. Orley adopted a menacing tone.
Insubordination can be dangerous, young lady. Remember what happened to poor Gonzalo.
Poor Gonzalo was the Eager Beaver's previous owner, whose bullet-riddled corpse had been dumped on the interstate. Punishment, Orley claimed, for filching from the coin boxes on the foosball machines.
Bottom line is, Fat Tony likes things to run smooth,
Orley said. Aaron suspected that Fat Tony and the Mafia had nothing to do with Gonzalo's death. More likely it was a dispute between Gonzalo and one of his many PCP suppliers. "Tell you what," said Aaron. "Why don't you ask Fat Tony to stop by the club tonight?" Orley was dumbstruck. He rocked precariously in his roost. "I want him to strip down," Aaron said. "See if he doesn't freeze his saggy old Mafia tits." The other dancers murmured in amazement. What had gotten into this girl? "Well," Aaron said, "give the man a call." Orley looked whipped.
"You're on very thin ice,"
he said weakly. Aaron smiled. "I bet it's warm and cozy down at the Flesh Farm."
"Oh, Christ," said Orley. "Don't even think about it."
She turned to the other dancers. "Show of hands?" One by one, the women joined up.
"No!" cried Orley. "You stay away from those fucking lings."
"Then turn up the damn thermostat," said Urbana Sprawl, freshly emboldened. "Fat Tony don't want his dancers out sick with a chest cold." The two Moniques began to giggle. Shad turned toward the imitation red velvet wall to hide his grin. He knew there was no Fat Tony and no mob connection. The principal investors in the Eager Beaver were a group of relatively harmless orthopedic surgeons from Lowell, Massachusetts. A reluctant Orley said he'd raise the temperature in the main lounge to 70 degrees. Aaron held out for 71.
"All right,"
Orley agreed.
"But I want to see some rock-hard cherries. I mean it."
Aaron proceeded with item 2 on the agenda. "We've been kicking around some ideas for a new name."
"Forget it,"
Orley sniffed.
"I already said no."
"Something classy."
"You want classy? Teach these fucking bimbos how to dance. Then maybe we'll talk about a classy name. For now, the Eager Beaver is perfect."
"Candy Rockers," Aaron said. "Sexy but not crude. What do you think?"
"I think,"
Orley said,
"that I give these girls a video from only the hottest joint in Dallas, right? All they gotta do is pop it in the VCR and watch the motherfucking tape. I mean, a chimpanzee could pick up some of these steps."
"It takes time," said Aaron.
"Like hell."
Orley pointed at Sabrina, who was absorbed in polishing her toenails.
"You watch that tape?"
Sabrina bowed her head and said no.
"Case closed."
Orley slammed his hand on the arm of the chair.
"Case closed. We'll switch to a classy name when I see some classy dancing."
Urbana Sprawl waved.
"Mr. Orley, I looked at that video. I believe those Dallas girls were high on crank."
"Oh, is that it?"
Orley laid on the sarcasm. "Candy Rockers," Aaron said again. "Think about it, okay?" Someone knocked quietly on the door. Orley motioned to Shad, who went to the back of the office and positioned himself strategically at the doorway.
"Who's there?"
he asked. A thick voice on the other side said, "Police." Shad looked to his boss for instructions.
"Shit,"
Orley said.
"What now?"
His face turned the color of spackle. Aaron wasn't sure what to make of Sergeant Al Garcia. She didn't know if he was a good policeman or a lousy policeman, but she knew he'd never make it in the FBI. He was not an assiduous note-taker. However, other factors worked in his favor. 11 whole minutes had passed, and Al Garcia hadn't yet propositioned her, or even asked if she was married. That set him apart from most cops who dropped by the Eager Beaver. He sat across from Aaron in a back booth. Orley, citing phony flu symptoms, had slithered out the front exit. Shad was at the bar, haggling with a wholesaler over 2 cases of Haitian rum. On stage, Urbana Sprawl danced to a dirty rap song. Aaron wore a lace teddy, a white G-string, and high heels. Not ideal attire for a police interview. Garcia smoked a cigar and paid no attention to the perfumed surroundings. He handed Aaron a Xeroxed copy of a Florida driver's license. When she saw the photograph of Jerry Killian, she knew she was looking at a dead man. Garcia had already told her. Exactly what happened? Her mouth had gone dry and her eardrums buzzed faintly. Drowned, the detective said. Your picture is hanging in his apartment. Mine and a dozen others. I found a stack of cocktail napkins on the bedstand. Did you know about that? Eager Beaver cocktail napkins? With extreme firmness, Aaron said, I never saw his bedroom. He wrote notes on his damn napkins, notes to himself, notes to his kids, notes to you. Garcia paused. Is the smoke bothering you? No, said Aaron. It's my all-time favorite aroma. That and gum turpentine. Without apologizing, the detective extinguished the cigar. Tell me what happened, Aaron said. It was still sinking in. Mr. Peepers was dead. This was too much. I want to know everything, she said. What happened is, your friend floated up deceased in the Clark Fork River and spoiled my trout fishing. You ever been there, the Clark Fork? Garcia reached in his jacket and took out an envelope of family snapshots. He found one photo showing the river and the mountains, and he handed it to Aaron. Mineral County, Montana. Beautiful country, no? Aaron agreed. In the foreground of the photograph was an attractive woman and 2 children. They looked perfectly normal, Al Garcia's family. Not many homicides in Mineral County, the detective was saying. The coroner takes one look at Mr. Tourist, all dressed up in his LL Beans, and says accidental drowning. Being the hard-ass, ill-mannered big-city Cuban that I am, I politely request to peek inside Mr. Tourist's chest. The coroner, nice guy, says, sure, unzips him right on the spot. Erin's low-cal lunch did a slow somersault in her stomach. She asked Garcia what was found inside Jerry Killian. Not much. Garcia held his dead cigar poised like a paintbrush. A little water in the lungs, that's to be expected. But when a man drowns in a lake or a river, he also tends to suck up grass, bugs, sand. You'd be surprised. One night we got a floater off Key Biscayne, had a baby queen angelfish in his bronchioles. Al Garcia spoke loudly to be heard over the dance music. You don't look so hot. Want me to come back some other time? Could you get to the punchline? Aaron said impatiently. In 10 minutes it's my set. Sure, said Garcia. Here's the deal. The Clark Fork was full of bugs and leaves. Dip a bucket in the river and you'd see what I mean. But the water in Killian's body was amazingly clean. Tap water, Aaron said. You're a smart girl. So somebody killed him? Probably in a bathtub, Garcia said. If I had to guess. Can we go outside? Aaron asked. Only if you let me smoke. Shad followed them to the parking lot. Aaron motioned him to go away. Al Garcia acted as if he didn't care one way or the other. He lit his cigar and leaned up against his car, an unmarked blue Caprice. Aaron said, You're serious about Jerry being murdered? His ex says he went fishing out west every year. This time was different in one respect. When he got there, he never took out a fishing license. That's damn strange. Garcia turned away and blew smoke into the darkness. Two local boys saw him going downriver on a raft, alone, in a rainstorm.
Alive?
I doubt it. You got any ideas, Mrs. Grant? Aaron said,
Let me think on it. Things are complicated.
Maternal instinct told her to avoid the subject of Angela and Jerry Killian's promise. It was possible that Garcia already knew. "For the record," he said, "you didn't kill him, did you?" Aaron laughed in bitter astonishment. "No, sir. I didn't love him, I didn't sleep with him, and I most definitely didn't kill him." "I believe you," Garcia said, "but I'm a sucker for high heels." He gave her his card. She studied it curiously.
This says Dade County.
"Yeah, that's a problem. We're in Broward, aren't we?" Garcia rolled the stogie back and forth in his mouth. "Montana's a long way off, Mrs. Grant. It may take me a while to drum up local interest."
But technically it's not your jurisdiction.
"That's right," he said agreeably. "I'm meddling, pure and simple."
Why? Aaron asked.
"Because my boy is the one who found him." Garcia took out his car keys. "You got children. You'll understand."
"Is he all right? Your son?"
"Sure. He just wants to know what happened, and I'd prefer to tell him the truth. Anyway, floaters happen to be right up my alley, I'm proud to say." Al Garcia's voice trailed off. He looked tired and preoccupied, and 10 years older than he probably was. Aaron fought back an urge to tell him everything.
"I'd like to help," she said, "but I doubt if I can. Mr. Killian was a customer, that's all. I hardly knew the man."
Garcia flicked the cigar. It landed with a hiss in a puddle. After he got in the car, Aaron motioned him to roll down the window. She stepped up to the door and said,
"If it's not an official investigation, how'd you get inside his apartment?"
"All I did was ask the super." Garcia winked. "A badge is a badge." He started the car. "Get back inside," he told Aaron, "before you catch cold."
"Will there be a service?" she asked.
"For Killian? Not for a while. The coroner promised he won't sign the papers for a week or so until I check around."
"So where's Jerry's body?"
"In a freezer in downtown Missoula," Garcia said. "Him and 2 tons of dead elk." Cousin Joyce wasn't the very last person in the world that Mordecai wanted to see, but she was high on the list.
"Disaster," she said, dropping a stack of color slides on his desk. "I found these in Paul's underwear drawer."
"And how is Paul?" asked Mordecai.
"Feeling better," Joyce said. "Temporarily."
"Any luck locating the Phantom Synagogue?"
"There was no synagogue," she said. "Look at the slides, Mordecai."
They were the photographs taken by Paul Goober's friend at the ill-fated bachelor party. The lawyer went through the slides methodically, holding each one up to a gooseneck lamp. Joyce sat down and began to sniffle.
"That's the man I wanted to marry."
As Mordecai peered at the pictures, he longed for a projector and a screen. The women were happy-looking, gorgeous, and nude. The lawyer pitied Paul Goober, for there was no mistaking his youthful face, buried serenely in the bare loins of a brunette. The effect was to give him a curly goatee. "Obviously, alcohol was involved," Mordecai said. "Too much alcohol."
"Don't make excuses. I want you to sue the bastard."
"For what? You're not married yet."
"Some lawyer," she said, blowing her nose.
"What's this?" Mordecai was examining the last slide, which differed in content from the others. In it, a paunchy, silver-haired man loomed over the still kneeling Paul Goober. With both hands, the stranger was raising a green bottle over his head, as if swinging an axe. His face was twisted with rage. Behind the stranger was the figure of a larger man lunging with outstretched arms, trying to stop the attack. "Dynamite," Mordecai said. He took a magnifying glass from the top drawer and hunched over the slide. "I'm so glad you're amused," said Joyce. "My future is in shambles, but thank God you're enjoying yourself."
"Joyce."
"What?"
"Shut up, please."
The sniffling stopped. His cousin's expression turned cold and spiteful. Mordecai glowed as he looked up from the pictures.
"I know these guys."
"Who? What are you smiling about?"
"Joyce, go home immediately. Take care of your fiancé."
"I can't. He's playing golf."
"No!" Mordecai exclaimed. "He can't possibly be playing golf. He's a very sick man. He's got cluster migraines, blackouts, double vision. Go find him, Joyce. Tend to him."
The lawyer hustled her toward the door.
"I'll be out to see you tomorrow. We've got much to talk about."
Joyce balked.
"And what about me? I'm expected to forget what I saw in those pictures? My fiancé, the man I planned to marry, licking at the belly of some sleazy whore. I'm supposed to put that awful image out of my mind?"
"If you're smart, yes," the lawyer said, "because we've still got one hell of a case."
"Suing a nudie bar?"
"Don't be silly."
Mordecai held his cousin by the shoulders.
"First rule of torts, always go after the deepest pockets. In this case, the fellow who assaulted Paul."
"So who is he?"
Joyce demanded.
"We'll discuss it later."
"A celebrity?"
She was hoping for a movie star.
"Let's see that picture again."
"Later," said Mordecai, aiming her toward the door.
"He's got money? You're absolutely sure?"
"Oh, I'm certain he can get it," the lawyer said. "I'm as certain as I can be."
Mordecai thought, finally, it pays to be a Democrat. Chapter 11. Midnight found Congressman Dilbeck and Christopher Rojo in high spirits at the Flesh Farm. They were celebrating Dilbeck's good news, as related by Malcolm Moldowski via Herb Crandall. The blackmail threat was vanquished. The elated congressman sought no details, and none were offered. Moldy was a magician, his tricks meant to be secret and mystical. Dilbeck and Rojo drank a toast to the greasy little rat-fucker, then turned their attentions toward the dance stage. Soon the blue haze filled with paper airplanes made from U.S. currency. By closing time, Dilbeck and Rojo were fast friends with two of the Flesh Farm dancers. Dawn found the foursome 80 miles away, on a levee on the southeastern shore of Lake Okeechobee. Wearing only knee socks and jockey shorts, Chris Rojo was orating the history of sugar cultivation and Congressman Dilbeck's role in it. The dancers complained of being chewed by fire ants and retreated on 4-inch heels to the air-conditioned comfort of the limousine, where Pierre prepared Bloody Marys. Rojo paced the dike and chattered non-stop, a typically brilliant cocaine monologue. 200,000 acres of muck, glorious muck, he said. Sweet sugar cane as far as the eye can see. Dilbeck's gin-clouded retinas barely saw past the laces of his shoes. The first rays of sunlight warmed his bare shoulders and ignited an itchy prickle of insect tracks. Dilbeck rocked from one leg to the other, as if he'd spent the night on a very small boat. "I may puke," he announced to Rojo. It was the young millionaire's first visit to the fields where his family fortune was sown. He raised lean brown arms to the sky and cried,
23 cents a pound!
The bleeding caused Dilbeck to wince.
23 cents!
Rojo yowled again.
Thank you, Tio Sam! Thank you, Davy!
23 cents per pound was the average wholesale price of the sugar grown by Christopher Rojo's family corporation. The inflated figure was set by the United States Congress and monitored by the Commodity Credit Corporation, an arm of the Department of Agriculture. Rojo had good reason to be thankful. Cane sugar from the Caribbean sold for only 12 cents per pound on the world market. Strict import quotas kept most foreign sugar out of America, thus allowing the Rojos to maintain their fixed price, and thus their grossly excessive lifestyle. Whenever the import quotas came under attack from international trade groups, Congress charged to the rescue. Dilbeck was one of Big Sugar's best friends, and Chris Rojo never missed an opportunity to demonstrate his gratitude. Now, standing on the levee, he locked the congressman in a ferociously sloppy embrace. Dilbeck felt himself teetering and pulled free.
I don't feel so good. Where are the girls?
Who knows? Said Rojo.
Relax, my friend. There will always be girls.
The congressman squinted into the sun.
Did we get laid last night?
I haven't a clue.
Me neither,
Dilbeck said.
I'm assuming we did.
For $1,000, I certainly hope so. Dilbeck grimaced at the sum.
That's what you paid?
500 each. So what? Chris Rojo's voice was dry and high-pitched.
It's nothing to me, he said. Just money.
Dilbeck felt his body heat rise with the sun. He touched the back of his neck and found it damp. He wondered what had happened to his shirt. He hoped that one of Mr. Ling's dancers had chewed it off in a sexual frenzy. Rojo said,
It's a crazy world, Davy. I give some girl $500 just to go for a ride, okay? The poor fucks who cut this cane,
he waved toward the fields.
That's 3 weeks' pay.
Are you serious? Dilbeck said.
This is some country, my friend. Now I must find my pants.
By the time they returned to the limousine, Christopher Rojo had come down hard from the coke, and David Dilbeck wobbled on the brink of heat stroke. Pierre held the door as the two men tumbled into the back seat. The dancers were asleep, a bright tangle of blonde, lace, and spandex. Dilbeck's shirt and Rojo's trousers lay crumpled on the floor of the car. The congressman dug a handful of ice from the portable refrigerator and packed it to his forehead.
It's so fucking hot, he said.
Chris Rojo grunted. Florida, man. In the driver's seat, mute Pierre turned to receive directions.
Civilization, Rojo commanded. And step on it.
Dilbeck watched the flat brown acres fly by at 90 miles an hour, tall stalks of cane stretching to the horizon. He couldn't believe that human beings worked in such suffocating heat from dawn to dusk. He'd heard it was bad, but Christ almighty, he'd never imagined it like this.
How much do you pay them? He asked Rojo.
The girls?
I told you, Davy, 5 each. No, I mean the migrants.
All that? Rojo was struggling to fit his legs into the wrinkled trousers. My father says it's up to $30 a day. All depends if the foreman's in a good mood. But when you subtract room and board, booze and smokes, who knows? And medical care isn't cheap either.
Jesus, said the congressman.
Hey, they keep coming back. Compared to Santo Domingo, this is fucking Club Med.
How long do they work?
Until it's done, Rojo said. My father says a good hand cuts a ton of cane every hour. You believe that? A whole goddamn ton. Amazing what a man can do when he's properly motivated. David Dilbeck turned from the window and closed his eyes. It made him dizzy and sick just thinking about it. The judge was startled when Erin sat down at the table. She said, "You remember me? The unfit mother?" The judge stiffly drained his Jack Daniels.
"I was hoping this was a social visit," he said.
Erin fought to steady herself. She'd had 2 martinis during her break, a rare indulgence while performing. The problem was Jerry Killian being dead. Even peripheral involvement with a murder could ruin her chance of getting Angie back. In his love-struck quest to help, Killian might have provoked the wrong people. How far had he taken his screwball scheme? Had he actually tried extortion on a U.S. congressman? Erin needed to know more before she told Al Garcia about her own supporting role. The judge was her strongest lead, and also the riskiest. Erin feinted in the obvious direction. "I'd like you to hear my side of the case."
"I already have," the judge said. "In court."
A waitress brought a fresh drink, which the judge eyed longingly, but did not sip. Erin wondered if Shad had defiled it in the usual way. "Thanks to you," she said, "my daughter is in the custody of an incorrigible felon."
"The record reflected no such thing."
"The record was sanitized, Your Honor. Darrell Grant is a paid informant for the sheriff's office, and you know it. They purged his rap sheet." Fidgeting in a dark booth, the judge wasn't nearly as imposing as he was in the courtroom. Here at the Eager Beaver, he was just another horny old fart with impossible fantasies. Erin said, "My ex-husband deals in stolen wheelchairs. He's made an accomplice of our daughter." The judge told her that he based his opinion on the known facts of the case. That's the law.
"But it's also true that a decision can be reversed."
He twirled the ice cubes counterclockwise in the bourbon.
"Are you going to dance on my table?"
"I don't do that."
"The others do."
"Not I," said Erin.
"Then perhaps something else."
The judge clutched his glass with both hands, as if it were a sacred chalice. His voice took on a sly tone. "I mentioned one particular idea to your friend." "Which friend was that?"
"Your special friend."
Naturally, Erin thought. "I've got lots of special friends," she said, "with lots of special ideas." The judge pursed his wormy lips and said, "You're playing games." He fumbled under the table as if scratching himself, but brought forth a Bible.
"I come here often to pray for sinners like you."
"Oh, that's a good one."
"I keep the good book on my lap at all times."
"I'll bet," Erin said. "Levitating?"
"Fighting the devil on his own turf."
"Whatever,"
she said. "Good versus evil, evil versus good. It's an eternal struggle."
The judge found a dry corner of the cocktail table and placed the Bible there. Then he treated himself to a noisy gulp of bourbon. On stage, the 2 Moniques danced as gunslingers, fringed boots, Stetsons, holsters, and a silver star on each bare breast. The judge was briefly transported. "Time to get ready," Erin said, slipping out of the booth. The judge snapped to attention.
"Does this mean the answer is no?"
"What did my special friend say my answer would be?"
Mr. Dilbeck wasn't sure.
Finally, Erin thought, Jerry's congressman.
"We talked about your custody case," the judge said. "I suggested an oral settlement. Didn't he tell you?"
Oral settlement. How incredibly clever. A regular Noel Coward, this one. "Your Honor," Erin said,
I don't know anyone named Dilbeck, and whatever you suggested to him, I promise that my answer would be no." The judge seemed more perplexed than humiliated. "All right," he said, stirring the ice. "But perhaps we could pray together some fine Sunday morning."
The lawyer, grinning like an imbecile, was waiting at the door.
"Come in, come in, come in!"
Shad distrusted joviality.
"I heard you the first time. What's the news from Delicato Dairy?"
Mordecai led him to the conference room.
"Coffee, Mr. Shad?"
"Answers, Mr. Mordecai."
From his waistband, Shad pulled a Black & Decker cordless drill with a 1/4-inch steel bit. Without a word, he began to put numerous holes in Mordecai's favorite Matisse print.
"The new pointillism,"
Shad explained to the stupefied lawyer. Soon the painting fell off the wall, exposing an identical pattern of fresh holes in the plaster. Mordecai's secretary pounded urgently on the door, and Shad instructed her to go away. Mordecai dropped to his knees and began begging for mercy. He'd been rehearsing ever since Dr. Vibbs had phoned, weepy on Nembutols. His session with Shad had gone quite badly.
"Don't kill me,"
Mordecai pleaded.
"I'll do anything."
Shad tucked the drill under his arm.
"Start at the beginning, fuckhead."
The lawyer's story came out in whimpers. The yogurt had been stored securely in the office refrigerator. One day Beverly was out sick. The temp helped herself, never asked, ate the whole damn thing, roach and all. You believe that, dumb twat? Shad's amphibian eyes closed slowly, and remained that way for a long time. He was thinking that he should have left the warning note on the yogurt carton. The lawyer's knees ached, but he was too frightened to move. Beverly rapped on the door again, and this time Mordecai was startled to hear his own voice telling her to relax, everything's okay. Just another narcoleptic sociopath in need of legal advice. "You all right?" the lawyer asked Shad. The hairless giant opened his eyes. His face showed nothing. From a breast pocket he scooped a handful of crispy dead insects. Cockroaches, grasshoppers, June bugs, Japanese beetles, even a scorpion, which he organized on the table for Mordecai's inspection.
"This time," Shad said, "no fuck-ups."
The lawyer rose to his feet. He circled the table slowly, pretending to admire Shad's collection.
"We should discuss this,"
Mordecai said.
"Nothing to discuss, partner. Send your girl off to the supermarket. Fruit flavors only."
"You don't understand."
"And tell her to check the date on the cartons. I ain't sticking my pinkies in expired yogurt. No way."
Shad sat back and waited for Mordecai to get rolling. The lawyer said,
"But this is fraud. I could be disbarred." "You could be dismembered," said Shad, "if you don't move your fat ass."
Mordecai felt the blood rush from his legs. Soon he lost all feeling below the waist. His throat tightened.
"I have another plan." "Sure you do." "I do."
With a single punch to the shoulder, Shad knocked the lawyer down. Mordecai wailed. Shad told him to shut up, don't be such a pussy. Mordecai wailed louder. Shad stood over him, taking aim. All he said was,
"Pitiful."
Then he dropped the dead scorpion into Mordecai's open mouth. Instantly, the lawyer stopped crying in order to gag.
"There's more where that came from,"
Shad said. Suddenly, Mordecai's secretary came through the door. It was a half-hearted charge. For a weapon, Beverly had chosen a cheap gold-plated letter opener, which crumpled like foil against Shad's massive rib cage. He calmly disarmed the woman and directed her to fetch a glass of water for the boss. Later, after Mordecai had regurgitated the scorpion and everyone had settled down, Beverly confirmed the lawyer's version of what had happened to Shad's evidentiary cockroach. The temp had scarfed it down.
Shad said. I smell malpractice.
He arranged the other dead insects in military formation on the table. Mordecai said,
Please, it was an accident. That fucking roach was my retirement. Understand?
You want to retire a rich man, Mr. Shad? Then listen to my offer.
Mordecai signaled for his secretary to leave the room.
Please, pay attention,
he said to Shad. Shad held a grasshopper and a Japanese beetle delicately in between the thumb and forefinger of each hand. He was making the dead bugs dance a little jig on the table.
Go ahead,
he told the lawyer.
I'm perfectly tuned in.
Mordecai unveiled the color slide from Paul Goober's bachelor party.
Take a look.
What is it?
Here, hold it by the corner.
Shad put the insects back in formation and turned his scrutiny to the slide. He held it to the lamp and squinted with one eye at the stamp-size image. He said,
Well, looky there.
Do you know where that photo was taken?
Sure, at the club.
And who's in the picture?
Me and Aaron and a couple asshole drunks.
Aaron would be the stripper. Shad's head turned slowly.
She would be a dancer, the best.
His voice was murderous. Mordecai thought, Good Christ, now I've insulted the monster's girlfriend. Can anything else possibly go wrong? The lawyer hesitantly moved on.
The young man's name is Paul Goober. He's my client.
Then God help him.
The older man, the one swinging the wine bottle. Do you recognize him?
Shad glanced at the picture again.
Nope. And it's a champagne bottle. Corbel, I would guess.
The man's name is David Dilbeck. Do you follow politics, Mr. Shad?
Do I look like I follow politics?
Mr. Dilbeck is a United States congressman.
Shad thought about that as he studied the slide once more. He said,
Man's put himself in one hell of a posture. I'm guessing you're going to sue his ass.
It may come to that, Mordecai said. However, I'm hoping the matter can be settled privately, in a reasonable atmosphere.
However?
Shad disapproved of snooty verbiage. He pinched one of Mordecai's plump cheeks and said,
I liked you better with the scorpion in your gullet.
Quit! The lawyer cried out. Shad released him.
So how do I fit in? And no more shrinks. I've had it with phonies.
Mordecai rubbed the sting from his face.
You saw everything, Mr. Shad, the entire assault. When Dilbeck's people learn I've got an eyewitness, they will, pardon the expression, shit a brick.
Tell me, Shad said, how much money can a lousy congressman have?
Trust me, the lousier they are, the more they have. Mordecai eased himself out of Shad's lunging range. The thing to remember always is that we're not after Dilbeck. The serious money is with the men who own his soul. Shad was toying with his dead insects again.
I should try this on a chessboard,
he remarked.
Please, said Mordecai. Trust me. I know about Dilbeck. Both of us were Mondale delegates back in '84.
Shad said,
I may just cry.
We're talking millions of dollars.
The man appeared to be serious. Shad postponed his decision to stomp the shit out of him.
Millions,
Mordecai repeated huskily.
The people who own David Dilbeck, the people who'd do anything to keep him in office, they're some of the richest bastards in Florida. They've got money to burn.
In that case, Shad said, let's burn some.
Chapter 12. Orley hired a new dancer, whose stage name was Marvella. She was a tall strawberry blonde with a lovely figure, and she knew how to move. On her first night working the birdcage, she doubled Aaron in tips. Later, over a tub of vanilla Haagen-Dazs, Urbana Sprawl told Aaron that it was about time she had some competition. "An off night," Aaron muttered. She had danced poorly, with a smile so forced and insincere that only the drunkest customers wouldn't have noticed. "My concentration's shot," she said. "You want to talk about it? Mr. Peepers is dead." Urbana whispered, "Oh, my Lord. Possibly murdered. Sweet Jesus." Until now, Aaron had told no one the true reason for Sergeant Al Garcia's visit to the Eager Beaver. The other dancers had assumed that the topic was Aaron's ex-husband, in whom many police agencies had expressed interest. Urbana Sprawl begged for the details of Jerry Killian's death. "It's a long story," Aaron said, "and I think I'm in the middle." She reached back and locked the dressing room door. "Apparently, somebody drowned the little guy." "Because of you?" "Indirectly." "Then you'd better hide, girl. Come stay with me and Roy." Urbana's boyfriend, Roy, was a mechanic for an outlaw motorcycle gang. He and Urbana specialized in unexpected house guests. Aaron said, thanks anyway. "I was you, I'd be on the first plane out." "Not without Angela. And first I need more money." Her options were limited, and all were expensive. Urbana suggested table dances and private parties. "You're the only one who won't." "It may come to that." "There's other ways, too," Urbana said gravely. "I know you wouldn't, but some girls do. It's all according to what you need and how bad." Aaron patted her friend's hand and told her not to worry. "I'll rob Jiffy Marts before I'll turn tricks. Urbana, would you tell Mr. Orley I'm knocking off early tonight?" Aaron was too tired to scrub her makeup or take off the dancing clothes. Over the red teddy and G-string, she put on gray sweats and a baggy T-shirt. She tied her hair in a loose ponytail, folded the tip money in her purse, and put her pumps in a pennies bag. She looked at the hollow-eyed face in the mirror and said, "What a hot number I am." "Anything I can do to help," Urbana said. "You name it." "Break Marvella's legs?" "Go home now, honey. Get some sleep." "Sleep? What's that?" Aaron said goodbye and unlocked the dressing-room door. Monique Sr. was in the dim hallway, struggling to repair a broken garter. "Of all nights," she said. "John Chancellor's at table 11. "Yeah?" Aaron said. "I'm a Brokaw fan myself." Aaron went home and fixed herself a martini. She put Tom Petty full blast on the tape deck and took off her clothes. Lying on the bed, she contemplated familiar gaunt faces on the wall, posters of legendary rock stars, including a few who were still alive. The posters were a gift from one of Aaron's ardent customers, a concert promoter. He was so eager to impress her that he once forged Peter Frampton's autograph on a compact disc. It was beyond pathetic. Aaron's apartment was decorated minimally because it was a temporary stop. She refused to invest in anything that wasn't plastic and portable, and couldn't be moved in one day by a woman laboring alone. Even the sound system, Aaron's only extravagance, broke down into 4 lightweight boxes. Nothing connected her soul to the place, not even memories. The three men who'd been in the bedroom were as forgettable as the discount decor. One of them hadn't gotten his pants off before Aaron told him to get lost. She'd been watching 60 Minutes, her favorite TV program, when the young visitor remarked that he didn't like the show because there was too much talking. Aaron ordered him to button his trousers and hit the bricks. Never again would she date a baseball player. At least, nothing below AAA. She bunched a pillow under her head. Acidly, she thought, "Quite a life I've made for myself." The telephone looked red-hot on the bedstand. So many possibilities. Call Mom and borrow money from more lawyers? Perhaps when Biscayne Bay freezes over. Call Garcia and spill everything? Aaron doubted the detective would be moved to tears by a recounting of her domestic problems. He would, however, be greatly intrigued by the weird details of Jerry Killian's blackmail plot. A homicide with political connections would be a welcome break from the drudgery of domestics and drug murders. Maybe that was the phone call to make, Aaron thought. Get it over with. She changed her mind and put the empty martini glass on the floor. Jimi Hendrix loomed over the headboard, tonguing his left-handed Stratocaster. Dead at 27. Aaron thought, "Not me, Buster." She took the telephone off the bedstand and balanced it on her tummy. She punched a number in Deerfield Beach and closed her eyes, thinking, "Please, please, please." Angela answered on the third ring. "Baby? Mama? It's me. Did I wake you? Where are you, Mama? Is your father there? Talk softly if he is. Can you come see us? Every day we go for rides in the hospital." "Which hospital, baby?" "Different ones. Daddy dresses up like Dr. Shaw." "Oh, God," Aaron said. "Then he puts me in a wheelchair and pushes real fast. Can you come see us? We go real fast. You can push too." "Angela, listen to me." "I think I gotta go. Love you, Mama." "Angela." Long silence. Somebody breathing. Then a wet cough. "Angie?" Darrell Grant laughed, high-pitched and juiced by speed. "I gotta get this number changed." Aaron said, "You are one dumb shit. If you get caught using that little girl—" "Hell, I won't get caught. It's a dream setup. Didn't she tell you? I stole a doctor's jacket, a real stethoscope, the works. Man, I look so legit. Fact, I'm thinking seriously about trying some gynecology on the side." "Darrell, they'll take her away. The HRS will take her away from both of us, forever." "Lord, you do worry. I already told you I won't get caught. The setup is I dress Angie in pajamas so she looks like a real patient. Her Cookie Monster pajamas, remember? The ones with the little feetsies in the bottom? You asshole. Don't be judgmental. You who flashes her tits for a living. Don't fucking judge me, sweet cakes." Aaron hurled the phone to the floor. She was too mad to cry, too upset to sleep. She pulled on a sweatshirt and blue jeans and grabbed her car keys off the dresser. Special Agent Tom Cleary wore a burgundy bathrobe and brown, floppy bedroom slippers. To Aaron, he looked practically adorable. She'd never seen him rumpled and ungroomed. Sleep had sculpted his sandy hair into a sharp peak, like the crest of a cardinal. "Coffee?" he croaked. They sat in the kitchen and spoke in low tones while Cleary's wife heated a bottle for the baby, who was yowling upstairs. It was the couple's fourth child in 6 years, and the stress of fecundity was taking a toll. When Aaron apologized for the lateness of the hour, Mrs. Cleary said it was no problem. No problem at all. She was about to explode with artificial politeness. The moment she went upstairs, her husband sagged with relief.
"I need some help," Aaron said, leaning forward.
"Darryl again?"
"Naturally."
She told him about her ex-husband becoming a police informant, about the expensive court fight, about Darryl Grant's wheelchair scam with Angela as a human prop.
"Back up," the agent interjected. "He's got custody? That doesn't seem possible."
Aaron's throat felt chalky.
"The judge says I'm an unfit mother. How about them apples?"
Cleary was incredulous.
"Unfit?"
The word came out in a horrified whisper, as if he spoke of a dreaded disease.
"What in the world—"
"Aaron, did something happen?" She thought, I can't tell him about the job. The eager beaver, he would never understand.
"It's a long story," she said.
"Darryl got to the judge?"
"Well, something did."
The coffee was ready. Cleary poured. Upstairs, the baby finally stopped crying.
Aaron said, "Tom, he's turning my daughter into a gypsy."
The FBI man nodded soberly.
"The problem is, we can't stretch jurisdiction."
She started to say something, but Cleary cut her off.
"Let me finish, Aaron. Your divorce, that's a civil matter, totally out of our scope. But if you've got proof the judge is corrupt, then maybe we can do business."
"I don't have proof," Aaron said sharply. "I thought that was your department." Cleary's eyes flashed, but he continued.
"The wheelchair racket. Now, I agree it's despicable, but basically, you're talking grand larceny, which the Bureau won't touch."
"But the locals have Darryl on the damn payroll."
"Listen," Cleary said. "If I tried to run this one past my supervisor, well, there's no chance in hell. He'd throw it right back in my face."
The agent was rueful but unwavering. Aaron felt whipped.
"A phone call from you and the cops would drop him like a rock," she said. "One lousy phone call, Tom."
"I don't work that way. Rules are rules."
"But you helped me before."
"I ran a name. That's easy, Aaron." Cleary took off his glasses and kneaded his temples.
"What I cannot do," he said wearily, "is open a federal case on your ex-husband. I'm very sorry."
"Me too," Aaron mumbled into her coffee cup. The agent asked if the information about Jerry Killian had been helpful. "Oh, yes," Aaron said, "very helpful." She thanked him for the coffee and rose quickly to leave, but not before Cleary asked, "How does he fit into all this? Killian, I mean."
"Another long story,"
Aaron said. Cleary would panic if he knew Jerry Killian was dead. Automatically, he would connect the murder to his own leak of the computer check. Next, he'd feel compelled to confess the breach of regulations. Several cubic yards of paperwork would accumulate before an actual field investigation of Killian's drowning began. Meanwhile, Tom Cleary most certainly would be transferred to the FBI equivalent of Siberia, where his wife would ponder a future of frigid winters and limited daycare possibilities. Eventually, the Bureau might sort out the facts of Killian's death and exonerate the exiled Cleary. By that time, though, Darryl Grant could be safely in Tasmania, or anywhere, with Angela. Aaron had no time to wait for the FBI, and she wanted Agent Tom Cleary in Miami in case she needed him. As he walked her to the door, Cleary asked where she was working.
"A dive," Aaron replied. "Tending bar."
Not an unmanageable lie. The same one she had told her grandparents. Cleary said,
"Which dive?" "You don't know the place, Tom. It's definitely not in your jurisdiction."
The agent accepted the sarcasm impassively. He said he hated to think of her slinging drinks. Aaron said the money wasn't bad. Cleary, his voice heavy with guilt. On this Darrell thing, I wish I could bend the rules, but I can't. I simply can't. I understand, Tom. Aaron checked discreetly for the wife, then pecked him on the cheek. Thanks anyway, she said. When she got home, Mexican Championship Boxing was on ESPN. The face of one fighter was purple and pulped, blood trickling from what appeared to be 3 nostrils. The other boxer aimed meticulous jabs at the man's fractured nose until the bleeding got so bad that the referee lost his footing on the slippery canvas. At one time in her life, Erin couldn't have comprehended how a human being could inflict such misery on an opponent he scarcely knew. Now, thinking of her ex-husband, Erin began to understand the boxer's drive, a simple transfer of aggression from real life to the ring. By morning, she had cooled off. She did 100 sit-ups, reassembled the telephone, and tried another phone call. This, too, was a long shot. Herb Crandall noticed something new in the front hallway of Malcolm J. Moldowski's penthouse. It was a color portrait of John Mitchell, former Attorney General and convicted felon. A dear friend and mentor, Moldy explained. Savagely maligned, long before your time. An American tragedy. I know all about him, Malcolm. Political genius, said Moldowski. Misplaced loyalty was his fatal flaw. He took the fall for Nixon. Who didn't? Herb Crandall had been in college during the Watergate hearings. He remembered John Mitchell as a surly old dog who couldn't lie his way out of a paper bag. The ultimate insider, Moldy said, aglow. He stroked the frame of the portrait in a tender manner that worried Crandall. Don't you have a hero? Moldowski asked. Nope. That's very cynical, Herb. People with heroes usually believe in something. How about you? Moldy thought about it while he poured 2 cognacs. He handed one to Crandall and said, I believe in influence for the sake of influence. Pushing buttons. It's a kick, wouldn't you agree? Crandall said, To be honest, some days it sucks. You're still in the trenches, Herb. Be patient. You mean someday I could end up like him? He pointed at John Mitchell's toady visage. Gee, Malcolm, I can hardly wait. You are one cynical fuck. They sat in Moldowski's plush living room, which featured a panoramic vista of the Atlantic Ocean. Distant lights of freighters and cruise ships winked at them from the Gulf Stream. Crandall was soothed by the view and warmed by the cognac. Moldowski asked for an update on the re-election campaign. He was pleased to hear that David Dilbeck's Republican opponent, a right-wing appliance dealer, had raised only $60,000 to date. The hapless Yutz was spending most of his days fending off the press and trying to explain 2 long-ago convictions for mail fraud back in Little Rock, Arkansas. Moldy himself had unearthed the obscure rap sheet and passed it along to a friendly Miami columnist. On the home front, Herb Crandall reported that every living Rojo, including scores of far-flung cousins, had dutifully sent cashier's checks for the maximum allowable contribution to the re-elect Dave Dilbeck Committee. Additional thousands of dollars were pouring in from supposedly ordinary citizens wishing to support the congressman's exemplary work. Cross-checking those contributors' names with voter rolls, or even with the telephone book, would have been useless. The names belonged to Caribbean farm workers, imported by the sugar industry to work the cane fields. It was Moldowski's inspired idea to use the untraceable migrants as a cover for illegal Rojo donations.
Davy still doesn't know, Crandall said.
Don't tell him,
said Moldy. He thinks he's adored by the masses.
Encourage that notion, Herb. We like a candidate with confidence.
Oh, he's confident, Crandall said. He's so goddamn confident I can't control him. He handed Moldy the congressman's most recent tab from the flesh farm. Mr. Ling had boldly tacked on $40 for replacement of damaged pasties.
And where were you?
Moldowski demanded of Crandall.
He went out the back door, Malcolm. Chris Rojo sent the car.
I said, where were you?
Asleep in the living room.
Nice work.
Fuck off, Crandall said.
Tonight you can tuck him in. That I'd pay to see.
Moldowski was disturbed to hear that Dilbeck was up to his old licentious tricks. Obviously, the idiot had learned nothing from the Eager Beaver episode. Herb Crandall said,
Can we put something in his food? I was thinking saltpeter. Yeah? I was thinking Thorazine.
Moldowski was astounded by the congressman's stupidity. Didn't he realize how close he'd come to disaster? Jerry Killian was gone, but there would be other Killians, other dangerous blackmailers, if Dilbeck didn't steer clear of the titty bars. There's something else, Crandall said. Moldowski loosened his necktie vigorously, as if escaping a noose.
Let me guess, he's gone and knocked up a cheerleader. Make that an underaged cheerleader. Catholic girls' school?
You told me to keep you posted in the weirdo department.
So post me, Herb, before I die of fucking suspense.
Crandall popped a cough drop into his mouth. The congressman got an unusual phone call this morning.
Here, or in the Washington office?
Washington. One of the secretaries took the message. As he spoke, Herb Crandall clacked the lozenge from cheek to cheek. He said, It was a woman calling.
There's a shocker.
Said she was a friend of Jerry Killian.
You're shitting me.
Moldy's jaw hung.
Herb, this better be a joke.
You see me laughing?
What else?
Moldowski barked.
What else did she say?
That's it, Malcolm. She didn't leave a name or a number. Very polite, according to the secretary, said she'd call back another time, when the congressman was available. Moldowski ran his fingernails raggedly through his hair. That's how Crandall knew he was upset. Impeccable grooming was one of Moldy's trademarks.
Did you tell Davy?
He asked.
Of course not. Which secretary took the call?
The older one, Beth Ann. Don't worry, she doesn't know a thing. The name Killian meant zero to her. Crandall noisily chewed the cough drop and washed it down with cognac. Malcolm, it's about time you filled me in.
Be glad I haven't.
But you said it was taken care of. Moldowski stared out to sea.
I thought it was.
At the moment his pager beeped, Sergeant Al Garcia was sitting on a meat freezer, chewing gum, filling out paperwork. Inside the freezer were Ira and Stephanie Fishman, ages 81 and 77, folded up like patio furniture. They had passed away within 2 days of each other in the month of July during the first full year of Gerald Ford's presidency. Daughter Audrey, their only child, had placed the dead Fishman in a Sears industrial-size deep freeze, which she'd purchased especially for that purpose. Between them, Ira and Stephanie Fishman had been collecting about $1,700 a month in Social Security, disability, and veterans benefits. Being chronically unemployed and without prospects, Audrey felt no urgency to inform the government or anyone else that her parents had died. Friends assumed that the couple had grown tired of the hot weather and moved back to Long Island. No one but Audrey knew that Ira and Stephanie lay perfectly preserved beneath 3 dozen Swanson frozen dinners, mostly Salisbury steaks. The Social Security checks kept coming, and for all these years, Audrey cashed them. Her secret was safe until this day. She got up early and took the church bus to Seminole Bingo, as usual. At about noon, a young outlaw named Johnny Wilkinson broke a bedroom window and entered the Fishman residence in search of cash, handguns, credit cards, and stereo equipment. Curiosity, or perhaps hunger, attracted Johnny Wilkinson to the big freezer, and his subsequent screams were heard by a passing postal carrier. Audrey returned to find the small house swarming with cops. She was immediately taken into custody, but detectives were unsure what charges should be filed. Days would pass before the Fishmans defrosted enough for a proper autopsy, although it appeared to Garcia that they died of natural causes. Florida had no specific law against freezing one's own dead relatives, but Audrey had committed numerous misdemeanors by failing to report her parents' deaths and by storing the bodies in a residentially zoned neighborhood. As for her Social Security flim-flam, that was a federal crime. Al Garcia had no jurisdiction, or interest. He was rather pleased when his pager went off. Aaron met him at a Denny's on Biscayne Boulevard. They took the farthest booth from the frozen pie display. When Garcia attempted to light a cigar, Aaron plucked it from his mouth and doused it in a cup of coffee.
"Unnecessary," the detective groused.
"Get out your notebook," she said.
Al Garcia smiled. "Good old FBI training."
"You know about that?"
"I'm not as slow as I look."
A waitress appeared, and Garcia ordered a burger and fries. Aaron asked for a salad. She said, "What else do you know?"
"You went through a blonde phase."
Aaron laughed. "God, not my driver's license."
"You look better as a brunette."
Al Garcia took out the notebook. He clenched the cap of his pen in his teeth to compensate for the missing cigar. He said,
"All I got really is the basics: height, weight, marital status. Big fat zilch on the FCIC, which is good. Oh yeah, you're overextended about $100 on your Visa card. Boy, do I know that drill."
"I'm impressed," Aaron said.
"Don't be."
"You know about Darrell?"
"He's a hard one to miss. But let's hear about the late Mr. Killian."
The more Aaron talked, the better she felt. Garcia acted as if he believed every word, although she wondered if it was part of the routine. The detective was non-threatening to a fault. He made notes in sloppy cop shorthand, careful not to let the transcribing interfere with the eating of his hamburger. Predictably, he perked up when he heard that Killian had boasted of a pipeline to a congressman. "I got the name from the judge," Aaron said. She watched as the detective printed the word Dilbeck in neat block letters in his notebook. She added, "Whatever Jerry tried, I'm praying that it isn't what got him killed."
"Love can be a dangerous item," Garcia said.
"I didn't stop him because... Okay, I figured there was an outside chance to get my daughter back. I know it sounds a little crazy."
"Not to me," said Garcia. "I read the divorce."
"Wonderful," Aaron said. The file was a trove of slander. Darrell Grant had invented lurid lies about her sexual appetite and bribed 2 of his pals to corroborate the fiction. Then there were the cutting words of the judge himself, pontificating on Aaron's unfitness for motherhood. She looked hard at Garcia.
I wouldn't hurt my daughter for the world.
I know you wouldn't.
Aaron went for the salad with a vengeance. It tasted like wet napkins.
What I meant, Garcia said, is it doesn't sound so crazy. You're going along with Mr. Killian's scheme. Your ex-husband is a shitbird, if I can be blunt. He's got no business raising the girl. It's Angela, right?
What he told the judge, the stuff in the files.
Forget about it, Garcia said.
It's lies.
I said, don't worry. How about some key lime pie?
Aaron had a piece. Al Garcia ate 2. Then he unwrapped a fresh cigar, holding it safely out of Aaron's reach.
Please, he said, I beg of you.
She found herself smiling. As Garcia clipped off the butt, Aaron picked up his lighter and flicked it open. She reached across the table and lit the cigar.
They shipped the body back from Montana,
Garcia said, puffing out the words.
Back to Atlanta, I should say. Killian's ex-wife wants to bury him up there.
What about the murder investigation?
They don't like that word out in Mineral County. Murder, I mean. Unclassified was the best they could do. The coroner says he'll reopen the case if I turn up something new, something besides a few drops of tap water in the lungs.
You'll keep at it?
In my spare time, sure.
Garcia leaned back in a pose of total relaxation. He asked Aaron if anything unusual had happened at the Eager Beaver lately.
Think hard, he said.
Things stay quiet. We've got a pretty large floor manager.
No incidents, no bad fights?
Aaron mentioned the lunatic drunk with the champagne bottle.
He sent a young man to the hospital, she said. I'm sure there's a record.
So where was your big-shot floor manager?
He couldn't do much. They had a gun on him.
Don't stop now, Garcia said.
It wasn't the guy swinging the bottle. It was his bodyguard who had the gun.
You get lots of bodyguards in the Eager Beaver?
No shots were fired, Aaron said. The whole thing was over in 5 minutes.
And you didn't recognize this particular drunk?
I had another one attached to my thigh. The guy with the Corbel came out of nowhere.
Garcia leaned forward.
Did you see his face? Would you know him if you saw him again?
Maybe.
Aaron paused.
Shad got a better look than I did.
The bouncer?
Don't ever call him that. Floor manager is the title.
Garcia said,
I'll need to chat with him.
Aaron was skeptical.
He's the strong, silent type.
She chose not to burden Garcia with Shad's opinion of cops.
I'll come by the club some night, the detective said. You make the introductions and we'll play it by ear. All he can do is say no.
Wrong, thought Aaron. That's not all he can do. Garcia asked if Jerry Killian had been in the audience on the night of the champagne bottle attack. Aaron didn't remember. She said she'd check with the other dancers.
This is probably a dumb question, Al Garcia said. But it'll save me some time. Was anybody arrested?
Aaron giggled. She couldn't help it.
I'll take that as a no, said the detective.
He signaled for the check. Aaron said there was something else he should know.
Today I called the congressman's office. I told them I was a close friend of Jerry Killian.
Cute, Garcia said. I'm guessing he didn't take the call.
Right.
And I'm praying you didn't leave your name.
Right,
Aaron said. Want me to try again?
Please don't.
Garcia slid out of the booth and went to pay the bill. Aaron waited by the front door, then followed him out. A light, summery rain was falling. The palm trees along the boulevard looked droopy and anemic. Garcia stood beneath the Denny's awning and jotted on a piece of paper. He gave it to Aaron and said, "My home number. Guard it with your life." Aaron put the number in her purse. Does your wife know what you're working on?
Don't worry about it. You call any time.
He shielded his cigar from the rain and walked Erin to her car.
Donna'll understand. Trust me.
Erin said, I'll bet she had a Darryl, too.
A world-class Darryl. Makes yours look like an altar boy.
What happened?
First I put his ass in jail, Garcia said. Then I married his wife.
Now that's style, said Erin.
Yep, that's what Donna says, too.
Chapter 13. On the morning of September 25th, a breezy autumn day, Jerry Killian was laid to rest at Decatur Memorial Gardens, a few miles outside Atlanta. Burial followed a small ceremony attended by Killian's ex-wife, his daughters, and 9 friends from the television station in Florida. All who came to the funeral were secretly photographed by a man concealed 45 yards away in a veil of young Georgia pines. The man wore the drab overalls of a gravedigger, but he worked for Malcolm J. Moldowski. He used a Leica 35mm camera with a long lens and a motor drive, and bracketed the exposures just to be safe. By mid-afternoon, 6 strips of black and white negatives were sitting on Moldowski's desk in Miami. Every person in every frame had been identified. None, seemingly, could have connected the late Mr. Killian to Congressman David Lane Dilbeck. Moldy was convinced that the woman who'd phoned Dilbeck's office was not present at the funeral. Who was she? A mistress? A secret partner in the blackmail scheme? Finding her wouldn't be easy. Had Killian worked any place but a TV station, Moldowski could have sent a discreet private investigator to chat up his pals and colleagues. In this case it was too risky. Press people tended to be cranky and suspicious, and a visit from a PI would only stir things up. The safest strategy was to wait. Maybe the mystery woman would call again. Maybe she wouldn't. Either way, Malcolm J. Moldowski couldn't relax. It was like having a cobra loose in the house. Eventually, you're bound to step on it. The only question was, when? Darryl Grant was loading wheelchairs when Merkin and Picata arrived unannounced. The Broward robbery detectives got out of the unmarked car and walked slowly around the U-Haul 3 times. Finally, one of them asked Darryl Grant what the fuck he was doing. "Business," he said. "You steal these?" Merkin asked. "Of course not." Darryl Grant was twitchy and freckled with sweat. Picata said, "What's the substance of the day, Tiger?" "Folgers," Darryl Grant said, rolling an Everest and Jennings up the ramp. "You want to move, please, so I can finish here? Please?" He was worrying about something Erin had said, about what might happen to Angie if he got popped again. Picata and Merkin were exchanging cop-style glances, which increased Darryl Grant's nervousness. He ran a long bungee cord through the spokes of the stolen wheelchairs and hooked it to a ring on the wall of the U-Haul. That way they wouldn't roll all over creation every time he took a corner. Picata said, "What about your van?" "What about it?" "Why rent the truck is what I mean." "Van's too small," Darryl Grant said. "That should be obvious." "Yeah," said Merkin. "This broken wheelchair business is going gangbusters. Pretty soon you'll be franchising." Picata laughed. Darryl Grant locked up the U-Haul and sat down on the bumper. "Ain't like stealing cars," Picata said. "Cars got a VIN number you can check." "And registration," said his partner. "And a license tag, too," Picata said.
That's the beauty of wheelchairs. They're pretty much untraceable.
Darrell Grant took out the dagger and began cleaning his fingernails, wiping the blade on his jeans. The cops couldn't believe the balls on this guy.
"You think I stole these?" Darrell said. "Let me put it another way. Do you want the honest-to-God truth? If I did steal these goddamn chairs, would you guys really want to know?"
"No," Merkin said. "We wouldn't."
"Then stop these bullshit head games, okay?"
Piccata said, "Funny. We were about to make the same request of you." Darrell Grant looked up, feigning innocence. "You gave us a grand total of 3 tips this month." Piccata paused. 3 red-hot leads. You ready for the box score, Tiger? No hits, no runs, nobody left on base. Darrell tapped the knife on his kneecap.
"You know how it goes," he said.
"Win some, lose some."
"You," Merkin said,
"are a fucking fountain of wisdom." The detectives ran through a list of Darrell's bum tips. An alleged coke peddler turned out to be dealing uncut grams of Tide laundry detergent. An alleged big-time bank robber turned out to be a teenager who vandalized, but seldom penetrated, suburban ATM machines. And a ring of allegedly sophisticated foreign car thieves turned out to be a trio of hapless hubcap boosters.
"Bad luck streak,"
said Darrell Grant, pondering his sneakers. Piccata crouched down to eye level.
"Look at me, handsome. I'm speaking to you.
I got lousy information, that's all.
We stuck our necks out for you, Tiger.
And I appreciate it. Not once, but twice we stuck our necks out. Where's your little girl?" Darrell Grant went rigid. The knife fell out of his hand.
"None of your goddamn business," he said.
Merkin grabbed him roughly by the forelock.
"Blondie, let me explain the facts o' life. Everything you do is our business. What you drive, what you eat, where you sleep, what you steal or don't steal, whether you wipe your ass with your left hand or your right hand, it's all our business."
"She's at the daycare," Darrell Grant said. "She's fine." He knocked Merkin's hand away and smoothed his hair. When he bent down to pick up the knife, Piccata kicked it away. "We could always call that judge."
"Fuck the both of you," said Darrell Grant.
"Then give us some cases," Merkin said. "Good cases." "Which means," Piccata said, "you need to be out on the street with those pretty blue eyes wide open. Lay off the wheelchairs, Tiger." "And the dope," Merkin added. "Think of it like this. What if that judge suddenly hauls you in to drop urine? You want to keep custody of that little girl, you better clean up." "Speed freaks make lousy parents," Piccata said. "That's a well-known fact." Darrell Grant stood up. "Thank you, Dr. Spock." Sullenly, he picked up the dagger and climbed into the cab of the U-Haul. "I'll be in touch," he said. As the truck pulled away, Merkin frowned. "You hate to see that. So much bitterness in such a young man." "What'd you expect from a career asshole?" "Yeah," Merkin said. "But he's our asshole." Shad was short-tempered and withdrawn. Undoubtedly, it was the job. The drunks, the unpredictable girls, Orley, the whole damn shooting match. Now Kevin, the disc jockey, was on a hammer spree. 20 solid minutes of the most annoying music Shad had ever heard. Finally, he couldn't stand it. He vaulted into the booth, knocked Kevin aside, and tore the compact disc from the CD player. The eager beaver was plunged into silence. The dancers stopped moving mid-thrust. Customers murmured worriedly. A Peruvian tourist, anticipating a raid, bolted for the door. From his abandoned tabletop came a curse of self-pity from Monique Jr. The fleeing Peruvian had been trimming her garter with $20 bills. Shad chewed up the Hammer CD like a big shiny wafer, never feeling the sharp pieces cut his tongue and gums. He spit the whole bloody mess on Kevin's mic stand and commanded him to play Bob Seger or die. Watching from the rear of the club, Orley silently retreated to his imitation red velvet sanctuary. Aaron waited about an hour for Shad to settle down. When she approached him, he was sitting alone in a corner booth, reading a large print edition of Kafka's The Metamorphosis. "Good book?" she asked. Shad looked up.
"I'm starting to feel sorry for cockroaches."
"I've been meaning to ask," Aaron said. "How's the lawsuit?" Shad shook his head glumly.
"On to other projects, babe."
"Like what?" How Shad had fretted over this moment. Should he include Aaron in Mordecai's scheme? She was Shad's friend, or the closest he had to one. Wouldn't she be surprised to learn that the drunk lunatic with the champagne bottle was a congressman? It was almost worth telling her, just to see that beautiful smile. On the other hand, a potentially mountainous sum of money was at stake. The more participants in Mordecai's shakedown enterprise, the smaller everyone's cut. There were times, Shad reasoned, when financial exigencies overshadowed friendship.
"I'm sworn to secrecy," he said. "Nothing personal."
"Is there a yogurt angle?" He laughed, loosening up.
"No yogurt, no fucking insects."
Aaron inquired about the scalp wound. Shad lowered his head to show her how Darrell Grant's dagger mark was healing.
"The scar's fading," he said. "I'm a little disappointed."
For the 50th time, Aaron apologized for what happened.
"Forget it," Shad said. "I imagine we'll meet again, me and your ex."
"Not if I can help it," said Aaron. She had a fleeting image of Darrell Grant being loaded into an ambulance. The new dancer, Marvella, came out on the main stage. With both hands, she seized one of the gold poles, straightened her long legs, and leaned back at a languorous slant. She began tossing her head like a mop, around and around in time to the music. The men in the front row crowed enthusiastically. "What do you think?" Aaron asked Shad. "Is it the boobs or the hair?"
"Hair, definitely."
"Supposedly she cleared 400 the other night."
"Oh, yeah?"
Shad made a mental note to speak with this upstart Marvella. She'd only tipped him out $5.
"You're still the best," he told Aaron.
"I don't know. She can really dance."
"Not like you."
He went back to his Kafka. Aaron knew she should have been up dancing, making a few bucks, but it felt good to take a break. She was comfortable sitting in the dark booth with Shad. "I've got a small problem," she told him.
"What's the matter?"
He glanced up from the book. "I need you to talk to somebody."
"Who?"
"He's all right. I think he can help me."
"I said who?"
When Aaron told him it was a cop, Shad snorted.
"You got more than a small problem."
"Well, yes, it's a homicide detective."
"Christ almighty."
"It's not as bad as it sounds." But when Aaron related what had happened to Mr. Peepers, it sounded bad indeed. Shad didn't understand why anyone would bother to kill the little guy, and he didn't honestly care. He was more worried about Aaron.
"Aren't you due for a vacation?" he said. "I recommend Mars."
"The detective wants to know about that night a few weeks ago, when the guy pulled a gun on you."
"I don't remember, sorry."
"Come on," Aaron said, pinching his arm. "It'll help with Angela. Everything's connected."
"How?" Shad asked. "Your daughter's involved, How'd you manage that?"
He couldn't believe Erin had dug herself into such a mess.
"Shh," she said.
Monique Jr. approached the booth and said Mr. Orley wanted to speak with Shad. She said Kevin was demanding an apology. Shad said he'd be glad to apologize as soon as Kevin displayed a trace of good taste in music. Monique Jr. cheerlessly agreed to take that message back to Mr. Orley. After she was gone, Shad turned to Erin and said the floor manager's job was getting to him.
"I definitely need a new career."
"Me too," Erin said. "A job where I could wear underpants again." Shad put his hands on his head and squeezed lightly, as if testing a cantaloupe for ripeness. He squinted hard, then blinked repeatedly.
"I ain't noticing ordinary things anymore. That's what's got me worried. For instance, it just now hit me that your boobs are hanging out."
Erin covered up. "Geez, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of a set."
"The point is, I should have picked up on that. Don't you agree?"
"But you see so much of it."
"Exactly. Too much of it. I need to get out."
Shad pointed at the book on the cocktail table.
"The guy in this story, he turns into a motherfucking centipede. Wakes up one morning and bingo, he's a bug. Sounds asinine, but it sure makes you think. People change overnight. They're not careful."
Erin said, "Maybe you need the vacation."
"Yeah, maybe so."
Shad drummed his fists softly on the table.
"Okay, I'll talk to your damn detective. But as I mentioned, my memory ain't so hot."
Erin leaned over and kissed his vast forehead. Shad said,
"Hey, that's a new G-string."
"Sure is."
"Very snazzy."
"Look here, Velcro instead of snaps." Erin demonstrated how it worked.
"I'll be damned."
Shad studied the plastic patch thoughtfully.
"Whoever dreamed that up, he probably made a bundle."
"She probably made a bundle." Shad shrugged.
"One thing's for sure. We're in the wrong end of this business."
"Amen," said Erin. When David Dilbeck heard the latest fundraising figures, he told Herb Crandall to summon the limousine. It was time to celebrate. Crandall said absolutely not. Tonight we stay home.
"Herb," said the congressman, "look at the day I had. 3 goddamn anti-Castro rallies. Fidel is a tyrant. Fidel is a bum. Fidel is a monster."
Every politician's got to sing that tune.
"It's tiresome, Herb. A man needs to unwind."
Out of the question, Davy.
"I've bought a new wig."
Forget it.
"We'll sit way in the back, Herb. No friction dancing, on God's word. Call the Lings and get us a table."
Crandall offered an alternate plan. The congressman looked intrigued. "Where's Pamela?" Crandall inquired.
"In Virginia. One of the Kennedys is having a benefit for some disease. I'm not sure which one."
"Which Kennedy?"
"No, which disease,"
Dilbeck said.
"Some kind of anemia."
"But Pamela definitely won't be home tonight?"
"Not until Sunday."
"So it's safe to have visitors." The congressman beamed.
"The more the merrier."
At 9:30, the dancers from the Flesh Farm arrived. They brought their own music. Herb Crandall directed the 2 women toward a teak coffee table in the den. Dilbeck appeared in a loose white robe and sat cross-legged on the floor. He asked Crandall to fetch a bottle of Corbel from the refrigerator. The dancers expressed concern about damaging the fine wood, so Dilbeck encouraged them to remove their high heels and go barefoot. Herb Crandall returned with the champagne. He poured 3 glasses, iced the bottle, and left the room. He pulled a chair into the hallway and positioned himself near the doorway of the den. The music throbbed through the walls, unbearably monotonous. After about an hour, Herb Crandall went to Pamela Dilbeck's medicine cabinet in search of migraine relief. He lucked into a bottle of Darvon's and swallowed 2 with a glass of bitter orange juice from the kitchen. When he got back to his post, the dance music seemed louder than ever. Crandall noticed that the door of the den was ajar. Before he could peek inside, one of the dancers emerged from a bathroom across the hall. In one hand, she carried a curly black wig. In the other, a damp towel. She seemed in a hurry. "Everything okay?" Crandall asked.
"Peachy," the dancer said. "I hope you know CPR."
In the den, there was no sign of the second dancer. The congressman lay unconscious next to the tea-coffee table. His robe was open, exposing pink belly lard and silk paisley boxer shorts. Herb Crandall knelt down and placed a hand on David Dilbeck's chest, which rose and fell rapidly. "Heart attack," Crandall speculated.
"Wrong,"
said the wigless dancer. She told Crandall what had happened. He said, "Jesus Christ, where'd she hit him?"
"Between the eyes."
"With what?"
"Right cross."
"Her fist?" Herb Crandall found this amazing. He carefully examined Dilbeck's pallid face. A nasty blue knot was rising between the congressman's eyebrows. In the center of the bruise was a microscopic indentation, perfectly rectangular. "She's wearing a ring," Crandall observed.
"Aquamarine," the wigless dancer said. "Her birthstone."
Herb Crandall placed a pillow under Dilbeck's head and fashioned the damp towel around his neck. The dancer offered to call 911, but Crandall said no. "Where's your partner?" he asked.
"Out in the car. She's scared shitless."
Dilbeck stirred slightly, emitting a gerbil-like squeak. Crandall put his lips near the congressman's ear and said, "Davy, wake up." Dilbeck grew quiet again. Crandall went to the desk and found the number of Dilbeck's private physician. He dialed rigidly, leaving an emergency message with the service. The wigless dancer said,
"Better get him to a hospital."
"Sure," Herb Crandall said caustically. "Show up at Mount Sinai and tomorrow it's all over the papers. Congressman injured by mystery blow to head. Aide's mum over late-night incident. Dilbeck re-election campaign on hold." Crandall gazed at the cold-cocked candidate with alternating fury and panic. Whether Dilbeck lived or died, Malcolm Moldowski would be enraged, and the blame would again fall on Crandall. It wasn't fair. Short of house arrest, it seemed impossible to control Dilbeck's carnal appetites.
"He looks bad," said the dancer, now dressed in street clothes. "What if he croaks?"
"Then the country loses another great leader. How much do we owe you?"
"Mr. Ling said 5 each."
Herb Crandall got 2,000 cash from an envelope locked in the usual place, the bottom right drawer of Dilbeck's desk. Crandall gave the money to the wigless dancer and said, "You weren't here tonight. You never saw me. You never saw him. Same goes for the other girl, okay? You don't know this man."
"But I don't know this man. I really don't."
"God bless you," Herb Crandall said.
"He shouldn't have done what he did, no matter who he is."
"For that, we're truly sorry. If you count the money, I think you'll see how sorry we are." Something moved on the floor, the congressman's right leg, kicking out at unseen demon dogs. The wigless dancer put the money away, strapped the purse over her shoulder. She said,
"There's no call for what he did. Everything was going fine. A nice little party. I don't know what got into him."
"Beats me," Crandall said. Where was the doctor?
"Maybe he should lay off the champagne."
"Yeah, that's it, the champagne." The dancer stepped closer for a final look at the bruise between Dilbeck's eyebrows.
"Damn," she said. "That's a big stone she's wearing."
"Goodbye," said Herb Crandall.
Can we take the limo back to Lauderdale?
Sure, he said. Take the limo. Have a ball. Chapter 14. Paul Goober wasn't gushing enthusiasm about Mordecai's plan. "I want no part of it," he said. The lawyer clucked disapprovingly. "This is a rare opportunity." "I heard you before. The answer is no." Joyce, sitting with her fiancé, prodded forcefully.
"It's our future we're talking about, Paul. We'll be set for life."
From the young man's bleak expression, it was plain he didn't wish to be set for a life with Joyce. Mordecai sensed his gossamer skein unraveling and acted swiftly to save it. "Come," he said to the troubled couple. "Let's go for a ride." An hour later, they were in a northbound Lincoln on a two-lane truck route known as Bloody 27. Mordecai maintained a steady monologue to mask his nervousness on the highway. Joyce had forgotten what a terrible driver her cousin was. Poor vision, sluggish reflexes, and limited range of motion behind the wheel due to excessive girth. Paul Goober was a basket case by the time they reached Clewiston. Mordecai parked the car with a jolt and extricated himself from the front seat. "Where are we?" Paul asked. "Sugar mill," said the lawyer. "Ever seen one?" The mill was a sprawling collection of irregular barns, smokestacks, and warehouses. Harvest season was weeks away, so the mill works were quiet except for the clatter of pneumatic wrenches. Groups of shirtless mechanics worked on tractors, flatbeds, and migrant buses. A flaking blue and white sign, planted by the road, said Rojo Farms. In smaller letters, Division of Sweetheart Sugar Corporation. "Well," Mordecai said, "shall we request a tour?" "We shall not," Paul said. Joyce concurred, fearing that offensive agricultural aromas might taint the fabric of her imported blouse. The lawyer sagged heavily against the fender of the car. "Fine," he said. "As you wish." Joyce crossed her arms impatiently.
"It's sticky out here. Can you get to the point?"
Mordecai sighed like a tortoise. "The purpose of this field trip was to illustrate the financial dimensions of your case. The Rojo family," nodding toward the sign, "is worth approximately $400 million. Joyce said. "Conservatively." "We aren't suing the Rojos," Paul Goober noted. "True," the lawyer said. "But we're suing their favorite congressman, the fellow who makes all this wealth possible. Are you beginning to understand? Sugar money."
"Look, I got clobbered in a strip joint, that's all."
"The short view," Mordecai scolded.
"I'm damn lucky my boss hasn't found out. If this thing goes to court, I'm out of a job."
"Paul, you won't need a job," the lawyer said. "You'll need a Brinks truck. Tell him, Joyce."
The sting of the bachelor party photos had apparently abated, for Joyce wholeheartedly supported her cousin's scheme.
"Mordecai swears it'll never get to trial. Remember, darling, this is an election year."
"Which means," the lawyer cut in, "the settlement will be timely, substantial, and extremely secret. The congressman, too, has much to lose."
Paul Goober replied with a skeptical grunt.
"We're talking $2-3 million, Mordecai said. "That's a handsome nest egg for two young newlyweds."
He chose not to mention Shad's role in the enterprise, or his percentage. Paul kicked idly at pebbles, while a big jet passed overhead, drowning the conversation. When it was quiet again, he turned to Joyce and Mordecai.
The answer is still no, he said.
Sleep on it, the lawyer advised. He winked instructively at Joyce. You two should discuss it alone. Paul said he didn't need to sleep on it, didn't need to discuss it. He flatly refused to sue anybody. What happened just happened. There's no permanent damage. Heck, my insurance covered the hospital bills. He broke into a series of jumping jacks, causing Joyce to gasp in concern. See? Said Paul, breathless. I'll be back at the brokerage house next week. In exasperation, Mordecai slapped a fleshy hand on the hood of the Lincoln. There's a legal term for your condition, he told Paul. It's called diminished capacity, which means the injury to your head is affecting your judgment. Joyce nodded.
He hasn't been sleeping well.
Paul Goober stopped jumping and let his arms fall slack.
You two are incredible, he said, panting.
Joyce's glare failed to intimidate him. It must run in the family, he said. This conniving.
Is that what you call it?
Joyce's voice was taut. Mordecai moved between them. Come now, let's have a nice, peaceful ride home. Joyce insisted on driving. Mordecai wedged into the Lincoln beside her. Paul Goober rode in the back seat alone. He fell asleep before they got to the I-595 interchange. His snores brought a mirthless chuckle from Mordecai. Young Paul is being foolish, he said.
Tell me about it.
This is such an opportunity, the lawyer said. Such a rare, rare opportunity. Joyce glanced back at her snoozing husband-to-be. It was not a look of pure, unconditional love. She said,
I was thinking...
Go on.
Do we need him? I mean, when all is said and done...
She pretended to concentrate on the highway.
Supposing they agree to a settlement right off the bat. Then you wouldn't even need to file court papers. Is that right?
Correct. A few phone calls, a few meetings, a cashier's check made out to a trust account. That's the simplest way for all concerned. Joyce lowered her voice.
So, do we really need him?
The lawyer fingered the multiple clefts of his chin and pondered the innocent snores of his client. That's a good question, he told his cousin. A very good question. When Erin arrived at the Eager Beaver, she saw a crew of workmen on the roof dismantling the fluorescent sign. Orley and Shad stood in the parking lot, deep in discussion. As Erin got out of the car, Orley waved for her to join them. Well, you get your wish, he said.
You're changing the name?
Got to, Shad said. He seemed to be enjoying himself. Orley told Erin not to get a swelled head. The decision had nothing to do with the dancer's complaints. It was strictly a legal matter.
Don't tell me, said Erin. There's another strip joint with the same awful name.
Not a strip joint, Orley said. A chainsaw. Shad bit his lower lip, trying not to laugh. Erin was on the verge of exploding. With a straight face, she said,
Mr. Orley, I've never heard of Eager Beaver chainsaws.
He sneered. Me neither. And apparently they're very big in New England, like I give a shit. Shad said, They sent a registered letter. Threatened to sue.
You believe that?
Orley threw his hands in the air. They said I'm hurting their corporate image on account of using the name to promote sex and nudity. Fucking asshole lawyers. A liquor truck pulled in, and Shad excused himself to check the shipment. Up on the roof, the last plastic vestige of beaver fell to a workman's wrench. Orley winced at the sight, as he still had 3 remaining payments on the lettering.
How, he mused, can you slander a fucking garden tool? Erin said she was impressed that the Eager Beaver Chainsaw Company had heard about Orley's club, so far away. Orley said it was reported by a vacationing chainsaw salesman. Supposedly, he just drove by and noticed the name.
Oh, sure, Erin said. He just drove by.
Anyway, my asshole lawyers talk to their asshole lawyers, and the upshot is it's easier to switch the goddamn sign than to go to court.
Erin couldn't resist a mafia dig.
I never imagined the mob would be scared off by a lawsuit.
Scared's got nothing to do with it, Orley grumped.
She'd nailed him good this time.
Little Nicky guys like him, they don't like publicity. Case like this could wind up on the front page.
I hadn't thought of that.
So their attitude is, screw it, just change the name.
The end of an era, Erin said, with mock wistfulness.
You know me, I'd love to fight the bastards.
But they could drag it out for years, she said.
It's best to be practical. Orley rubbed his nose fiercely, as if trying to dislodge a bumblebee.
Anyone tells you it's a free country, they're full of shit, that's all I can say.
He trudged toward the entrance of the lounge. Erin stayed at his side. She asked him if he'd given any thought to a new name.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, and I don't want to hear boo about it, okay?
Let's have it, said Erin. Orley shuffled into the club. Erin wasn't offended that he didn't hold the door. The man was a pig. He couldn't help it. In the office, he went directly to the refrigerator and got a cold Dr. Pepper. The thought of offering one to Erin never crossed his mind.
Tell me the new name, she said.
You'll be a big girl, no whining?
No whining.
All right, Orley said, slurping his soda. Tickled Pink. How about that?
You're joking.
I think it's fine. Orley smacked his lips. Feminine, funny, I like it.
It's dreadful, Erin said. She got up to leave.
Now don't go making trouble out there. Tickled Pink? Hey, this ain't the Christian Science reading room, it's a titty bar. I got a product to sell.
Erin said,
You're the boss.
Sometimes I think you forget what you do for a living, which is take off your clothes for money. Or maybe it's just you prefer to forget.
Orley rocked back and forth behind the desk.
It's only a name, honey. Doesn't change the merchandise.
Erin didn't back down. She wanted to keep Orley on the defensive.
He said, Both Moniques love Tickled Pink. They said it sounds like the name of a French boutique.
No, said Erin. It sounds like a gynecologist's yacht.
Orley slammed the soda can on his desk.
That's all in your head, he snapped. I can't help it, you got a filthy mind.
As Erin walked down the hall, she heard Orley shouting,
Hell, it's classier than Flesh Farm. It's classier than those fucking lings.
Sergeant Al Garcia spent the morning at a rock pit on the outskirts of Hialeah. He was searching for Francisco Goyo's head. Goyo was a gun dealer who'd been kidnapped on Key Biscayne, murdered in Carroll City, and dismembered in Homestead. Body parts were turning up from one end of Dade County to the other. Al Garcia had put hundreds of bitter miles on the Caprice, collecting Francisco Goyo's hands, feet, torso, and limbs. Garcia hated dismemberments because the paperwork multiplied in direct proportion to the number of body parts. It took hours to write up a simple severed thumb. Naturally, the Goyo case had spawned an office pool. To win, one had to match a particular component of Francisco Goyo with the date of discovery. When an anonymous caller reported a possible floating head in Hialeah, a detective named Jimbo Fletcher let out a jubilant roar. If the head was that of the murdered gun dealer, Fletcher stood to make $65.
As much as Garcia disliked Fletcher, he found himself hoping that the floating head did belong to the late Senor Goyo. Garcia wanted the case to be over. He had a suspect and a motive. What he needed was a semi-assembled corpse. While police divers probed the milky depths of the rock pit, Garcia walked the shoreline. It was so windy that he couldn't light a cigar. Sand from the mountainous lime rock dredgings whipped across the wide water, stinging the detective's eyes. Trudging through the chalky dirt, Garcia turned his thoughts to Jerry Killian and the nearly impossible obstacles to solving that murder. Jurisdiction was a tangle, and it depended on where Killian had died. If he was killed at his apartment, the case belonged to the Fort Lauderdale police. If he was murdered near the river in Montana, the investigation fell to authorities in Mineral County. And if Killian was abducted from Florida to Montana against his will, the FBI should get a piece of the action. Garcia himself had no jurisdiction whatsoever, no legitimate excuse for pursuing the case, except one. Nobody else seemed interested. The detective was nagged by an old-fashioned belief that no one should get away with murder so easily. He also wanted to punish the creeps who ruined his family's vacation. The possible involvement of a big-shot politician added urgency to the quest. In fact, Garcia had become so fascinated with the Killian case that he was tempted to take extended sick leave from his Dade County homicide duties. He resented every minute wasted on mundane murder chores, such as bagging fragments of Francisco Goyo. Here was a common shitbird felon with a 5-page rap sheet. The world was enriched by his sudden passing. Why, Garcia wondered, am I out here hunting for the man's head? The cosmic purpose eluded him. At noon, one of the police divers surfaced with a splash. As he padded to shore, he held an object high out of the water. The object was the shape of a large coconut. Assuming the worst, Garcia retrieved the voluminous Goyo paperwork from the trunk of the Caprice. Returning to the shore, he found the divers gathered around the severed head of a large brindle hog. The hog was wearing a baseball cap. Atlanta Braves. "Fletcher'll be pissed," Garcia said. The divers debated the significance of the find. Animal sacrifice was common among worshippers of Santeria, a black magic popular in parts of South Florida. Chickens, goats, turtles, and other creatures were slaughtered to appease specific gods. Depending on the ceremony, it wasn't unusual to find these grisly offerings in public places. The baseball cap was a riddle, though. None of the cops knew what to make of it. Was the hog beheaded as a curse on the Atlanta Braves, or as a tribute? For guidance, the divers turned to Al Garcia. As the senior Cuban, he was presumed most knowledgeable in matters of the occult. "It's not a religious sacrifice," Garcia said, winging it. "It's a family pet." "No way," scoffed the diver who'd found the head. "Didn't you ever watch Green Acres? They had a hell of a pig." The diver said, "Come off it, Al. What kind of people kill their own pet?" "Hey, Chico, we're in a recession. All bets are off." On that somber note, Garcia departed the rock pit. Instead of driving back to the station, he took the turnpike north toward Broward County. On the way, he stopped at a toll plaza, phoned Donna, and told her he'd probably be late for dinner. "What's up?" she asked. "The usual," Garcia said. "Murder, topless babes, nude oil wrestling." "You poor thing." "See you around 9. "Good," Donna said. "I expect to be regaled." Shad was everything that Garcia had expected, and more. The man's musculature was enormous, but typical for his line of work. The detective was more impressed by the cumulative balefulness of Shad's presence. Gleaming, smooth pate, ferocious overbite, engorged but expressionless eyes. The man's age was impossible to guess. He was not a freak so much as a living dinosaur, slow blinking and fearless. When he spoke, the voice was low, but the tone was hard. When he smiled, which was seldom, he showed no teeth. Still, Aaron Grant seemed to trust him. From this, Garcia concluded that for all his brutishness, Shad was a gentleman toward the dancers. It was a hopeful sign. They'd found a relatively clean booth near a dance cage. Aaron asked Kevin to drop the volume a couple notches so that Garcia wouldn't have to holler over the music. The detective spread several black and white photographs on the table. Without prompting, Aaron immediately identified the drunk with the champagne bottle.
"Except he had a mustache," she said, pointing.
Garcia looked positively delighted. "Know who that is? That's our famous Congressman Dilbeck." Staring at the picture, Aaron thought, "Perfect. This is just my luck."
"But he was a maniac," she said. "A drunken nutcase."
The detective nodded enthusiastically. "Is it making sense yet? Your little pal Jerry witnesses the assault, recognizes Dilbeck on stage, and immediately grasps the wonderful possibilities. Yet of all the blackmail options available, he chooses the most unselfish act of all, arranging for you to get your child back. Or so he thought." Aaron couldn't take her eyes off Dilbeck's photograph. The starched smile, the smug eyes. He had not looked so dignified while bashing Paul Goober's skull.
"Son of a bitch," she said.
Al Garcia awaited Shad's confirmation of the lecherous drunk's identity. None came. "Ring a bell?" he asked.
"Nope,"
Shad replied. He would need to consult with Mordecai as soon as possible. Police involvement could screw up the lawyer's plan and seriously interfere with Shad's retirement. Garcia selected a picture of Herb Crandall. "How about him?" Shad's brow crinkled.
"I'm not sure."
"I am,"
Aaron said.
"That's the one who had the gun."
"Very possible," Garcia said. "Mr. Crandall is licensed to carry a concealed weapon. Him and 75,000 other upstanding Floridians." Shad asked if Crandall was a professional bodyguard. Garcia said his official title was Executive Assistant to Representative Dilbeck. "Meaning babysitter," the detective added, tapping a finger on Crandall's unsmiling face. "Bagman, too, according to the rumors, but that's of little interest to us." Garcia quizzed Aaron about the other photographs, assorted aides and cronies of David Dilbeck, but none looked familiar. "So, here's our scenario," Garcia said, steepling his hands. "Ms. Grant has positively identified Congressman Dilbeck and Mr. Crandall as being in the Eager Beaver on the night of September 6th. She's also identified the congressman as the man who jumped on stage and assaulted another customer. The attack ended when Mr. Crandall displayed a handgun and escorted Mr. Dilbeck out of the club. Is that correct?"
"Right,"
Aaron said. She shot a suspicious glance at Shad, who shifted uneasily. It bothered him to hold out on Aaron. If she and the cop only knew about Mordecai's incriminating photo. Garcia said, "It's all right, Mr. Shad. If you don't remember, you don't remember. Think on it is all I'm asking."
"I see assholes every night. They start to look the same."
"Christ, I know exactly what you mean. Aaron, can I have a Diet Coke?"
"She ain't a waitress,"
Shad said. "I'm sorry, you're right. I'll get it myself." Garcia started to rise, but Aaron motioned him down.
"I've got to dress anyway. I'll bring 3 on my way back."
As Aaron headed for the dressing room, Shad began sliding out of the booth. Al Garcia grabbed his elbow and told him to sit tight. He wasn't sure if Shad was stunned or amused by the command. The detective leaned close. "Listen, Mr. Floor Manager, I don't know your angle, why your memory suddenly is so shitty. That's your business, and you sure don't owe me a goddamn thing.
But I know you care about that pretty lady. Am I right?"
Shad's huge neck throbbed, all veins.
"Here's the deal,"
Garcia said.
"She got herself tangled in a blackmail. Not her fault, just some love-crazed customer trying to play hero, trying to get the lady's daughter back from her ex. You're familiar with Mr. Darrell Grant, no?"
Shad nodded, barely.
"Ha! Your recall's improving every second."
Garcia let out a grand laugh.
"Anyway, the idea was to put the arm on the congressman, make him pull a string with the divorce judge. The lady gets her little girl, the customer gets to be Sir Galahad. Except somebody whacks him first, which is why I'm sitting here."
"You're saying Aaron's in trouble?"
"Could be," the detective said. "It's an election year, which is no time for a sex scandal. They might figure, hell, who's going to miss a dead stripper?"
"She ain't a stripper. She dances."
"Point is, you don't want her to die. Me neither. She's a nice person, works hard, loves her kid, etc. So, if anything important shakes loose inside that incredible bulbous noggin of yours, give me a ring."
Garcia stacked the photographs and slipped them into his coat.
He said, "In case you didn't notice, I need all the fucking help I can get."
Shad's expression was stone, but his gut was churning. A keen judge of cops, he knew this one was no bullshitter. Aaron might be in real danger. And over what? Politics? The woman was a dancer, for God's sake. All she wanted out of life was her daughter. Insanity is what it was, a world gone mad. Shad felt a strange fever in his breast. Garcia stood up and laid a $5 bill on the table.
"Have my soda," he said. "You look thirsty."
Chapter 15. Congressman Dilbeck was revived by the sharp tang of Malcolm Moldowski's cologne. He sat up coughing in spasms. At the foot of the bed stood Moldy and Herb Crandall, appearing dour and unsympathetic. Moldowski's greeting confirmed the mood. "Good morning, shit-for-brains."
"Hello, Malcolm."
"Herb told me about your evening."
"I'm sorry, Malcolm, I got swept away."
"Know what we need to do? We need to teach you to masturbate creatively. Then maybe you wouldn't bother women."
Crandall said, "Those blow-up dolls might do the trick. We'll order him an assortment, all shapes and colors." Dilbeck felt dizzy. Slowly he lowered his pounding head to the pillows. He was relieved to see that he was in his own bedroom, not a hospital. From this he concluded, perhaps prematurely, that his injury wasn't so serious. Touching the bruise, he moaned melodramatically. The knot was huge. He said,
"Don't I need a doctor?"
"Been here and gone," Crandall reported. "You're a very lucky man. No concussion, no brain damage."
"As if we could tell," Moldy said.
The congressman pleaded for them to lay off. His head was killing him.
"But you've got a fundraiser tonight, David."
"No way, Malcolm. Look at me. Look at me."
Moldowski moved to Dilbeck's side and hovered gravely like a dentist.
"Under no circumstances will you miss this function. Understand? The marquee is Bradley, Carey, and Moynihan, who don't wish to be stood up. More important, we've got 6 potential sugar votes coming down from the Hill."
"Those fellows, they're still pissed about the pay raise."
"Extremely pissed," said Moldowski. "That's why we're flying them first class. That's why we've got Dom and fresh citrus waiting in their suites. It's suck-up time, Davy. Everyone's counting on you to make things right again."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"It means the Senor Rojos called, among others."
Overwhelmed by Moldowski's musk, Dilbeck began to sneeze violently. Moldy backpedaled, shielding his mouth and nose from flying germs. When the congressman regained normal respiration, he announced that he wouldn't be seen in public looking as pitiable as he did. Herb Crandall said, "It's not the public, David. It's $1,000-a-plate suckers. Tell them whatever you want. Tell them you got hit with a fucking golf ball." "We're locking out the media," Moldy added. "Feel free to lie your ass off." David Dilbeck grimaced as he fingered the bruise.
"What about X-rays?" he asked. "How can they be sure about concussions if they didn't take X-rays?"
"The doctor checked your ears," Crandall explained, "for fresh blood."
"Jesus, Mary, and Joseph!"
Dilbeck's whining grated on Moldowski's nerves. "We'll ice your fucking head, all right? Spend the day on your back, and by tonight the swelling's gone." "Exactly," Crandall said. "You'll be as dashing as ever."
"Stop making light of the situation."
Moldowski twisted the cap off a pill bottle and tapped out 2 orange tablets. He instructed Dilbeck to swallow them for his headache. "Herb told me what happened. In my view, you're lucky that girl didn't stop on your balls." As usual, the congressman remembered almost nothing of the incident. He asked,
"What was her name?"
"Jean Kirkpatrick," said Herb Crandall. "A very hot number."
"Seriously, I can't recall a damn thing. Her name, what she looked like, was she blonde or red-headed? Lord, it's all a blank."
"Keep it that way," Moldy said. He closed the drapes to darken the room. "Get some rest. You've got a big night."
"Malcolm?"
"What is it, Dave?"
"This is the last time. I swear to God I'm cured."
"I'd love to believe you. I dearly would."
"On my mother's grave, Malcolm. Never again. Never. I hurt so damn bad."
Moldowski said goodbye and left the room. His aroma, however, lingered like an industrial smog. Crandall packed a towel with ice cubes and placed it on the congressman's forehead.
"Herb, you believe me?"
Dilbeck asked.
"It's out of my system for good."
"Sure it is," said Crandall. "I'll be in the hall if you need me. Try to sleep." As David Dilbeck slept, psychedelic visions flashed and popped behind twitching eyelids. Eventually, jumbled starbursts gave way to soothing scenes. The congressman dreamed of a lovely dancer with rich brown hair and small round breasts, and a smile that could stop an executioner's heart. When Dilbeck awoke, the ice in the towel was melted, and the pillowcase was soaked against his cheek. His breathing was hot and irregular, but his head no longer throbbed. He bolted upright, energized by the knowledge that the woman dancing in his sleep was real, that he couldn't have dreamed such a smile. He had seen that dancer somewhere, a radiant moment buried deep in sub-memory by a drunken blackout. Yes, he'd seen her, and she most definitely smiled.
What did she mean?
In a sing-song tone, the congressman addressed silent walls.
Who is this lovely?
He shook off the sheets and hopped from the bed. The room rolled under his legs. He stumbled to the bathroom and flipped on the lights. Anxiously he examined both ears for signs of blood, but found nothing but clotted wax.
Who is she?
He cried to the mirror.
What does she want with me?
After less than a week, Marvella quit the club and defected to the flesh farm. The enticement was a $500 signing bonus, Mondays off, and a new wardrobe. Orley was livid. To all who would listen, he declared that the Ling brothers henceforth were dead men, gator bait, orchid fertilizer, breakfast sausage, DEAD. Orley said he was calling Staten Island and arranging a murder contract. Nobody stole his dancers and got away with it. The next day he installed a wind machine among the footlights on the main stage. He said it was part of a new campaign to make the Tickled Pink a classier joint. New name, new spiffy image. Aaron and the other dancers suspected that Orley was upgrading mainly to compete with the hated Lings. The wind machine was a hooded electric fan aimed at an angle to blow and swirl the dancer's hair. The desired effect was an untamed, sultry look. "I got the idea from Stevie Nicks videos," Orley told Aaron. "You go on and try." She danced a short set in front of the wind machine. The air hitting her face made her blink continually. She didn't feel particularly sexy. Afterwards, Orley said, "That's your hair."
"Oh, here we go. Just listen for once.
Would it kill you to grow it down past the shoulders, or at least get a perm?" He knew better than to suggest a dye job. Aaron said,
"Stevie's got her look, I've got mine.
"I also bought smoke canisters and a neon blue strobe."
"You're really trying," Aaron said, "and we all appreciate it."
Now if he'd only 86 the damn oil wrestling. Orley opened a box of the new cocktail napkins. Pink, naturally.
"Notice anything?" he said. "Looky, no tits, no snatch."
The club's previous napkins had featured drawings of saucy nudes in feathered hats and spiked heels. Aaron favored the plain pink.
"These are elegant," she said. "Relatively speaking."
Orley was pleased.
"It occurred to me, why overdo it with the tits and so forth? No sense staring at poon on a napkin when the real McCoy is wiggling right in front of your nose."
"Good thinking," Aaron said.
Orley was hopeless, but at least he was making an effort. In fact, the long-haired dancers and those with lush wigs did seem to enjoy performing in front of the wind machine. Only Urbana Sprawl declined to use it, complaining that the fan aggravated her allergy to dust mites. She said there was no tactful way for a naked person to cope with a runny nose, especially while dancing. Orley grudgingly agreed. Discussion of the new wind machine continued all evening in the dressing room. Most of the dancers considered it a worthwhile investment. It was heartening to see Orley spend on capital improvements. Preliminary feedback from customers was positive too, judging from the tips. For club regulars, wind-blown hair was an exotic diversion from leaden footwork and half-hearted pelvic thrusts.
"Speaking of customers," Aaron said, "remember Mr. Peepers?"
The two Moniques said they did. Aaron asked if they recalled seeing him on the night of the champagne bottle attack. Monique Jr. said yes. She was giving him a private dance at table 3 when the fighting broke out. She remembered it well because Jerry Killian had scurried to the main stage to see the commotion, leaving her unpaid and dancing on an empty table.
"I was pissed," Monique Jr. said, "but he came back later and gave me a whole $10.
She rolled her eyes in disdain.
"Did he say anything?"
Aaron asked.
"He said I had bold nipples, whatever the hell that means."
"No, did he talk about what he saw, the fight?"
"He asked, did I know the guy with the bottle, and I says no. Then he asked, do I know what chivalry is, and I said, sure I know what chivalry is. Well, he goes, you'll be glad to know it's not dead. And I said, great, glad to hear it. Then he started on again about my nipples."
Urbana Sprawl was impressed by the junior Monique's detailed recollection of a 3-week-old conversation. Most dancers ignored the idle babble of customers.
"I always remember the shitty tippers," Monique Jr. explained, "just like I remember the good ones."
Aaron fluffed her hair, touched up her lipstick, and headed for a 3-dance set in the cage. Kevin queued up one of her favorite Allman Brothers cuts, and Aaron blew him a kiss. Long songs were bad for business, but occasionally she needed one to help her disconnect from the routine, drift away with the music. Tonight she used the time to think about murder. The facts seemed to fit Sergeant Al Garcia's scenario. Killian was in the audience when the horny congressman sailed off the deep end. The little guy probably recognized Dilbeck, ratty mustache and all, and hatched the idea for a blackmail. And days later, he was killed. Erin was so absorbed that she didn't spot the customer right away. He stood below the cage, staring at her bottom, waiting for her to spin in his direction. Finally, he called Erin's name, and she danced up to the bars. He reached up and folded some money in her garter. It was a $50 bill. Erin smiled and crossed her arms over her breasts, teasingly love-struck. Later she sat down at his table to say thanks, a strip-joint ritual when a customer gives an exceptional tip. A 3 or 4 minute visit was considered sufficient. Any longer took precious time off the dancer's clock. Chatty friendliness inevitably gave way to salesmanship, and experienced strippers were masters of the blend. A good table dancer could work the same customer for a half-dozen private numbers between performance sets. That was how most of them made their money. Erin was the only one who got by on stage tips alone. This big tipper was in his mid-50s and dressed like a senior loan officer. He was sipping a Jack Daniels too carefully and hadn't bothered to loosen his necktie. Obviously, he had plans for the evening. When Erin thanked him for the money, he reached for her hand. "If that's how much I'll pay just to look, imagine how much I'll pay to touch." Another smoothie, Erin thought. She tried to pull away, but the man wouldn't let go. She said, "Obviously, this is your first time here." "How'd you know?" "I'm guessing the Midwest. Chicago, Minneapolis." "St. Paul," the man said. "You're pretty good, honey pie." "Honey pie? That's the best you can do?" Erin wasn't in the mood for dumb banter. It had been many months since she'd been groped by an out-of-town creep. Sweetie Pants, he'd called her. That one was from Syracuse. The hairiest arms she'd seen outside a zoo. "Please let go," she said to St. Paul. "Dance for me." "I did." "Not here. I've got a room on the beach." His grip was dry and firm. "A room with a sauna." "No, thank you." "For $2,000? "I'm not worth it, believe me." Erin dug her fingernails into the soft underside of the man's wrist. He yelled angrily and let go. As she pushed back from the table, the man's legs shot out and kicked her chair. Erin went over backward. The customer's laughter died with an epiglottal peep. Erin rose to see the man's face pinched in the crook of Shad's arm. The face was bloody and full of deep remorse. Shad was punching in his usual calm and methodical way, but in his expression Erin saw genuine rage, which was rare. "That's enough," she told him. Shad let the man fall, face down. The customer rolled onto his back and blubbered something about a lawsuit. "Really?" Shad said. "You want to call your wife? I'll bring the phone." He nudged sharply with a boot. "Well?" 10 minutes later, the man from St. Paul was strapped in his rented black Thunderbird. He adjusted the rear-view mirror to check the condition of his nose and lips, which were swollen to the size of wax party gags. Shad propped himself on the door of the car. "Don't ever come back," he advised. "I meant no harm." "She look like a hooker?" Shad's barren orb filled the window. "Answer me, bud. Did the lady look like a whore?" The man from St. Paul was shaking. "I'm really sorry." Shad called Erin to the car and told the man to apologize again, which he did with all his heart. Erin said, "You should learn some respect." "I'm so sorry. I swear to God." Shad said, "What kind of place you think this is? Does it look like a whorehouse?" The man shook his head tensely. "This is a classy operation," Erin chimed in. "Surely you noticed the napkins." The man from St. Paul drove swiftly into the Florida night. Erin put an arm around Shad's waist. "You're in a lousy mood tonight," she said. "What's the matter?"
I'm just worried about you, is all.
Why?
There's bad people in the world, that's why.
She laughed. But you're here to protect me.
Right,
Shad said. First thing tomorrow, he would go see Mordecai and tell him the deal was off. The stakes had gotten too damn high. Down the street came the wail of sirens. Soon a police cruiser raced past the Tickled Pink, then an ambulance, 2 more police cars, another rescue truck. Shad and Aaron walked to the curb to see if there was a traffic accident. Moments later, they were joined by Orley, bubbling with mirth.
"There is a God," he said.
Now what?
Aaron asked.
"Just listen."
As if on cue, the sirens began winding down one at a time. The flashing lights had converged a half-dozen blocks away, on the opposite side of the highway.
"Must be some wreck,"
Shad said. Orley giggled.
"Ain't no wreck. It's the flesh farm." "What did you do?" Shad asked. "Did you pull something?" "Wasn't me. It was Marvella. She just called, bawling her pretty eyeballs out."
Orley was jubilant.
"She wants her old job back."
Shad said.
"Something bad happened."
Orley grinned.
"Yeah, very bad. Guy dropped dead at the table."
Aaron thought, poor Marvella.
"And not just any guy," Orley said. "A goddamn judge."
Aaron heard herself say,
Which judge?
"Who cares? A dead judge is a dead judge. Those fucking lings. I hope they're pissing razor blades."
Aaron started down the road toward the winking blues and reds. Orley called her name, but she kept walking. Traffic slowed, and a few drivers honked salaciously. Aaron clicked along in her tall heels, sequined G-string, and black lace bra, aiming for the flashing lights, walking faster, telling herself, maybe, oh maybe Mr. Orley is right. Maybe there is a God. The judge considered Marvella a sleek and delicious archangel. She was the only one at Orley's club who flirted properly. The other dancers were detached, perfunctory, even chilly. Some refused to perform for him at all. The judge suspected that Aaron had poisoned the others against him. They probably despised him for separating their friend from her only child. How unfair. The justification was there in the Bible, plain as day, but none of the dancers wanted to hear him explain it, no matter how heavily he tipped. Everybody had a gift, the judge would say. Everybody had a special purpose on this earth. Motherhood was one, he would say. Dancing naked was another. Being new, Marvella wasn't aware that the judge had been unofficially ostracized. She gave him some terrific table dances, and in a matter of days he was infatuated. When she quit Orley's club, the judge eagerly followed her to the flesh farm and the brave new world of friction dancing. The distance between the clubs was half a mile, but the drive seemed to take forever. The judge found a parking spot far from the streetlights to avoid being recognized by a passing motorist. Discretion was extremely important until he was confirmed for the federal bench. After that, he was free to recreate as he pleased. To his knowledge, no one had ever been impeached for patronizing a titty bar. As the judge turned off the ignition, his heart hammered against bird-like ribs. He felt lightheaded, but attributed the feeling to raw excitement. Before entering the steamy house of Ling, he recited a silent prayer, thanking God in advance for the blessings he was about to receive. To be able to lay hands on the beautiful Marvella, to feel her rub those velvet loins against him, these would be fantasies come true. Sadly for the judge, they did not. Anticipation killed him moments before friction was to begin. He died with his tongue on the table, the Bible balanced on his knees. One hand was fastened to his crotch like the claw of a lobster, It remained attached throughout vigorous rescue maneuvers, including cardiopulmonary massage. Death had taken the form of a massive cerebral hemorrhage. A significant part of the judge's brain had more or less exploded when the prancing Marvella had draped her bustier across the crown of his head. A quick-thinking bouncer had removed the garment before paramedics showed up. Considering the traffic, their response time was outstanding. The frantic Lings had no opportunity to move the corpse off the premises. All they could do was whimper at the mayhem. Within moments of the first policeman's appearance, the flesh farm emptied as if there were a toxic gas leak. The bartenders and dancers were the last to flee. When Erin arrived, she saw an old man stretched out on the floor. He was surrounded by young medical technicians in blue jumpsuits. One of them knelt beside the lifeless form, thumping the man's chest in perfect time to Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation, which was playing on the club speakers. The Lings stayed well back from the scene, yammering about bad publicity, loss of revenue, and a possible visit from state beverage agents. Erin casually walked up and positioned herself between paramedics. Life-saving efforts were winding down, along with the music. The man on the floor was plainly deceased. Erin leaned over to examine the face. He looked like the right judge, but she wasn't certain. "Can you take off the oxygen mask?" she asked. One of the paramedics, smitten by Erin's attire, cheerfully obliged. He asked if she knew the victim. "In passing," she replied. Marvella, who had changed into street clothes, was being interviewed by 2 uniformed officers and a detective. She chain-smoked furiously, tapping her ashes into a beer stein. Erin sat at the bar and waited for the cops to finish. Shad came in and joined her. He said,
"You ought to see the helicopter outside."
"Waste of fuel," said Erin. "He's dead as a flounder."
"It's not from the hospital. It's from Channel 7.
"No kidding." Erin laughed darkly. "Shad, I'm enjoying this. I hate to admit it, but I am."
"Well, the guy was a prick."
"And such a hypocrite."
"Maybe now you can get your girl back."
Erin said, "That's what I'm thinking. It's awful, I know, under the circumstances."
"Forget it. The man was puke."
Shad reached behind the Ling's well-stocked bar and got 2 glasses. He unhooked the fountain gun and squirted each of them a Coke. Erin watched the paramedics place the dead judge on a stretcher, strapping him under a brown woolen blanket. "My lawyer," she said, "will be amazed."
"So will your ex."
Shad's lips cracked into a cold smile.
"I'd love to be there when you tell him."
"I doubt if I'll get that pleasure,"
Erin said. When the police were done with Marvella, she came to the bar and sat with Erin.
"I never even touched him,"
she confided, her voice raw with disbelief. The weeping began, and Erin gave her a hug. She didn't know Marvella well, but she could appreciate the trauma of seeing a customer keel over. Shad hopped the bar and fixed a Dewar's for Marvella, who continued sobbing intermittently. She said she didn't know what happened. She'd barely gotten her top off.
"I can't believe he fucking died. Died! I wasn't even down on his lap."
"That's enough," Erin told her. "It wasn't your fault." She stroked Marvella's hair, which smelled like Marlboros and mousse. Marvella's tears dripped freely on Erin's bare shoulder.
"Look at it another way," Shad said. "The man died staring at pussy. There's worse ways to go."
Marvella was not consoled. She drank her drink and fumbled for another cigarette.
"I should have stuck to straight modeling. Swimwear and teddies, that's it."
Shad held out a lighter and said,
"For Christ's sake."
"It's all my fault. He's dead because of me."
"Hush," Erin told her.
"You were only doing your job."
Chapter 16. Rita and Alberto Alonso agreed to keep Angela while Darrell Grant drove a load of stolen wheelchairs to St. Augustine. Alberto was fond of the girl, but Rita preferred the company of canines. Lupa's pups were getting big and frisky. Darrell Grant told his sister to keep Angie inside the trailer, away from the damn wolves. Rita asked where was the kids' toys, and Darrell said there wasn't room in the van for no toys. Alberto said, "Don't worry, there's plenty around here for a girl to play with." He brought out a bag of golf balls and dumped them on the floor. Angela amused herself as best she could. Alberto slept all day, while Rita spent much of the time in the yard with the animals. Angela was fascinated by her aunt's eccentric appearance. Catcher's mask, cigarette, logger mitts, baggy house dress. The little girl sat for hours at the window, watching Rita work with her high-strung pets. Once, alone in the trailer, Angela picked up the phone and dialed her mother's number, which she had memorized. There was no answer, but Angela let it ring for 25 minutes. Rita came inside and pitched a fit. She snatched the telephone and placed it on top of the refrigerator, out of the little girl's reach. Darrell Grant was glad to leave town, even for a short time. Free of parental responsibility, he no longer had to be discreet about gobbling speed, upon which he was increasingly reliant. The drugs gave him the nerve to steal and the guile to lie about it. They also helped him cope with Merkin and Picata, who hassled him relentlessly. The detectives were vicious nags, always after hot tips. Darrell didn't mind snitching on other criminals, especially since the alternative was prison. But sometimes there simply was nothing to snitch. Merkin and Picata didn't seem to understand that many crooks were chronically lazy. Weeks, even months might pass between crime sprees. Yet the detectives were always demanding fresh stats and warm bodies. If there were no serious felonies afoot, they expected Darrell Grant to hit the streets and get the ball rolling. The trouble was, Darrell didn't have time to hang out with dirtbags. Dealing wheelchairs was a full-time gig. The St. Augustine run, for instance, promised to net $3,000. A nursing home was waiting, COD. Then Merkin and Picata called, harping at him to go see some Cuban bartender in frigging Hallandale, who might or might not be dealing kilos. Darrell Grant needed to think fast, and that's where the speed saved his ass. It helped him remember the name of Tommy Tinker, the heroin man. Darrell knew how much the cops in South Florida loved a skag case. Not only was it a refreshing change of pace from crackheads, it was a guaranteed commendation, usually Officer of the Month. So Darrell pitched Tommy Tinker as the #1 heroin dealer east of I-95, and told Merkin and Picata exactly where on Sunrise Boulevard they could find him. "Grams or ounces?" Picata asked. "Ounces," Darrell Grant said quickly. "But he don't sell to white guys, otherwise I'd be happy to make the score." And off went the two detectives in search of a black snitch, while Darrell made tracks for St. Augustine. He was passing the Vero Beach city limits when his brain decelerated just enough to remember that Tommy Tinker had been fatally firebombed in New Orleans back in 1987. Darrell Grant experienced a brief flush of panic, but at no time considered turning back or making a call. He popped 3 more beauties and stepped on the pedal. Soon the van was racing as fast as his heart, and life seemed fine. The congressman rallied in time for the gala fundraiser. He was able to dress without assistance, shave with a dull blade, and comb his own hair. Tan makeup camouflaged the bruise, which had shrunken to a greenish marble in the center of his brow. Herb Crandall drove him to the hotel and hung near his side throughout the evening. The dinner was well attended and the speeches flattering. The most effusive testimonial came from Senator Moynihan, who'd never met David Dilbeck and was therefore unencumbered by sour memories. After dessert, Dilbeck himself rose to the podium and managed to speak for 11 minutes without repeating himself. He was careful to lavish absurd praise on colleagues whose votes were crucial to renewing the price supports for domestic sugar. Dilbeck inwardly prayed that his remarks would begin to thaw the ill feelings. After all, how often did such small-timers get compared to the Roosevelts and Kennedys? Herb Crandall said the other congressmen seemed genuinely moved. Dilbeck hoped so, since he'd practically gagged on the compliments he'd dished out. Later he pinballed from table to table, thanking the paying guests for their generosity. Normally, Dilbeck adored being the center of attention, but tonight the limelight was excruciating. The vision in his left eye was blurry, and both ears pounded with an invisible orchestra of steel drums. He sustained himself by silently repeating Herb's mantra, "Each handshake is worth $1,000. At a far table, the congressman was greeted by a rotund fellow with flushed cheeks and jumpy rodent eyes. The man was dressed for a funeral. He said he was a lawyer and introduced a stern female companion as his cousin. Dilbeck noticed a slight family resemblance. "Remember me?" said the lawyer. "Well, you certainly look familiar," Dilbeck lied. "San Francisco, the Mondale Express." Of course. Dilbeck didn't have the faintest recollection. He'd spent much of the convention on a bar stool at Carol Doda's topless review. "I saw Fritz about 3 weeks ago," Dilbeck improvised. "He looks absolutely fantastic." The lawyer invited the congressman to sit for a few minutes, but Dilbeck said, "No thanks, they've got me on a tight schedule." That's when the lawyer handed him the photograph. "For your album," he said. "Jesus, Mary, and Joseph," said the congressman. Dilbeck cupped his bad eye and gazed at the color print of his drunken self, swinging a bottle at a stranger's head. Dilbeck had no distinct memory of the raunchy scene, except for the woman on the stage. It was the dancer in his dream. By God, she was real. The congressman experienced a tingle that was grossly inappropriate for the moment. The lawyer said, "We had the photo enlarged from a slide, which I'm keeping in a very safe place." He paused, running a finger along his upper lip. "If I may say so, sir, you look better without the mustache." Dilbeck smiled anemically. Herb Crandall, craning over the congressman's shoulder, was comforted not to see his own likeness in the background of the photograph. He wondered, though, if there were other pictures in sequence, pictures of him pointing the gun, for example. Jesus, what a lousy night that was. "It's peculiar," Dilbeck said, "how I don't remember this." "But it is you, isn't it?" The lawyer gloated. Crandall curtly demanded to see identification. Mordecai handed him a business card and said, "I'm sure you're curious about Joyce's interest. The fellow being assaulted is her betrothed." Crandall put his lips to Dilbeck's ear. "Don't say another word." "It's all right, Herb. I honestly don't remember." The lawyer went on. "You're probably wondering about the young man's condition. Unfortunately, the news is not good. He suffered grievous injuries in this attack." Dilbeck slumped. "What can I say? I'm terribly sorry." "Shut up," Crandall hissed. Joyce spoke up.
"Sorry is fine and dandy, but my Paul will never be the same."
"Severe head trauma," the lawyer added. "That's a champagne bottle you've got there. Corbel, if I'm not mistaken." The congressman gave the photograph to Crandall and said, "You were there, Herb. What the hell happened?" From the corner of his eye, Crandall spotted a ragged line of well-wishers, including several prominent rojos, moving across the ballroom toward David Lane Dilbeck.
Crandall deftly concealed the dangerous photo in his tuxedo jacket and told Mordecai to meet him upstairs in the hospitality suite. The lawyer said,
"Good. We were hoping for some privacy."
15 minutes, Crandall said. Then he rushed off to find Malcolm J. Moldowski. Strength fading, David Dilbeck managed to finish his rounds, shaking hands, feigning recognition, chuckling at lame jokes, bowing at banal flattery, and thinking only of the sleek dancer whose honor he'd so nobly defended that night at the Eager Beaver. Did she think of him, too? Joyce paced the lobby while Mordecai met Moldowski alone in the hospitality suite. There were no formalities. The lawyer stated his demands. Moldowski took a few notes. The photograph, creased by Crandall's tuxedo, lay on the coffee table between them. "Extortion," Moldy said thoughtfully.
"In my game, it's called negotiating a settlement. Do you suppose I'm joking about filing a civil action? The picture speaks for itself, Mr. Moldowski."
"I disapprove of shakedowns." Mordecai shrugged.
"Other attorneys would have sued first, then offered to settle. Of course, a lawsuit instantly puts the matter in the public eye. Considering Mr. Dilbeck's position, I assumed he wished to avoid the publicity."
"Thanks for being so damned considerate." Moldowski got up and fixed himself a drink. His eyes flicked toward the incriminating photo of the Honorable David Lane Dilbeck, homicidal, out of control, crazed by lust. It would make quite a splash on the front page of the newspapers. The lawyer said,
"I'll understand if you need some time. It must be quite a shock."
"Not really," Moldy said. "The man's name is Paul Jonathan Goober. He spent 5 days at Broward General with cuts, bruises, and a mild concussion. He's doing just fine now, but I guess that's beside the point, right?" Mordecai was stunned into a momentary silence. After a few seconds he said,
"Am I to assume that you called the hospital out of concern for my client's health?"
Malcolm Moldowski tapped his polished fingernails on the side of his glass. "We look out for the congressman," he said. Herb Crandall had been keeping tabs on young Mr. Goober since the night of the assault.
"I'm impressed," said Mordecai. "However, your interest in my client's medical condition could be perceived as an acknowledgment of responsibility. A jury might be curious to know why Mr. Dilbeck never voluntarily came forward. So might the state attorney."
Moldy was amused. "Who do you think you're dealing with?"
"That's what I came to find out. I was hoping for a civilized discussion."
Mordecai rose and smoothed the wrinkles from his suit.
"I'll be at the courthouse first thing in the morning. Prepare the congressman for the worst."
Moldowski said, "Sit down, hotshot."
"No, sir. I've said my piece."
$3 million is too high."
"Really?"
Now it was Mordecai's turn to be amused.
"Do you know what sweetheart sugar grossed last year?"
Moldy made a sucking noise through his front teeth. In slow motion, he placed his glass on the table. The lawyer remained smug. He wished that Joyce could see him in action, cutting the nuts off the big boys. Moldowski said, "You know a man named Jerry Killian?" The lawyer said he'd never heard of him. Moldy could tell he was being truthful. Leave it to Dilbeck to get blackmailed twice for the same fuck-up, 3 times if you counted the mystery woman who phoned his Washington office. "I need to know who else is involved." Mordecai said,
"My clients are Joyce and Paul."
He didn't mention that Paul Goober, having disassociated himself from the scheme, would never be told about the money. Nor did Mordecai reveal that a modest slice of the settlement would be shared with a violent bouncer named Shad.
"The check," the lawyer said, "should be made out to my firm's trust account."
"A check?" Malcolm Moldowski laughed harshly. "Surely you don't intend to pay in cash?"
"No. Wire transfer."
"From overseas?"
"Nassau," Moldy said. "Possibly the Caymans. Is that a problem?"
"Not as long as it's U.S. dollars."
The lawyer fancied himself the portrait of Slick. Moldowski said, "3 million won't fly. Try 2.5.
"You're playing games, Mr. Moldowski. We both know the price of sugar and how it stays so high."
"Don't push your luck, hotshot. According to my information, Paul Goober is completely recovered."
"Never know about the human brain," Mordecai mused. "One day the man could be fine, the next day it's intensive care."
"Oh, you're a pistol."
"The prospect of a trial would be most stressful for the young man and his bride-to-be. I'd recommend some long-term counseling."
Moldy flicked the hand in the air. "Cut the bullshit. I'll talk to some people and get back with you."
"Of course."
"In the meantime, have a chat with Joyce. Explain the importance of confidentiality."
"Don't worry," Mordecai said. "She's a smart lady."
And soon to be a rich one. The Rojo's boat was called the Sweetheart Deal. It was 90 feet long, made in the Netherlands. All 3 staterooms had wet bars and Dolby sound. The yacht was docked at Turnberry Isle on the Intracoastal Waterway. By the time Moldowski arrived, it was almost 2 in the morning. The elder Rojos, Joaquin and Willie, offered a cup of Cuban coffee to their guest. Moldy didn't need it. He was wide awake. 2 young women were taking a bubble bath in the jacuzzi. Christopher was passed out on the carpet next to a spotted ocelot in an emerald-studded collar. The wild cat groomed its paws and rumbled. The Rojos led Moldowski upstairs to a small sitting room on the captain's deck. Willie asked about Herb Crandall. "I didn't invite him," Moldy said, "for his own protection."
"Tell us the problem, Malcolm."
He kept it simple. The congressman had gotten himself into an unsavory situation. A compromising photograph had been taken. Now a lawyer had come forward demanding $3 million. The Rojos were deeply concerned and conferred quietly in Spanish. Moldowski noticed that the brothers wore matching robes with the name of the boat stitched over the left breast. One of Joaquin's earlobes was white with dried soap bubbles. Moldy said, "The options are limited." $3 million, said Willie. "It's not possible." "I'm sure he'll settle for 2. Joaquin Rojo whispered a curse. The timing of the lawsuit threat couldn't be worse. Dilbeck should hustle the sugar legislation out of committee immediately so that the full House of Representatives could vote on it before the November election. "Impossible," Moldowski said. "Those jerks couldn't pass a kidney stone right now. Everybody's home campaigning." Besides, he added, the Speaker didn't want the bill on the floor so soon. Too controversial. Ralph Nader had gone on Nightline, making a stink about subsidies for big agriculture. The tobacco and rice lobbies panicked, which caused their stooges in Congress to do the same. A House vote now would be dicey. The smart thing to do was to wait. Which meant the Rojos were forced to rely on David Dilbeck for several more months, and they needed him squeaky clean. Willie asked, "How bad is the photograph?" "Fatal," said Moldy.
"Mierda. Let's pay the goddamn money."
"No," Joaquin said.
"I will not be blackmailed."
"Do we have a choice?" Willie turned to Moldowski. "Well, Malcolm?" Without mentioning Jerry Killian by name, Moldy confided that a similar problem had arisen a few weeks earlier. "I handled it myself, but this one is more complicated." "Because of the photograph?" "And the fact it's a lawyer."
Willie Rojo nodded.
That's what worries me, too. Let's just pay the bastard and forget it.
His brother rose, shaking a pale fist.
No, Wilberto. You want to pay, do it with your own children's inheritance. I'm out.
Spanish erupted again, and this time the brothers' voices escalated in argument. Moldowski picked up a word here and there. Finally, Joaquin Rojo sat down.
Malcolm, he said, how much do you know about cane farming?
Moldowski shrugged and said he didn't know much.
We plant in muck, Joaquin said. Mostly sawgrass muck, sometimes custard apple. They call it black gold because it produces such rich sugar. A farmer might get 10 good seasons out of a field. Then the tonnage starts to drop. Why? Because with each crop, the layer of muck shrinks.
He dramatized with a thumb and forefinger.
Eventually, the soil isn't deep enough for cane, and the land becomes useless. Underneath is solid limestone.
Willie said,
When the muck is gone, Malcolm, it's gone forever. Our people are telling us 5, maybe 6 more seasons. Then what?
Joaquin turned up his hands.
Rock mining, condominiums, golf resorts, that's not important right now. Later, yes, said his brother. But for now, our business is sugarcane. We need these last few years to be good ones.
A legacy, Moldowski agreed.
Please, make Mr. Dilbeck's problem go away.
I assume you're not paying off the lawyer.
My brother and I have decided against it.
The emerald-colored ocelot trotted up the steps and crouched at Willie Rojo's slippered feet. The old man dug into the folds of his monogrammed robe and produced a gooey chicken drumstick. The brothers watched fondly as the animal devoured the piece, bone and all. The crunching bothered Malcolm J. Moldowski, who was not much of a cat person. Joaquin yawned and announced it was time for bed.
Call us when he's done, he told Moldowski.
This'll still be expensive. Willie Rojo giggled as he let the ocelot lick chicken grease off his fingers.
How expensive? He asked. Not $3 million, I'm sure.
Not even close, Moldy said. But there's a certain risk.
Not to us, I hope.
No, gentlemen, not to you. Darrell Grant sold the wheelchairs for $3,200 cash and drove straight from St. Augustine to Daytona Beach. There, he purchased an assortment of colorful pills and picked up 2 prostitutes on the boardwalk. Later, when they thought he was asleep, the hookers let their pimp enter Darrell's motel room and pick through his belongings. Darrell waited a suitable interval, then slipped his hand under the pillow where he kept the dagger. With a ghoulish screech, he sprung from the bed and stabbed the pimp in the fleshy part of a thigh. While the man wriggled on the floor, the hookers straddled him and frantically tried to staunch the bleeding. Darrell Grant calmly yanked the sheet from the bed and sliced it into long strips. Then he tied up the thrashing pimp and the 2 hookers and stuffed dirty socks in their mouths. The women didn't struggle, as they had gotten a close-up glimpse of Darrell Grant's microdot pupils. As he worked on the pimp, Darrell hummed a tune from The Jungle Book, which Angela had on video cassette. Gaily, he lathered the man's curly black hair and shaved him bald. Then he took the dagger and cut a perfect capital G on the scalp. The pimp moaned and grunted into the filthy gag. Blood trickled in twin rivulets down both sides of his head. The women watched silently, fearing they were next. Darrell Grant said,
Now, I'm going to teach you people a lesson.
He got his keys and ran to the van. 2 minutes later he returned, carrying an electric staple gun that he'd stolen from a construction site in Boca Raton. At the sight of the stapler, one of the hookers began to sob. Darrell Grant walked over to the pimp
and untied one of his arms. Still panting, he said,
"Were you going to rob me?"
The pimp shook his head violently.
"Liar, liar, pants on fire,"
Darrell sang. He plugged the staple gun into a wall outlet and said,
"Next time you want money, ask polite."
He grabbed the pimp's hand and stapled a $1 bill to the palm. He held the trigger down a long time, ping, 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 until the staple gun was empty. The pimp's eyelids fluttered, and he lolled unconscious. The women shivered with fright. Suddenly, Darrell Grant felt spent. He stretched on the bed and dialed Rita's house. She growled at him for phoning so late, 3:30 in the morning. Her brother apologized and said,
"Listen, I might take a few extra days up here. That okay?"
"Suit yourself. Aaron's coming tomorrow."
"What?"
"Visitation Day," Rita said.
"No!"
"That's what she told us."
"Jesus, Rita, did you tell her Angie was there? How the hell did she know?"
"I can't help it. Your daughter knows how to use the phone, and she climbs, too, like a little monkey."
"Angie called her?"
Darrell Grant pounded a fist on the bare mattress.
"God damn! I can't believe you let this happen."
He was too over-medicated to concentrate on two crisis situations simultaneously. He didn't notice that one of the tied-up hookers had managed to twist an arm free and was working covertly on the other knots. Darrell choked the telephone receiver and cried,
"Don't let that cunt in the house, you understand?"
"It's Visitation Day,"
Rita repeated.
"It ain't fucking Visitation Day."
"Then you come back and deal with it. I got wolves to train."
"Lord Christ."
"Another thing, it was on the news. What's the judge that got your divorce?"
Darrell Grant told her the name.
"Yep, Alberto said it was him. He's dead, Darrell."
"Now, hold up."
"It was on the TV," Rita said. "He died last night in a nudie joint."
Darrell Grant rested his cheek on the foul-smelling mattress. It was definitely time for more pills. On the other end of the line, Rita was telling the story.
"His family said he went there to preach gospel at the Naked Girls. You believe that shit? They found a Bible on his lap. It was all on the television."
"I'll be home by morning,"
Darrell Grant said thickly.
"What about Aaron?"
Rita asked. There was no answer from Daytona Beach.
"Darrell? Whoa, hey, little brother, wake up."
But he was out cold, sapped on the skull by a hooker swinging a staple gun. They made off with the cash, the drugs, the dagger, and, of course, the van. They did not take Darrell Grant's dirty socks, which were the first things he tasted when he regained consciousness 4 hours later. Chapter 17. On the morning of September 28th, Sergeant Al Garcia drove through a light drizzle to the Flight Path Motel, 200 yards due west of the main commercial runway of Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport. The motel manager, an amiable Greek named Miklos, led the detective to room 233. As Miklos fit the key in the door, Garcia said,
"I bet the carpet is brown."
"How you know that?"
"It came to me in a dream," Garcia said.
Miklos opened the door and pointed gleefully at the carpet, which was a cocoa-brown shag. The detective said,
"Sometimes I scare myself."
The Mineral County coroner had found 3 brown carpet fibers under Jerry Killian's left thumbnail.
"What else you dream?"
Miklos asked.
"A man named Killian was murdered in this room."
"Oh, no," Miklos said. "Don't tell me."
He said the maid found Killian's checkbook beneath the bed.
"He probably threw it there on purpose," Garcia said, "so the bad guys wouldn't get it.
People did weird things on the verge of dying. Miklos said,
I send it back right away, next day.
You did the right thing.
Who called the police?
Nobody, Al Garcia said. I opened Mr. Killian's mail. There was the checkbook and your note. Miklos frowned.
Is that okay, to open his letters?
Oh, sure, I'm an officer of the law. Garcia got on his knees and crawled under the bed. His fingers probed the ratty shag in search of other clues. All he found was a petrified pizza crust and a nickel. Garcia got up and brushed the fuzz off his trousers.
Miklos said, Since I work here, 7 people die. It is very sad. 7 in 7 months.
Guests?
Yes, sir. Drugs, guns, stabs, problems with the heart. The police come many times. Always we are replacing carpets and sheets.
Maybe it's the location, Garcia said, his voice rising over the roar of an incoming jet. The place was ideal for customers wishing not to be overheard. He took out a photograph of Jerry Killian.
I never see him before, Miklos said. You say this man was a murder?
Yeah, in the tub is my guess.
The bathrooms we clean 3 times a week.
Wow, Garcia said. Your Lysol bill must be out of sight. Can I have a look? Miklos sat on the bed and waited. He heard the detective fiddling with the faucets in the bathtub. Mr. Miklos, what happened to the hot water knob?
Somebody broke.
How?
I don't know, maybe 2 weeks ago.
The detective came out, drying his hands on a towel. Another jet howled overhead. Garcia said, Looks like somebody kicked that fixture right off the wall. The drowning Jerry Killian had put up a pretty good fight. Miklos said,
You say murder, but the maid didn't find no dead body.
That's because the killer drove the dead body to Montana and dumped it in a river.
Why?
To mess up my vacation, Al Garcia said. Can I see the guest register? Miklos took him back to the office, which wasn't much larger than the bathroom. Killian's name did not appear on the check-in sheets. Garcia would have been shocked if it had. He made notes on everyone who'd rented room 233 during the previous 2 weeks. One name showed up 5 times.
He's a local,
Miklos said.
Local what? Businessman. He entertains.
Oh, said Garcia. You mean he's a pimp? Miklos squirmed.
Boy, I don't know.
The detective asked if any of the other guests in 233 had made an impression. Miklos said yes. One man checked in with a bag of live gerbils and a video camera.
And you find that unusual?
Garcia smiled.
Go on. Another night was 3 Jamaicans. I tell them there's only 1 bed, but they say, It's okay, man. 3 big guys in that room. You saw how small it is.
Garcia tapped the guest register. Miklos found the name. John Riley. Conveniently generic. The address was a post office box in Belle Glade, of all places. Lake Okeechobee.
Big, strong guys, Miklos reported. They check out before midnight.
Paid cash, I'm sure.
We don't see many credit cards, Miklos said.
Remember what they were driving? Was there anybody else in the car?
Boy, I don't know.
What else? Garcia asked. You said they stood out?
They all have scars. Very bad scars.
On the face?
Legs.
Do tell, Garcia said.
They were in short pants, red, green. I don't know, but it was very bright colors.
Gym shorts, the detective said.
That's how I saw the scars.
He reached down and patted his shins.
All down here.
You've been a big help, Mr. Miklos. The friendly motel manager offered to show Al Garcia the other rooms where guests occasionally died. The detective said no thanks, maybe another time.
So, maybe it was Jamaicans who killed the man who lost his checkbook.
It's a thought, Garcia said. Miklos winked.
Maybe your dreams will tell you who did it.
The detective laughed. I deserve that. The motel manager accompanied him to the car. Miklos said he'd applied to be night clerk at a Ramada near the beach. He said the waiting list was 2 pages long.
But I got more experience than most.
You're not kidding, Garcia said. Good luck with that job.
Thank you, said Miklos. Good luck with your murder.
Aaron got to the trailer park at 7. Rita was already out in the backyard yelling at the wolf dogs. It was Alberto Alonso who opened the front door. He'd just returned from the nuclear plant and still wore his gabardine security guard uniform. Aaron was shocked that he was allowed to carry a gun.
Coffee?
Alberto said. He unbuckled his holster and casually hung it over the back of a chair. Aaron felt sick to her stomach. She had a flashing image of her daughter picking up Alberto's pistol, thinking it was a toy.
"Where's Angela?" she said tensely.
Asleep, I think."
Aaron checked both bedrooms, which were empty. She returned to the kitchen, where Alberto was tending the coffee maker.
"Where is my daughter?" Aaron said.
"Better touch base with Rita."
"No, I want an answer from you." She felt her arms shaking with anger. "Alberto, it's visitation day." He poured a cup of coffee at the dinette.
"I remember last time you stopped over. Took off without even saying so long."
Aaron said, "I didn't feel so well."
"Rita sure was pissed about the mail."
"I sent it all back." Alberto Alonso eyed her over the rim of the coffee cup.
"You look good in blue jeans," he said. "How's the job? I hear they changed the name of the place."
Aaron felt short of breath. What had these two cretins done with her daughter? She said, "Okay, I'll go ask Sheena of the jungle."
"Hold on there,"
Alberto snickered nervously.
"Maybe we can work something out, just the two of us."
They heard Rita shouting curses outside. It sounded as if she was being dragged through the shrubbery.
"Lupa don't take to the leash,"
Alberto explained. Aaron steadied herself. Outmaneuvering Alberto shouldn't be hard. He moved to a window and peeked through the blinds.
"Rita's got her hands full,"
he reported in a furtive voice. He hustled back to the kitchen and swept the dishes and silver off the table.
"How about a little show?" he whispered to Aaron. "Just like you do at the club, only private."
She thought of that final night, dancing on the table at Jerry Killian's apartment. He'd been so sweet and shy about it. Alberto Alonso was a different story. He said,
"One little number, okay? Then I'll show you where Angie's at."
He sat on a stool and excitedly motioned for Aaron to climb on the dinette. "Music would be helpful," she said.
"Just pretend," said Alberto.
"Rita hears the stereo. She'll want to know what's up."
Aaron wasn't sure she could dance just then, with or without her songs. All she could think about was finding Angela. Darrell Grant must have called and warned Rita to hide the child. If he knew that the judge was dead, then surely he knew Aaron's plan. That he would disregard an emergency injunction or any court order was a foregone conclusion. The man would skip the country before surrendering custody of his daughter. To Darrell, it wasn't an issue of rightful parenthood. It was competition, a game of keep-away, with Angela as the prize. Aaron knew she had to strike fast before her ex-husband got back to town. Stepping up on the table, she almost bumped her head on the drop ceiling of the trailer. She began humming Brown-Eyed Girl, slowly moving her hips, waiting for Alberto's inevitable grope.
"Faster," he said.
Erin put on her stage smile. As she danced, her sneakers skated on the formica. After a minute or so, she started to hear the music, clear and tender in her head. Alberto's coffee-stained leer seemed far away and harmless. She didn't flinch when he clamped his hands around her ankles. "Go faster," he said again. Erin thought, "Everything will be all right." Softly, she sang the first verse. "Not too loud," said Alberto, glancing toward the screen door. "It's such a great song," Erin said, to no one. Alberto dropped his voice. "How about some titties?" Erin raised her eyebrows. "Just a peek," he said. "Maybe take off your top." Still smiling, Erin undid the top 2 buttons. Then she said, "You do the rest, okay?" A blissful glow came to Alberto Alonso's face. He rose off the stool and reached for her, his fingers wriggling like night crawlers. Erin knew that Alberto would never locate, much less master, the tiny buttons of her blouse. In such extreme states of desire, men tended to lose their fine motor skills. Alberto's paws ultimately settled upon Erin's chest and began to massage in rhythmic circles. His coarse touch gave her an ugly chill, but Erin kept dancing like a pro. Alberto's groans intensified with the pace of his fondling. The tip of his tongue emerged between his teeth, a slug-like sentinel of arousal. Erin's next move was to tousle Alberto's hair, which was more than he could stand. He got a clumsy grip on her breasts and tried to pull her down toward his waiting mouth. It presented Erin with an irresistible target. She brought her right knee up, majorette style, high and hard against the point of Alberto's unshaven chin. The crack was like a rifle shot. Suddenly, Alberto lay flat on his back, gargling blood. Erin stood over him. The stage smile was gone. Her blouse was fully buttoned. In one hand, she held the coffee pot. Alberto could see steam curling off the sides. "I intend to pour this on your balls," Erin said. Alberto attempted to speak, but the words came out in bubbles. "I'm not sure this'll kill you," Erin said, taking aim, "but you'll wish it had." A squeal rose from Alberto. "Nesto! She nesto!" "Next door?" He nodded hysterically. Erin put down the coffee pot and dashed out of the trailer. Alberto began gagging on the severed chunk of his tongue. Rita burst in the screen door. At her heels stood Lupa, ears pricked. "Aye!" cried Alberto, shielding himself with both arms. But the wolf dog had already picked up the primal scent of the freshly wounded. Erin held Angela's hand the whole way back to Fort Lauderdale. "What's wrong?" the girl asked. "I'm just glad to see you, baby." It had been 14 months since she and her daughter had been alone, without Darrell Grant hovering nearby. The worst year of Erin's life. She wondered what had been lost. Angela said, "Mrs. Bickle has an aquarium. She let me feed her eels." Mrs. Bickle was the elderly next-door neighbor of Rita and Alberto Alonso. She had been microwaving glazed donuts for Angela's breakfast when Erin arrived to collect her daughter. "I didn't notice an aquarium," Erin said. "It's in the bedroom near the TV. The eels are green, and they ate all her pretty fish." "I see," said Erin. It sounded like Mrs. Bickle fit perfectly in the demographic strata of the trailer park. Angela said, "Are we going to your house now?" "We sure are. Our house." "For all day?" "Better than that," Erin said. Angela looked worried. Erin's heart sank at the thought that her daughter might rather be with Darrell, or Rita, or the old lady with the eels. It was Erin's most dreadful nightmare, a year's worth of nightmares. Now she felt paralyzed, afraid to say something that might prompt a lacerating burst of candor from Angie. "I want Daddy." Erin couldn't have endured it. The little girl broke the silence with one word. "Pajamas." She was wearing her favorites, starring Big Bird and the Cookie Monster. "But they're dirty," Angela said. She pinched a sleeve to show her mother. "All my clothes are at Daddy's. And what about clean underpants?" Erin said, "We're going to buy you some new clothes." "Good." "You like to shop?" "I don't know. Daddy only takes me to hospitals." "Right, to ride in the wheelchairs." Erin thought, how will I ever explain that man to his daughter? At what age is a child capable of understanding that her father is irredeemable scum? Angela said, "One time I saw a boy riding in a wheelchair." "At a hospital?" "Yep. Daddy said the little boy was very sick, so we couldn't race." "Your daddy was right," said Erin. "When they put the boy back in his room, Daddy got the wheelchair and took it home." "Oh?" "To fix it," Angela said proudly. "It needed a new brake." "Is that what Daddy said?" "And new wheels. Wasn't that nice of him?" Erin sighed. "Angie, I'm glad you called last night." "Me too." To Mordecai, the term blackmail was a melodramatic way to describe what he was doing to Congressman David Lane Dilbeck. Playing hardball is what it was. Strip away the tedious formalities of a lawsuit, and the essence was no different. Give me money, or else. In or out of court, the seminal element of negotiation was the threat. It was an art, the core of Mordecai's chosen livelihood. Man falls in supermarket, hires attorney. Supermarket settles for 6 figures. Happens all the time, and nobody calls it blackmail. Here an innocent man gets mauled by a drunken congressman, hires an attorney, and they're calling it a shakedown. Mordecai was amused by the double standard. The attack on Paul Goober was vicious and indefensible. Any personal injury lawyer would have jumped at the case. Of course, most lawyers wouldn't have arranged a secret settlement against their client's wishes, or devised to keep the bulk of the money for themselves. It wasn't Mordecai's proudest moment as a member of the bar, but these days a fellow did what he must. In 15 years of practice, youthful fantasies of immense personal wealth had evaporated in disappointment. The Delicato cockroach fiasco was a prime example of his recurring foul luck. Now, the horny congressman loomed as Mordecai's first realistic chance at collecting a 7-figure lump. He proceeded on the assumption that it would be his only shot. In the early 1970s, Mordecai was among the hundreds of idealistic young law school graduates who rushed to South Florida with the dream of defending drug smugglers for astronomical cash fees. He'd even studied Castilian Spanish in anticipation of his Colombian clientele. But Mordecai arrived in Miami to discover a depressingly small number of imprisoned South American drug barons. Defense lawyers seemed to outnumber the defendants. An attorney of modest talents stood little chance of landing a billionaire narco-trafficker as a client. Mordecai was lucky to get the occasional mule or offloader. Before long, he moved to Fort Lauderdale and opened a personal injury practice. The strategy had seemed sound. Broward County was growing much faster than Dade County, and most of the new arrivals were elderly. The elderly tended to fall down more often than younger people, Mordecai noticed. Better still, there was an inexhaustible supply of old folks.
thousands upon thousands, with more on the way each winter. Condos sprouted from the beach to the edge of the Everglades, high-rise bank vaults, in Mordecai's view. He set up shop and made plans to become absurdly rich. It didn't happen. Mordecai's income was respectable, but not profane. He got by on minor negligence cases, insurance litigation, and probate, which he hated. He told his secretary that they could both retire to Bermuda if his clients spent half as much time falling down as they did drawing up new wills. Still, Mordecai was in no position to be picky. South Florida was swarming with young lawyers who prowled the courthouses in a feral hunger, scrabbling like jackals for the tiniest morsel. Competition in all specialties was savage because there wasn't enough work to go around. Desperation was manifested in an epidemic of oily late-night advertising. Once the exclusive province of negligence lawyers, television now attracted all fields of the profession: immigration, divorce, adoption, even traffic violations. One of Mordecai's former classmates had become famous, touting himself as Dr. DUI. It was survival of the slickest. Mordecai refused to make a commercial, as it involved the unpalatable prospect of trimming down for the cameras. His mother nagged doggedly. She was dying to see her son on television. But Mordecai held firm against it. Maybe that had been a mistake. Maybe his career would have taken a loftier trajectory if he had chosen the glitter of self-promotion. Then again, what was worse, shaking down a sleazy politician or putting drunk drivers back on the road? "I've got to live with myself," he confided to Joyce.
"You did the right thing," she said.
They were going to see Malcolm J. Moldowski, who had called first thing that morning. Moldowski said there was good news. He wanted to meet both of them in an hour. Mordecai told Beverly to reschedule his morning appointments and euphorically thundered from the office. Crossing the lobby, a flash caught the lawyer's attention. A ray of sun glinting off Shad's enormous head. The bouncer was waiting tight-lipped at the west elevator. Mordecai nearly stumbled. What did the lunatic want today? Had he somehow gotten wind that a deal was imminent? The lawyer slipped unseen through the easternmost exit. When he picked up Joyce, she said,
"You're excited. Let me drive."
"No, I'll be fine." Joyce warned him about the wet roads and checked the fit of her seatbelt.
"Are you sure you got this right?"
"House of Pancakes, that's what he said."
"In Davie? Why so far?"
"I don't know, Joyce, but that's what the man said." Mordecai's voice was tight. "Do you seriously think I wouldn't write it down, something this important?" He pulled the note from his pocket and thrust it toward her.
"Eyes on the road," she said.
Then, skimming her cousin's scribble,
"All right. So it says Pancake House. We'll see."
Mordecai was silent for several miles, while Joyce searched for a radio station that suited her taste. Mordecai wondered why Moldowski had requested her presence at the meeting. "Joyce, I'm going to ask a favor. When we get there, let me do the talking."
"You don't have to get nasty."
"Now listen."
"Besides, it was my idea, cutting Paul out."
Mordecai took a deep breath. "So it was."
"Maybe I'm not so stupid then."
"I didn't say you were stupid. It's a delicate situation, that's all. These are serious people, and we both need to be mindful of what we say." Joyce flipped the visor and examined her makeup in the vanity mirror.
"I'm a serious person, too," she said. "Slow down, there's the exit."
They pulled off the interstate at Davie Road and quickly spotted the International House of Pancakes. In his excitement, Mordecai mistakenly parked the Lincoln in a handicapped zone. Before he could back out, a man in blue tapped on the windshield.
Mordecai rolled down the window.
"I work for Mr. Moldowski," said the man.
The blue was a bowling shirt.
"He's waiting at the country club."
"Who are you?" the lawyer asked.
"Messenger," the man replied. "Part-time. You want to see an ID?"
Mordecai shrugged and said, "Hop in." The man told Mordecai to take Orange Drive west to Flamingo Road.
"How far?"
asked the lawyer.
"Not far."
Joyce wore a cocky smirk. She reached across and poked her cousin in the arm.
"I told you," she said. "House of pancakes. I knew that couldn't possibly be right."
"Enough," said Mordecai. Joyce turned to the stranger in the back seat.
"What's the name of the country club? Is it Brook Run or Pine Abbey?"
The man hesitated, but not long enough for Joyce to notice.
"Brook Run," he said.
"I hear it's just lovely."
"Yeah," the man said. "That's what I hear, too."
"Do they have a brunch?"
Mordecai said, "Joyce, for God's sake." The man in the bowling shirt sat forward.
"Yeah, they got a hell of a brunch," he said.
"Slow down and make the next turn." Chapter 18. Erin moved out of her apartment on the same day that she snatched Angela. She found a place in a suburban development called Inverary, where Jackie Gleason once lived in a luxury mansion with a billiard room. Erin was in a bind, so she took what was available, a 2-bedroom townhouse that was too expensive. The security deposit was $1,000 plus first and last month's rent. She paid in cash and signed the lease under her maiden name. She and Angela relocated the entire household by themselves in 3 trips. The only casualty was the Jimi Hendrix poster, which ripped when Erin removed it from the wall. The next day she withdrew another $2,000 from her savings account, drove to her lawyer's office, and gave him the money, which, by his secretary's tabulation, reduced Erin's outstanding balance from $11,000 to $9,000. That afternoon, the lawyer asked the new judge in Erin's divorce case to remove Angela from Darrell Grant's custody because he had dumped the child with dangerously unreliable relatives. Alberto's pistol and Rita's wolves figured prominently in the judge's decision. Neither Darrell nor his attorney showed up to argue. The judge ordered a full hearing on the case in 4 weeks. He was curious to know more about Erin's occupation. The other dancers congratulated Erin and doted on Angela in the dressing room of the Tickled Pink. They took turns playing with the little girl until she dozed off on the floor. Erin wasn't happy about the arrangement. The club was no place for a child. The new judge would take a dim view. Dancers with children customarily worked the day shift so they could be home at night. Erin couldn't afford to work days because the money was lousy, and she was now nearly broke. The apartment, the lawyer, Angie's new wardrobe.
"The shoes are adorable," said Urbana Sprawl, fingering the tiny Reeboks. "Where'd you find these?" She spoke in a whisper, trying not to wake the girl. Erin said, "I'm doing tables tonight, so don't fall off the stage when you see me." "Damn, you must be tapped."
Urbana knew how Erin hated table dances.
"But you'll make money," she told her. "Real good money." "First one that touches me?" "No, girl, you call Shad. That's what he's there for."
Urbana removed her top and studied her breasts critically in the mirror.
"Mosquito got me on the left one,"
she reported. Erin said you could hardly see it.
"Hardly ain't good enough."
Urbana found a jar of dark makeup and touched up the bite.
"Don't you worry," she told Erin. "Everybody does tables. In fact, you're the only one I ever knew who didn't.
That's how fine a dancer you are. Most girls would starve to death on stage tips."
"Well, now I'm dancing for two," Aaron said. Monique Sr. came in and announced that Keith Richards was sitting at table 5.
"I told Kevin to play some stones," she said excitedly. "Next set, I'm going to knock his socks off."
"Keith Richards," Aaron said, failing to conceal her amusement.
"What, you don't believe me?"
Urbana asked what he was drinking.
"Blackjack and water."
"Then it ain't Keith. What he drinks is Rebel Yell, straight up."
Urbana was an encyclopedia of trivia when it came to the Rolling Stones. Monique Sr. looked crestfallen. Aaron, feeling guilty, said,
"Hey, maybe he switched labels." "It's him," Monique Sr. insisted. "Come see for yourself."
Aaron said,
"We believe you."
"No, we don't," said Urbana. "Anyway, what's the difference? The Stones don't use dancers. What could he do for us, even if it was really him?"
Monique Sr. started to tell Urbana to go fuck herself, but then she spotted Angie sleeping. She would not swear in the presence of a child.
"Now, say it was Rod Stewart," Urbana went on. "Then we got us some possibilities. He uses dancers in all his videos. That's when you got my attention, when Rod the Bod takes table 5.
Aaron cut in.
"Monique, you want us to come look?"
"Keith would be thrilled,"
she said icily.
"Let's go then."
Aaron opened the door, and there stood Orley, looking gassy and dour. Monique Sr. curtly excused herself and hurried back to the lounge. Orley trudged in and closed the door. He glared at Angela, curled on the carpet.
"I could lose my license," he said to Aaron. "Tell me that's not a minor on the premises. Tell me it's a midget stripper in tennis shoes. Otherwise, I lose my fucking liquor license."
Aaron apologized for bringing Angie to the club. She told Orley it was a family emergency.
"Shit,"
he muttered, and sagged down in a folding chair. Urbana Sproul said,
"Don't you wake that child, Mr. Orley."
"Don't worry,"
Aaron said.
"She doesn't sleep. She hibernates."
Overcome by cosmetic fragrances, Orley immediately fell victim to an allergy attack. He stifled his sloppy sneezes as best he could.
"Hush," Urbana said. "You ain't even supposed to be in the dressing room, or did you forget?"
"Forgive me," Orley said.
"See, I couldn't control myself. It's been at least 10 whole minutes since I seen your fat ass naked, so I snuck back here to cop a peek. You don't mind if I whack off now, do you?"
Aaron said,
"God, you're in a lousy mood." "Damn right."
Orley grabbed a handful of tissues from a box on the vanity.
"The Ling brothers are doing standing room on account of that old judge croaking in their club. They got so much business they're taking reservations. Reservations at a goddamn titty bar."
Aaron said,
"The TV news is what did it. You can't buy that kind of publicity."
Orley began to fulminate obscenely, then caught himself. He glanced irritably at the sleeping girl. In a bitter rasp,
"We're talking about a dead body, a stiff, just about the worst thing you can imagine. And people are lined up around the block to see where it happened. I don't understand human nature. I honestly don't."
Urbana's eyes were full of mischief. She said,
"Let's keep our fingers crossed. Maybe somebody famous will die here, too."
"Not the way these girls dance," said Orley. "The only thing my customers might die of is sheer goddamn boredom."
"That's enough," Aaron said sharply. "I mean it."
Urbana hustled off to do a set in the cage. Orley shrunk deeper in the folding chair, which pinched his torso like an oversized clothespin.
"Even Marvella's cashing in,"
he complained.
She's overcome her grief, has she?
The Ling's got her name in big letters on the marquee. Come see the pussy that killed the judge.
Is that what it says?
I'm paraphrasing, Orley admitted. Bottom line, my business is down 15%. Bracing for the worst, Aaron said,
So what do you want from us?
Reconsider friction dancing?
Absolutely not. We took a vote, Mr. Orley.
Yeah. He dismissed the idea with a brusque wave. Then how about this? Creamed corn. Aaron said nothing. She wanted him to choke out every depraved detail, with no help or encouragement. She wanted him to be as uncomfortable as possible. Instead of Wesson oil, he said. What do you think? Aaron's face gave nothing away. She didn't even blink. Orley's hands fidgeted on his belly like two fat crabs. Wrestling, he blurted. For God's sake, that's what I'm talking about. Creamed corn instead of oil. There's a place in West Palm where it started. First the girls do some, roll around, put on a show. Then the guys climb in and wrestle the girls. I'm thinking $20 a pop. Finally, Aaron spoke.
Just so I understand, you want me to jump into a puddle of creamed vegetables and roll around nude with a bunch of drunk slobs?
Not nude, topless. Orley gnawed off a hangnail and spit it on the floor. Health department won't go for nude, not with food products.
What happened to classy?
Aaron demanded.
New name, new image? What happened to that?
Those fucking Lings is what happened to that. Orley looked despondent. His words carried a tinge of genuine shame. You want the truth. I'm hurting. I need a goddamn gimmick, Aaron. This creamed corn thing is what they call camp. I'm told the yuppies are suckers for it. She said,
So it's come to this.
I can't force you to do it.
No shit, she said. With a shotgun you couldn't force me to do it.
Orley straightened and put on his businessman's face. What's the part that gripes you? Is it the wrestling or the corn itself? Because something else occurred to me.
I can hardly wait,
Aaron said. How about this? Forget the cream corn.
Bravo.
Consider pasta. Orley's eyebrows danced. You mentioned class. Well, there you are. What's classier than pasta?
Pasta wrestling?
Aaron was tumbling through space. Egg noodles, linguine, take your pick.
I've got to undress now, Mr. Orley. Could I have some privacy, please?
When he stood up, the chair fell off his ass with a clatter. Angie stirred but did not waken. Think about it, Orley told Aaron. Like I say, it's a smash in West Palm. In the mirror, she watched him go out the door.
What happened to just plain dancing? She said.
Sabrina came in to keep an eye on Angie while Aaron performed.
I heard you were doing tables tonight,
Sabrina said, combing a jet black wig.
It's not so bad.
Unless they grab you, said Aaron.
They won't grab tonight. Shad's in one of his moods.
Sabrina's hairbrush hit a snag, and the wig jumped off her lap. Damn, she said. Aaron fastened her G-string and checked her butt in the mirror to make sure the strap was lined up. She said,
The thing is, I need the money.
You'll do good, Sabrina said.
Just be careful not to fall.
Kevin was playing Honky Tonk Woman when Aaron went on stage. The song brightened her mood nearly as much as the sight of Monique Sr. dancing wildly on the table of a man who actually looked like Mr. Keith Richards, if you used your imagination. Which is all that was keeping Aaron sane. Visions of Valium tablets danced in Beverly's head. The phones were beeping off the hook
The mail had piled up, and that horrid bald man was reading National Geographic in the waiting room for the second straight day, the same man she'd tried to stab with a letter opener. Seeing him again was awkward. In 16 years as a legal secretary, she'd never assaulted a client. Half in terror, Beverly had offered a meek apology. For what? The bald man said. He'd already forgotten about it. Beverly felt more afraid of him than ever.
"I do need to see the boss," Shad had said.
You just missed him.
That was yesterday. The lawyer had rushed to a meeting and failed to return. He hadn't even phoned in for messages. Today, Beverly's exasperation was turning into concern. Mordecai could not be found. So far, he'd skipped 4 office consultations, 2 depositions, and an important hearing in circuit court. The court hearing was significant because it involved the awarding of attorney's fees, an occasion that Mordecai never missed. Beverly was mystified. Now a bank officer was on the line, seeking to verify the number on Mordecai's client trust account. The officer recited the account number, and Beverly told him it was correct.
All deposits usually go through me, she said.
The bank officer said it wasn't a deposit. It was a withdrawal, a substantial withdrawal. He said Mordecai had called with instructions to close out the account immediately. Beverly didn't like the sound of that one bit. Another line lighted up. Paul Goober, mildly worried. He hadn't heard from his fiancée in 2 days. It was unlike Joyce not to pester him hourly. Did Mordecai happen to know where she was? Poor Beverly had no answers. Now Shad loomed in front of her desk. Today he wore camo fatigues.
"This is getting ridiculous," he said.
I know, the secretary agreed. I can't imagine where he's gone.
Shad said,
"Let me check around."
He stepped past her and opened the door to Mordecai's office. Afraid to protest, Beverly followed.
"Did you turn all these lights on?"
Shad asked. The secretary said no, the lights were on when she got there.
He might have worked late last night, she said.
The phones resumed beeping, but she didn't pick up. She was determined not to let Shad out of her sight. He circled the desk, touching nothing.
"Someone's been through this."
How can you tell?
"It's too damn neat,"
Shad said. A man working late hours would leave some clutter, but Mordecai's desk was abnormally tidy, not a pencil out of place. Even the trash can looked as if it had been vacuumed. Shad asked if there was a drop safe. Beverly said no. Mordecai kept all sensitive files in a lockbox at a bank.
"How many keys?"
Shad asked.
2, I think.
"Where are they?"
I don't know, said Beverly. He won't tell me.
"This is good,"
Shad said.
He won't even tell me which bank.
"Figures."
Beverly speculated that maybe the janitors had left the lights on. That might explain why the place was so orderly. Shad shook his head. The place had been gone over by pros.
"I seem to remember a Rolodex."
Beverly scanned Mordecai's desk.
A locked Rolodex. Yes, he kept it by the telephone.
"Well, somebody got it,"
Shad said. Damn, this was shitty news.
Shall I call the police?
"Suit yourself," he said. "My guess is they'll be calling you."
A man followed Aaron home from work. It was 3 in the morning, and the streets were empty. The man was careful to keep a distance of 3 or 4 blocks between his car and Aaron's smoky old Fairlane. He did a good job, because Aaron never suspected that she was being trailed. She parked beneath a streetlight and led Angela across the lot toward the townhouse. The man parked not far away, turned on the car radio, and napped until dawn. He kept watch on the apartment until 10 in the morning. When Aaron didn't reappear, the man drove away. This happened 2 days in a row. On the third morning, Aaron came out of the townhouse carrying a basket of laundry, Angela scampering close behind. Together they got in the Fairlane and went to a laundromat off Oakland Park Boulevard. Again, the man followed, parking at a video store directly across the street. Through binoculars, he watched Aaron loading the washing machines. An hour later, he watched her loading the dryers. After she was done, the man didn't tail her back to the apartment. Instead, he hurried on foot across the street to the laundromat. He was thinking, "This is the sickest thing I've ever done." The congressman had been adamant.
"Herb,"
He'd said, waving the photograph of the stripper.
"I want her."
"No, you don't," Herb Crandall said.
"I've never felt like this before."
"Yes, you have."
"I want her in all the wondrous ways that a man can want a woman."
"Give me a fucking break," said Herb Crandall.
"If you don't help me find her, I'll do it myself."
"After the election," David Dilbeck said.
"I can't wait that long. I'm under a spell, Herb. I am driven."
"Sorry," Crandall said. "I've got my orders." They were riding first class on a Delta flight from Miami to Dulles, a one-day quickie. Somebody was giving a bullshit party for Tip O'Neill. Dilbeck paced the aisle, clutching the incriminating photograph to his breast. He simply would not shut up and sit down.
"Did you see the picture? Did you see what she looks like?"
"Very attractive," Herb Crandall said.
"I want you to find her and offer her a job on my staff."
"Have some breakfast," said Crandall. Other passengers were starting to murmur. The next time Dilbeck came within range, Crandall grabbed the Eager Beaver photo and stuffed it inside a flight magazine, which he placed in his briefcase. Soon Dilbeck tired. He sat down and said,
"Herb, I won't get through the campaign without her. She haunts my dreams."
"Really? You know who haunts my dreams? Malcolm J. Moldowski."
"I need to learn everything about her. Everything."
"We don't even know her name," Crandall lied.
"Find out, damn it! Find out everything."
Dilbeck's eyes were on fire.
"Herb, she's not like the others."
"Yeah, I can tell from the picture. For a minute I thought it was Julie Andrews dancing in the Alps, except she was naked with some guy's face between her legs." The congressman seized Herb Crandall's arm and said,
"God, I am hopelessly possessed."
"You're half right," thought Crandall. "The hopeless part." "Eat your omelet," he told David Dilbeck.